The story begins in a fantasy world named the Gaia continent. Recently, the monsters here have inexplicably vanished. Investigations revealed that they were not extinct, but were moving to another dimension. An old, boastful mage declared that multidimensional travel was his dream, and he didn't care about the reason, as long as it benefited his research. He stood in the middle of a colossal magic circle, confidently declaring the coordinates were locked, and the mana connection was perfect. Thanks to the Great Labyrinth Dungeon as a mana source, he boasted that spatial traversal was child's play. With eyes blazing, he roared an excited cry. "Let's go!" Magical energy violently erupted as the old mage activated the entire magic circle. A colossal pillar of light shot straight into the sky, engulfing the old mage and beginning the teleportation process. Opening his eyes after teleporting, he felt the change in air and temperature, triumphantly exclaiming, "Success!" But when he looked around, he froze, as all that surrounded him was a desolate, ruined wasteland. The mage was utterly shocked, realizing it wasn't just him who had teleported, but the entire dungeon had flown to another dimension. Meanwhile, in another world, a young man stood frozen before a deep purple spatial gate that had just appeared from thin air. The young man's face clearly showed extreme bewilderment, not understanding what the hell was happening. The scene shifts to a modern city, seemingly the campus of a school or a large center. A group of female students were captivated by a guy named June, praising him as incredibly cool. It turns out our protagonist, Kang Jin-hyuk, was just a lowly D-rank hunter who had to carry water bottles like a coolie. A senior colleague urged Jin-hyuk to hurry up while both were straining to carry several large water bottles. Resting in the truck, the senior colleague praised Jin-hyuk for doing well and asked if he felt cold. Jin-hyuk nonchalantly replied, "I'm a hunter, after all," asserting that hunter's class allowed them to easily withstand heat and cold. The senior colleague's eyes widened in surprise, asking again, "Even D-ranks have that kind of physique?" Kang Jin-hyuk nonchalantly boasted that, thanks to it, he saved money on heaters, making the senior visibly envious, then wondering why a hunter had to do such manual labor. Jin-hyuk looked up at the sky and gave a blunt answer. "Because I'm poor, that's why." Jin-hyuk began to grumble about how the large guilds monopolized everything, and the senior colleague immediately agreed, cursing that they were truly a bunch of bastards. The senior colleague revealed hot news. A serial killer was hunting down hunters from large guilds, so the big shots were taking out their anger on others. Jin-hyuk remarked that they sounded insane, and the senior confirmed it. But then both were startled by a strange sound. Screams echoed from afar. Jin-hyuk immediately realized it was a cry for help, not the cheers of a concert. The senior colleague cried out in panic, seeing Jin-hyuk suddenly open the car door. "What is it? Hey, where are you going?" Jin-hyuk, with a cold expression, assessed the situation. "No doubt, that's a cry for help. Either terrorists or monsters have appeared," he muttered to himself as he stepped out of the car. "If it's monsters, then..." A chaotic scene met his eyes. Countless civilians were frantically running for their lives, screaming loudly. The cause of the chaos was a horde of hideous monsters of all shapes and sizes pouring in from the front. Amidst the fleeing crowd, Jin-hyuk stopped, cracked his knuckles, and flashed a calculating smile. "This is my chance," he muttered inventory, and a glowing blue spatial gate appeared from thin air. A baseball bat slowly flew out of the inventory, surrounded by magical light. Jin-hyuk grabbed the bat, his eyes gleaming with confidence, ready to fight to the bitter end. He turned to ask his stunned senior, "Need help?" While the senior colleague warned that ordinary weapons were completely useless against monsters, Jin-hyuk smirked and explained, "Only hunters like me, those granted stats, can break through that energy wave and attack them." The senior colleague was speechless, only able to stammer, be careful." Jin-hyuk charged forward, with only one thought in his mind. "I have to clean this up quickly before those bastards from the big guilds show up." Kang Jin-hyuk rushed forward at high speed, calculating that clearing a few small monsters would ensure a comfortable year. Suddenly, a certain silver-haired man swept past, taunting, "Get lost, rookie." The silver-haired man moved at terrifying speed, swinging his arm to create a blast of air that swept away everything around him. Kang Jin-hyuk was thrown backward by the force, grinding his teeth in frustration. "Damn it, they're here already?" The silver-haired man stood tall. Jin-hyuk realized this was someone from the Titan Guild, the one who governed this area. He introduced himself as An Do-yun, Vice Guild, Master of the Titan Guild, and ordered Jin-hyuk not to interfere. Kang Jin-hyuk retorted through gritted teeth, "You're the one interfering. I was here first." And Do-yun arrogantly declared this was their territory, but Jin-hyuk countered that barbaric logic, asking if the association had any such rule. Losing patience, Kang Jin-hyuk roared, "Shut your mouth, you bastards," then swung his bat and charged. He unleashed a baseball bat swing directly at Andoyun's face. But Andoyun, with just one hand, stopped the bat. Jinhyuk's eyes widened in disbelief. Not giving Jinhyuk time to recover, the Vice Guild Master threw a punch, sending him flying like a ball. Andoyun looked down with contempt, warning, "Who do you think you are, trash? Interfere again and I'll really kill you." Jinhyuk clutched his cheek, bitterly admitting the harsh truth. That guy was completely superior in every aspect, from speed to strength. He gritted his teeth, realizing the skill gap between a hunter from a large guild and a D rank like himself was like heaven and earth. Recalling the past, he had always been angry at the tyranny of the large guilds, but could only grit his teeth and work odd jobs to make a living as he was just a helpless D-rank hunter. His helplessness even gave rise to distorted thoughts, such as once wishing a serial killer would take care of a few guys from the Titan Guild. But the strongest feeling that lingered in him as he dragged himself back to his dark rented room was his own weakness, and a deep sense of failure as he collapsed onto the sofa, completely drained of strength and spirit. Kang Jinhyuk collapsed onto the chair, clutching his cheek which still throbbed from that bastard's punch. He shot up when he heard a strange sound, sensing something ominous. A swirling vortex of deep purple energy suddenly appeared and expanded into a spatial gate right in the middle of his shabby rented room. Jinhyuk froze, his eyes wide with disbelief at the sight before him. What the hell is this? He cautiously approached, realizing something was moving inside the gate. A green-skinned goblin face with a savage grin suddenly pressed close to the gate, facing Jinhyuk. Startled, Jinhyuk screamed and fell backward onto the floor. He watched in horror as a horde of weapon-wielding goblins emerged from the gate, his mind racing to find a weapon immediately. But strangely, the goblins walked past without even glancing at him. Jinhyuk was dumbfounded, a crazy hypothesis forming in his mind. Could it be that they can't see me? He mustered his courage and reached out to touch the surface of the spatial gate. His hand slowly sank into the energy vortex with ease. He realized there was no resistance or strange reaction from the gate. A smile full of hidden meaning and calculation suddenly appeared on Kang Jinhyuk's lips as he seemed to grasp the situation. He calmly went to grab a can of beer and took a long gulp to cool his racing mind. Sitting on the sofa, he placed the beer can on the table, his brain starting to work at full speed to analyze the situation. Jinhyuk muttered, "If my hypothesis is correct, then this is definitely a dungeon, something that until now only existed in theory." He sighed, realizing the difficult problem. This dungeon appeared right in his attic. He leaned his head back, weighing two options. Should he report it to the association, or just leave it be? Imagining being kicked out of his home by the association's agents for an on-site investigation, Jinhyuk took another gulp of beer. The answer was already clear. Kang Jinhyuk smirked, making a bold decision. "All right, it's decided. Instead of handing this gold mine over to those bastards at the association, I'll claim it for myself." But he suddenly paused, a critical question popping into his head. "Wait, can the monsters pass through here? I need to check first." Holding a baseball bat, Kang Jinhyuk assessed his own strength before the gate, admitting that his current skill level could at most handle 2 or 3 goblins. He knew well that if more monsters swarmed out, his pathetic life would be forfeit. Nevertheless, he still reached his hand towards the gate, silently praying for the most favorable scenario. A system notification appeared. "You have entered the dungeon. Current location: Floor 1, Goblin Maze." Stunning Kang Jinhyuk. "I just guessed, and it's spot on. Is it really a dungeon?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a goblin spotted him and roared, charging to attack. With godlike reflexes, Kang Jinhyuk took a light step back behind the gate, leaving the goblin bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. From inside the attic, Kang Jinhyuk held his breath and observed. 2 goblins hovered right in front of the gate but showed no intention of crossing. The goblins circled once, then turned and left, seemingly unable to see or sense the world beyond the gate. Kang Jinhyuk smirked cunningly, realizing the truth. These monsters really can't see or pass through here, huh? If that's the case then, there was no reason to be afraid anymore. Kang Jinhyuk charged out of the safe zone. He swung his bat, aiming straight for an unsuspecting goblin. Wham! A devastating blow landed squarely on the monster's head. The tremendous force sent the goblin flying backward towards the gate, its weapon scattering. The remaining goblin could only growl in astonishment as its comrade was struck down. Giving the opponent no chance, Kang Jinhyuk rushed forward, using the broken part of his bat to deliver a decisive stab, finishing off the sprawling goblin. The stab pierced through the goblin, ending its life instantly. The goblin died with its eyes open, blood gushing from the fatal wound. Kang Jinhyuk looked down at the corpse, coldly replying, "Don't look at me like that. I'm struggling to survive too." Without further ado, Kang Jin-hyuk used the broken bat to utterly smash the goblin, delivering a flurry of blows until it couldn't even gasp. Hunting solo for the first time, he absorbed all the EXP. His level bar, which had been stuck for 3 years, finally moved up just by defeating a measly monster. He gritted his teeth, realizing the harsh truth. The big guilds monopolized all the farming spots, truly a bunch of bastards who sold their consciences. Looking at the corpse next to the teleportation gate, he suddenly remembered goblin corpses could also fetch a lot of money. He calculated, 1 goblin corpse should earn at least 3 million won. A money-hungry smile appeared. Kang Jin-hyuk was calculating how much profit this pile of loot would bring him. In the heart of the modern city, where money and power dictated everything, he headed straight to the Hunter Exchange, where monster corpses were turned into cold, hard cash. Inside, the trading atmosphere was bustling like a market, with everyone busy with their own tasks. At the exchange counter, the clerk asked what he wanted to sell, and Kang Jin-hyuk replied concisely, 1 goblin. Whoosh! He opened his inventory and tossed a pile of goblin corpses directly onto the transaction counter in front of the clerk. The clerk, wearing white gloves, spoke professionally. Let's see. He flipped the corpse over and over, meticulously examining every detail. The clerk looked him straight in the eye and stated bluntly, "You don't seem to have much hunting experience, do you?" This made Kang Jin-hyuk freeze. As he spoke, he picked up the goblin, criticizing his amateurish method of killing, which reduced the corpse's value, and advised him to aim for vital points next time. With a mangled corpse like this, the appraiser finalized the price. "I can't offer more than 3.2 million won." Kang Jin-hyuk immediately accepted the offer, but the clerk then asked him to declare the location where he hunted the monster for verification. Kang Jin-hyuk paused, his voice faltering as he asked if he really had to declare the location. The clerk coldly replied that it was the rule. Troublesome, but with no exceptions. Cornered, Kang Jin-hyuk hesitated, unsure what to fabricate, while the clerk urged him on, asserting that no other place would offer a higher price. Kang Jin-hyuk faintly sensed murderous intent. Someone was yelling, looking for a fight. The entire exchange floor buzzed as a motley crew from the Black Dragon Guild aggressively stormed in, looking like a pack of hungry hyenas. The white-haired leader, An Do-yoon, scanned the area and asked directly, "Which one?" Kang Jin-hyuk thought to himself. They finally came for me. While the exchange clerk began to sense trouble brewing, they headed straight for Kang Jin-hyuk, and Do-yoon pointed at him. "You?" The protagonist was startled and stammered in reply. "Me?" Without further ado, and Do-yoon grabbed Kang Jin-hyuk's collar and growled. "You're the one who stole monsters from our hunting ground, aren't you?" The exchange clerk calmly interjected. "Has not the person you're looking for," another hunter pointed out. "It's the blonde guy bragging over in that corner." The blonde guy and his cap-wearing friend, who were listening in, suddenly flinched as the whole gang of thugs turned to stare at them. Wham! A devastating blow landed squarely on the blonde guy's face, making him scream miserably. The entire Black Dragon gang rushed in and started beating the blonde guy mercilessly right in the middle of the hall, ignoring everyone's stares. The victim's cap-wearing friend yelled, "Damn it! What the hell are you doing?" A Black Dragon minion kicked the friend, sending him sprawling, while An Do-yoon declared bluntly, "This guy poached in my guild's territory. If you don't want to pay compensation, don't interfere." The blonde guy lay curled up on the floor, being mercilessly kicked, only able to scream, "Stop!" And Do-yoon squatted down, looking at the blonde guy flattened on the floor with a condescending gaze. He interrogated harshly, "Why were you loitering around our area? Were you planning to assassinate someone?" The blonde guy, his face bruised and battered, denied with a trembling voice, "What are you talking about?" And Do-yoon grabbed his hair and pulled his head up, uttering a threat. "Who knows, maybe you're the psycho killer rampaging recently. Why don't you come with us for a little investigation?" With that, he roughly dragged the blonde guy away, despite the victim's extreme fear. A few streaks of blood remained on the floor. Kang Jin-hyuk witnessed the entire scene, his eyes as cold as ice. He told himself, "To avoid clashing with this trash, I need to become even stronger." Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes sharpened as he made a firm resolution. "Just you wait, you bastards. I'll get stronger thanks to that dungeon." As soon as he got home, he decided to head straight for the dungeon to grind for power. Of course, before going to farm, he had to prepare proper equipment. In his room, Kang Jin-hyuk checked his gear, a magic orb floating before him. It was a teleportation stone, a luxury item costing 1 million won, an insurance ticket to escape anytime. He slung the baseball bat over his shoulder, muttering about another item he had bought. Next was the 400,000 won search radar, a useless item with only a 50-meter scan range because he had been tricked by the advertisement. But for a solo dungeon explorer like him, It was as useful as an extra life. The radar worked perfectly, reporting a target at 1 o'clock, a goblin. Kang Jin-hyuk smirked confidently, his eyes gleaming with readiness. All right, it's time to level up. Swinging his bat, a goblin was instantly defeated. And the notification, level up 4 is greater than 5, instantly appeared. He continued to swing his bat, smashing the head of the second one, and the notification board updated again. Level up 5 is greater than 6. The third one met the same fate, and his level rapidly increased from 6 to 9 inches the blink of an eye. True to its name, the Goblin Labyrinth was indeed a perfect farming spot for a rookie like him. After clearing out the monsters for a while, Kang Jin-hyuk slumped to the ground, panting. He wondered how many levels he had gained and decided to open his status window to check. Looking at the stats panel, he clicked his tongue in disappointment, because even though his level increased, his other stats were still pathetic. Standing up and looking at the 2 goblin corpses at his feet, he decided to deal with them and then continue hunting. He opened his inventory, but it reported that it was almost full, with only 1 slot left. Kang Jin-hyuk pondered, deciding he would find a bigger, more valuable monster for this last slot. Click. Kang Jin-hyuk activated a detection device that looked like a compass to hunt for prey. The screen immediately reported a target approaching from 9 o'clock, exactly as intended. Nice. Kang Jin-hyuk shouldered his baseball bat, chose a hidden corner, and took a stance, deciding to ambush it for a quick kill. He muttered calculations. The target was only 5 meters away. The distance shortened to 3 meters. Get ready to strike. A horned helmet just peeked out from around the corner, just as expected. Immediately, Kang Jin-hyuk lunged out, swinging his bat with all his might. Now take this. Whoosh! A crushing blow sent the horned helmet flying off, spinning like a top. But instead of the sound of a monster collapsing, Kang Jin-hyuk heard a strange sound, which made him freeze. Before him was not a goblin, but a short old man in armor, clutching his head, dizzy. The old man looked up, utterly shocked to realize his attacker was a human. Kang Jin-hyuk apologetically asked if he was all right, but the old man only replied in an ancient, incomprehensible language. He immediately realized. A foreigner? The old man seemed extremely annoyed, yelling a string of strange words. Seeing the tense situation, Kang Jin-hyuk decided to de-escalate first, bowing his head in apology to make peace. This action surprised the old man, who muttered that he didn't expect anyone to pass through here. The old man fumbled in his pouch and pulled out something. What he handed to Kang Jin-hyuk was a small necklace with a stone pendant. He took the necklace, completely misunderstanding the old man's intention. What is this? A necklace? Getting the idea, he put it on, and a flash of light emanated from the pendant, making the old man nod. Now do you understand, you brat? Kang Jin-hyuk tried to calm the situation. I understand you're upset, but... The dwarf snapped, cutting him off. What are you saying, you brat? Realizing this deal wasn't good, Kang Jin-hyuk immediately bowed deeply in apology, leaving the dwarven warrior stunned. The old dwarf bared his teeth in a sneer. Well, damn. In 132 years I've never met anyone as worthless as you. Kang Jin-hyuk froze, stammering as he realized the shocking truth. A dwarf? He mumbled, realizing this old man was exactly like the dwarven blacksmiths in novels, and the scattered items were definitely high quality. He picked up an intricately patterned dagger, and the system panel immediately displayed. You have acquired a rare item, making him realize they were all genuine. The dwarf, now wearing a horned helmet and wielding a hammer, roared. What are you doing? Hand them all over, now. Kang Jin-hyuk secretly thought this guy was definitely a big shot, and it was best not to get involved to avoid trouble. The dwarf ordered him to neatly pack everything into a bag. Kang Jin-hyuk obediently complied, diligently picking up each item while the dwarf supervised with folded arms. After putting the last item into the bag, he announced, I've put everything in. Kang Jin-hyuk suddenly noticed something unusual. Looking up to ask, What are you doing with my baseball bat? The dwarf was holding his baseball bat, silently examining it with extreme seriousness. He pressed the bat close to his face, his eyes full of astonishment, questioning, You, where did you get this thing? Kang Jin-hyuk had no idea what was happening. Why? The dwarf's eyes lit up, his voice filled with excitement. Tell me now. This is orichalcum. In his thoughts, Kang Jin-hyuk explained that on Earth, it was just ordinary aluminum, and his only weapon was made from it. He recalled the dwarf calling this cheap metal legendary orichalcum, a priceless item that couldn't be bought with money. It turned out the dwarf had invited him to his forge to try processing the bat, and despite initially refusing, he was still dragged there. Kang Jin-hyuk glanced over the pile of weapons in the workshop, secretly thinking he came here because the dwarf offered to trade rare items. But, He still couldn't understand why such a big shot would live alone in a forge in the middle of a dungeon. Kang Jin-hyuk turned around, asking what the dwarf was doing inside. While waiting, he began to doubt, thinking perhaps the bat was just scrap aluminum, and he should just choose another weapon. Damn, hard to choose, he mumbled, when suddenly a clear voice rang out. It's done. The dwarf stepped out, wearing sandals but radiating an imposing aura, holding the baseball bat now glowing bright red, and shouted, "Stop spacing out, take this." The blacksmith gestured with his chin towards his pile of homemade weapons, flatly declaring, "Compared to this, the rest are just junk." Kang Jin-hyuk took the bat, utterly shocked as it emitted a dazzling red light, unable to believe his eyes. "Is this really my bat?" The dwarf, arms crossed and face full of pride, explained, "That's the characteristic of orichalcum, kid." He continued his lecture. "Normally, it's a soft and weak metal, but the more it's enhanced, the redder and stronger it becomes." Kang Jin-hyuk was speechless, his eyes wide as he realized this was a truly enhanced item. He swung the bat experimentally, a red streak of light tearing through the air, feeling a completely new surge of power. His mind reeled. Enhanced equipment is an extremely rare item that can only drop from high-level monsters, rank A or above. Kang Jin-hyuk's entire body was enveloped in a powerful aura, and he wondered, "Is this really my bat?" "It's a world of difference." The dwarf stood behind him, a smug look on his face, while Kang Jin-hyuk secretly thought he had stumbled upon an unbelievably good deal. "My luck is finally turning." An information panel appeared before his eyes. Legendary baseball bat. Grade: Legendary. Durability: S. Effects: Presence detection. Automatic recall. Kang Jin-hyuk was utterly shocked by the S-rank durability stat, his mind immediately calculating, "If I can sell this, I've hit the jackpot." But he quickly realized the problem, bitterly admitting, "But what can I do? It's already bound to me. I can't sell it." The dwarf burst into laughter, explaining that it was a reward for this valuable experience. "No one else but you can use it." Ha ha ha. Kang Jin-hyuk glared resentfully at the bat, now bound in his inventory, secretly thinking, "In the end, I still can't sell it for profit." But he quickly brushed it aside, telling himself there were still other ways to make a fortune. Opening his inventory, he immediately focused on the pile of goblin corpses. "First, I'll sell this batch to get some capital." The problem was how to sell them, as bringing goods of unknown origin to the association would be suicide. His mind immediately clicked. The black market. The hunter world also has a black market, where they don't ask many questions about origins. He remembered these guys often slipped business cards to low-level hunters in need of money, and quickly made his way to an abandoned warehouse. Kang Jin-hyuk stepped inside, holding the business card, confirming, "This seems to be the place." Looking at Deputy Cho Hyung-il's business card again, he couldn't help but think it looked incredibly shady, just as a voice rang out asking for his name. A man in a suit with an undercut hairstyle looked down from above, confirming Kang Jin-hyuk's identity. Deputy Cho Hyung-il gestured for him to follow, announcing, "The boss is waiting for you." Jin-hyuk followed, secretly thinking there was no reason not to come to a place that didn't ask complicated questions like this. The blonde-haired boss, Lee Jun-chul, a loan shark disguised as a broker, got straight to the point. "Can we check the goblin corpses first?" Without a greeting, Jin-hyuk coldly replied, "Sure," and immediately opened his inventory. A flash of blue light and a thud, and a pile of goblin corpses appeared out of thin air, leaving the two men dumbfounded. The deputy manager bent down to inspect them, his face unable to hide his astonishment as he reported, "Boss, 20 goblins, in good condition." Lee Jun-chul also nodded in agreement, admitting these goblins were even better than expected. Confirming the goods had been inspected, Jin-hyuk merely smirked, asking casually, "Exactly 20, right?" Lee Jun-chul asked for the price, and Jin-hyuk didn't hesitate to declare, 5,000,000 won per goblin, including the magic stones. The boss sneered, beginning to haggle. "Their heads are all smashed. I think 3 million is enough." Jin-hyuk immediately retorted, "Come on, who would use goblin heads for anything? Their faces are too mangled even for decoration." This left Lee Jun-chul stunned, secretly cursing. This bastard. The deputy manager gleefully asked his boss how much these corpses were worth, while Lee Jun-chul could only hold his head, silently cursing. "Why did I bring this guy along?" Lee Jun-chul cleared his throat, trying to regain the upper hand, and offered, "My apologies. How about 3.5 million? Jin-hyuk shot him a sharp glance, concluding curtly, 4.5 million, no less." Lee Jun-chul mumbled, calculating the 4.5 million, but Jin-hyuk added a psychological blow. "If you don't like it, fine. I'll find another buyer." Amidst the standoff, a subordinate rushed in, yelling, "Boss, boss, something's happened." The subordinate, pale as a ghost, shouted, "Everyone needs to get out of here now. There are monsters." Both Jin Hyuk and Lee Jun-chul froze, unable to understand why monsters would appear in a place like this. Jin Hyuk suddenly recalled a cursed piece of information. Monster corpses have a very rare chance of attracting other monsters. Damn it. Why now of all times? Another subordinate ran in, reporting the tense situation. "It's true." Two orcs suddenly appeared. Hearing orcs, Jin Hyuk gritted his teeth, cold sweat breaking out. "Those things are too much for me right now." Realizing the situation was dire, Jin Hyuk decided fleeing was the best option. But he had to at least retrieve the pile of goblin corpses first. Just as he was about to activate his inventory to collect the spoils, he realized it was too late. Lee Jun-chul's entire group was already blocked. A roar echoed, and a colossal shadow lunged down right in front of the group. A muscular orc, with bloodshot eyes, loomed into view, just as the subordinate had reported. Lee Jun-chul's face turned ashen, and he yelled at Jin Hyuk, "You're a hunter, aren't you? Do something." The orc didn't give anyone time to react. It swung its weapon and charged straight at Jin Hyuk. Jin Hyuk's jaw dropped in horror, realizing that at this speed, there was no way to dodge. "Am I going to die so foolishly like this?" he thought desperately, as the orc's mace was about to smash down on his head. Clang! In that life-or-death moment, Jin Hyuk managed to pull out a glowing red item from his inventory, blocking the devastating attack. The mace was stopped right in front of him. Jin Hyuk himself was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. The orc's crushing blow was halted. Its mace flew off while Kang Jin Hyuk was pushed back, and Lee Jun-chul's thugs were wide-eyed and open-mouthed in shock. Lee Jun-chul couldn't believe his eyes, turning to ask his subordinate Cho Hyung-il. But he was also in a state of mental overload. "What the hell am I seeing?" Kang Jin Hyuk himself was bewildered, wondering where this item came from that it automatically summoned itself to block attacks for its owner. Jin Hyuk suddenly realized that this might be the item's presence detection effect, and a glimmer of hope sparked. If so, then there's a chance to win. The orc roared, charging furiously. But this time, Kang Jin Hyuk had the glowing red weapon ready. He was no longer a punching bag for it. Without further ado, Jin Hyuk gripped his weapon tightly, mustered all his strength, and swung a slash into the monster's flank. Swish! An effective slash, the orc's blood splattered, proving this weapon was real and could inflict damage upon it. Pressing his advantage, Jin Hyuk growled, confident that he could completely defeat this monster. Ugh. The orc staggered and then fell face first. Jin Hyuk was also astonished by how overwhelmingly powerful this weapon was, far beyond his imagination. Jin Hyuk smirked smugly, unable to believe that a D rank like him had just solo killed an orc. The system panel appeared instantly, announcing his level had jumped from 24 to 36, a massive experience boost. While busy checking his level, Lee Jun-chul screamed a warning from behind. "Kang Jin Hyuk, watch your back, there's still another one." No sooner had he finished speaking than another orc suddenly appeared, swinging its mace directly at Jin Hyuk's nape. But Jin Hyuk didn't flinch. He turned back with a scornful expression. "Playing dirty, are we? How despicable." Jin Hyuk deftly dodged the attack, and then plunged his weapon straight into the orc's side. Struck by the critical blow, the second orc collapsed. Jin Hyuk raised his weapon, coldly declaring, "You too. I'll send you to meet your friend," Jin Hyuk roared, putting all his strength into bringing his weapon down directly onto the monster's head. The glowing red staff plunged deep into the orc's skull, and its eyes went dim. Crack! A gaping fissure ran down the monster's head, finishing it off on the spot. Two orc corpses lay sprawled on the floor. Kang Jin Hyuk stood amidst them like a god, while the black market thugs were utterly silent, completely shocked. The notification panel appeared. Kang Jin Hyuk officially leveled up from 36 to 48, still unable to believe he had just solo killed two orcs. Holding the glowing red staff, he mumbled, "I can't believe an enchanted weapon is this overwhelmingly powerful." Meanwhile, the black market thugs were sweating profusely. The deputy manager asked Lee Jun-chul, "Boss, what now?" But the boss merely signaled for silence to devise a plan. Kang Jin Hyuk smirked, stepped forward, and declared, "Including the two orcs I just defeated, shouldn't we renegotiate?" As night fell over a wealthy neighborhood, Jin Hyuk secretly thought about the lucrative deal. "I can't believe they paid 15% above market price." He looked at his phone screen. The number 240,618,001 appeared, and he chuckled delightedly. Heh, is this a dream or reality? Lying stretched out on his bed, Jin Hyuk breathed a sigh of relief now that the transaction was complete. Now, he only needed to focus on hunting. as the black market boss Lee Junchul had realized he was no ordinary person. Jinhyuk knew full well that the man now considered him a true orc hunter, not just a petty corpse thief. But to hunt higher-level monsters, he knew his current gear was mere junk, and began to ponder deeply. Suddenly, Jinhyuk sprang up like a coiled spring, an idea flashing in his mind. Ah, that's right. He smiled cunningly, thinking to himself, haha, if I play my cards right, I might even get some free items. A gruff voice echoed before a barrel full of beer cans and soft drinks. So, you're trying to bribe me? An old dwarven man with long white hair and beard picked up a beer can, his eyes wide in astonishment. Impossible. This is made entirely of orichalcum. Kang Jin-hyuk, now wearing a red hoodie, calmly replied. There's alcohol inside too. At a blazing forge, the dwarf wondered if this was holy water contained in an orichalcum cup, but Jin-hyuk nonchalantly said, No, it's just beer. Want to try some? The old dwarf immediately spat it out after tasting it, his face scrunched up like a monkey eating chili, and he roared, What the hell is this? You call this piss beer? Jin-hyuk scratched his head awkwardly, wondering if he should offer something stronger, then tried to salvage the situation. Ha ha ha, a bit bland, isn't it? Seeing the old man still annoyed, Jin-hyuk offered a bottle of soju, introducing it as something different, which made the old man growl. You bastard, are you making me drink this garbage? The gruff old man grabbed the bottle of alcohol, growling, Grr, fine, I'll give you one more chance. The old dwarf, after downing the bottle of soju, still complained that the taste was bland, believing something more was needed to make it perfect. With a scheming look, the old blacksmith laid out a condition for Kang Jin-hyuk. I've figured it out. You must go dig this up for me. Jin-hyuk hadn't processed it yet, asking blankly, Huh? Dig up what? The old dwarf growled, concluding with a single word. Mithril. Kang Jin-hyuk irritably walked down the stairs, grumbling bitterly about being suddenly sent on a menial task just to find some items. He scratched his head, unable to comprehend what mining mithril had to do with mixing soju. Too bored to think, Jin-hyuk decided to go look for it anyway, even though he didn't understand anything. As soon as he stepped into the new area, he marveled at the sight of a dense, realistic forest appearing right inside the labyrinth. The system panel displayed a notification that he had reached Floor 2, Labyrinth of Hounds and Skeletons, and asked if he wanted to save it as a warp point. Without much thought, Jin-hyuk chose yes, and immediately, a brilliant blue warp gate appeared before him. The system confirmed he could now travel between the two floors, making Jin-hyuk realize the mechanics here worked exactly like a game. He nodded, confirming he would use this gate to return after finishing his task. Slinging the baseball bat over his shoulder, Jin-hyuk resolutely ventured deeper into the forest, ready to farm monsters. Just a few steps in, a hideous demonic hound with glowing red eyes lunged out from the shadows, baring its sharp fangs. Without a hint of hesitation, Kang Jin-hyuk swung his bat directly at the monster's head, growling, Shut up, you dog! A cracking sound echoed as the demonic hound was sent flying backward, the force of the blow strong enough to deform its skull. The system panel announced level up, and Jin-hyuk smirked, realizing these creatures were even weaker than orcs. No sooner had he finished speaking than a whole pack of demonic hounds swarmed out from the stairs, eyeing him like plump prey. Jin-hyuk laughed gleefully, treating the entire pack of monsters as a mobile pile of experience points, and charged straight in to sweep them away. In the blink of an eye, the entire pack of demonic hounds was wiped out, lying scattered on the ground while Jin-hyuk stood amidst the battlefield, without a single scratch. The system panel appeared, showing Kang Jin-hyuk had leaped from level 49 to 74. He mentally calculated the monster corpses would easily net him 200 million won. Jin-hyuk grinned widely, imagining money raining down from the sky after this lucrative monster farming spree. While reveling, the old dwarf's screaming image appeared in his mind, making Jin-hyuk suddenly remember his main mission. Damn it. Mithril. He hastily ran off to find the mineral deposit, telling himself he almost forgot his main task due to being engrossed in grinding. Upon reaching an ancient stone-paved area, Jin-hyuk stopped, sensing something was amiss. And just as expected, a horde of bony minions shambled out from the end of the corridor. The skeletons, with their flaming skulls and glowing eye sockets, clattered forward, looking quite hideous. Jin-hyuk clicked his tongue, remembering the place's name was Labyrinth of Hounds and Skeletons, which certainly fit. He openly showed his annoyance because these skeletons were worthless. Killing them yielded no money. Treating the skeletons as mere nuisances, Jin-hyuk swung his baseball bat, smashing the lead one. Unexpectedly, another skeleton raised its sword, neatly parrying his blow, sparks flying from the impact. Jin-hyuk was momentarily surprised, but then smirked. He had figured out their mechanism. He recalled that these creatures only died when their core was destroyed, and immediately aimed straight for the glowing core on the monster's chest. Crack! The bat shattered the energy core, and he declared succinctly, "One down." No sooner had he finished off one than another skeleton silently closed in from behind, swinging its sword to strike. Before long, a sea of skeletons had surrounded Jinhyuk, leaving no escape. But instead of panicking, Jinhyuk bared his teeth in an excited grin, growling, "Good. Come at me." He let out a roar and plunged into the fray, his bat sweeping away everything in his path. After a fierce struggle, Jinhyuk stood panting amidst a pile of bone fragments. The battlefield had been completely cleared. He suddenly realized the dwarf was just making excuses to send him on errands, deliberately pushing him into a difficult spot to avoid going himself. The system panel announced directly, "You have reached level 100 and can change classes." The system continued, "Your class will be automatically determined based on recent actions." Kang Jinhyuk smirked, confidently thinking, "Huh? Leveling up so fast? It's definitely going to be the warrior class." Jinhyuk froze, his eyes wide and mouth agape when he saw the next notification. The shocking notification read, "After clearing countless undead, you have been promoted to the Cleric class." Jinhyuk was utterly stunned. Cleric? Back at the forge, Jinhyuk threw the sack of mithril onto the floor with a thud. "Here, the mithril you needed." The dwarf crossed his arms, looking at the back-aching Jinhyuk with a teasing expression. "Oh ho, you brat. You actually made it back alive?" The blacksmith continued to prod. "I thought you'd be gone out there, but you look pretty good, don't you?" Jinhyuk snapped. "My head is fine. Can't you see I'm exhausted?" The dwarf sneered, inspecting the goods as he spoke. "Stop whining. You don't look tired at all. Is this all the mithril you found?" Jinhyuk gave a sly smile, thinking to himself, "It's good stuff, so I swiped a little extra. It should be fine." The blacksmith picked up his hammer, getting straight to work. "All right, let's begin. What do you want to forge?" Jinhyuk pondered. "I already have weapons, so let's make a set of armor. Something discreet, not flashy." The dwarf nodded, looking professional. A piece of cake. The scene shifted. His phone alarm rang at 8:30 p.m. Jinhyuk was sleeping soundly, practically dead to the world, and casually turned it off. Jinhyuk sprang up and stretched refreshingly. 6 hours of continuous sleep, truly satisfying. He rubbed his eyes, muttering, "The forge was hot as an oven. Taking a nap here was the right move. Good thing I set an alarm. The old man must be done by now." Meanwhile, the blacksmith had just completed his work, setting down his hammer and letting out a sigh of satisfaction. The dwarf turned and saw Jinhyuk, then grumbled, "Where did you disappear to? There's nowhere to go in this corner." He pointed to the chainmail on the table, his voice full of pride. "Here's your gear. I made it for you to wear as an underlayer for discretion. Try it on." The status window appeared. Mithril chainmail armor. Unique grade. A genuine dwarven crafted item, both light and durable. The old dwarf sarcastically asked, "Done putting it on?" Before Jinhyuk could even finish saying, "Yes." "Almost?" The dwarf punched him squarely in the chest. A devastating blow sent Jinhyuk flying like a kite with a snapped string. The unique effect status window appeared. Reduces physical and magical damage by 50%. This was truly the real deal. The dwarven blacksmith smirked smugly, declaring confidently, "Words are nothing compared to a direct test. How do you like the armor's performance?" Jinhyuk stood up, touched his chest, and couldn't believe it. Sweat pouring down his face. That was shocking. It really didn't hurt at all? He pulled up his hoodie to reveal the chainmail armor underneath, thinking to himself that such a punch would normally have broken several ribs. Now, with this excellent armor and a battle staff, his combat power had skyrocketed. Jinhyuk bowed deeply, sincerely thanking the old dwarf, acknowledging that meeting this old man was truly a stroke of luck. The old dwarf turned his back and waved his hand, indicating there was no need for formalities, leaving Jinhyuk bewildered and unsure of what was happening. Suddenly, the old dwarf carried a wooden barrel over to Jinhyuk and said, "Take this with you." Jinhyuk took the wooden barrel, his face still blank as he asked, "What is this?" The blacksmith narrowed his eyes, smiling meaningfully, his voice mysterious. "This? It's..." The scene shifted to Jinhyuk's apartment, where he was pouring a bottle of cheap soju into the newly gifted wooden barrel. After pouring it into a cup and tasting it, Jinhyuk's eyes lit up in astonishment. "Wow, this is incredibly delicious. It's like a fine wine, the pinnacle of flavor." He hugged the wooden barrel, his mind reeling, unable to understand how soju could transform into such a masterpiece. In Jinhyuk's mind, the old dwarf's image appeared, explaining, "When you store alcohol in a mithril barrel, it elevates the flavor, even for cheap liquor." Jin Hyuk's jaw dropped at the barrels, incredible utility, but then an idea suddenly struck him. Oh? Wait a minute. As night fell, a voice on the phone confirmed. Yes, Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk was calling an office that looked rather shady, where Lee Jun-chul and his deputy were seated. He got straight to the point. I have a few items I want to sell, which is why I'm contacting you. Lee Jun-chul, the black market boss, picked up the phone with a confident air, asking, Oh, really? What kind of monster corpses are they this time? Jin-hyuk replied curtly, Kobold corpses and some alcohol. Upon hearing this, Lee Jun-chul froze completely, stammering in utter confusion. What? Alcohol? The scene shifted to an industrial area with a sign reading Titan Guild Rookie Training Ground at Gate XX. A voice announced the completion of the mission and ordered the collection of monster corpses. A Titan Guild member rushed over, reporting frantically, Vice Guild Master, something's happened. Right in front of the guild headquarters, an anomalous gate had just cracked open, and hordes of lizardmen were being summoned en masse once again. This time, there were 3 times as many as the group they had just cleared. The monsters snarled, looking extremely bloodthirsty. A panicked member suggested, What do we do now? We can't handle this. We need to call for reinforcements from other hunters. And Doyun brushed him off, his eyes sharp and cold. Nonsense. For the honor of the Titan Guild and my reputation, we must resolve this ourselves, he shouted, rallying the trembling soldiers. Stop whining. We can handle this ourselves. And Doyun tensed his body, his silver hair standing on end, and roared, Everyone, prepare for battle. The scene shifted. At the Hunter Association headquarters, a voice announced, Mr. Kang Jin-hyuk, congratulations on your promotion. The female association employee explained his rare cleric class, then handed Kang Jin-hyuk a brand new Class C hunter card. Jin-hyuk left, muttering to himself about finally getting promoted. Even if this cleric class was a bit unusual, he strode confidently, thinking to himself that as long as he stood back and healed, every guild would be scrambling to recruit him. While lost in thought, a blood-soaked hunter stumbled and collided with him. The wounded hunter looked pathetic, his voice desperate. Is there a cleric here? Jin-hyuk was stunned, then realized his moment had come. He raised his hand. I'm a cleric, but the hunter was overjoyed, grabbing Jin-hyuk's hand and pleading with him to join immediately. Even though he was only Class C. Back on the battlefield, a lizardman had its throat slashed open, blood splattering everywhere. The Titan Guild soldiers were struggling against the horde of monsters, swords swinging wildly in a life-or-death battle. A member was knocked flying by a monster, looking like he was about to be eliminated. A teammate rushed over in time, carrying him to safety, his voice trembling in thanks. Suddenly, a colossal shadow descended from the sky, and Doyun roared a warning, then charged in and sliced the enemy to pieces. And Doyun led the charge, along with 2 Titan Guild members, rushing into the midst of the lizardmen horde, slashing and killing mercilessly. A guild soldier roared at his distracted comrades. Focus! Do you 2 want to die? The entire Titan Guild force was straining to fight against the monster horde, which was as numerous as ants, and Doyun glanced contemptuously at his soldiers, muttering, Worthless trash, only good at running their mouths because they have backing. Losing patience, the Vice Guild Master roared. Everyone hold your ground, I'll wipe them all out myself. As Doyun charged forward, he suddenly stopped short when he saw a group of unfamiliar people appear. Huh? Who are they? The wounded hunter pointed Kang Jin-hyuk towards the support group. Just heal, like those people over there. The man patted Jin-hyuk's shoulder, reassuring him to just focus on healing and not worry about money, making the young man think to himself, It looks incredibly dangerous, but as long as there's money, it's fine. A green light from a healing spell enveloped a guild member who was being cornered by monsters. Empowered, the hunter roared and stabbed through the lizardman's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Another man, having just been healed, charged forward, shouting, Cleric, heal me too. A bespectacled cleric said worriedly to Jin-hyuk. At this rate, we can't keep fighting. We should call other guilds for support. Jin-hyuk also realized the harsh truth. If this dragged on, everyone would be wiped out. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk's eyes flashed. He sensed that something was wrong. A lizard man wielding a glowing red blade had breached the defenses, charging straight towards him, indicating that the rear line had been penetrated. Jin-hyuk realized that the rear line consisted entirely of clerics, and if it broke through, it would be disastrous. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin-hyuk pulled out a mace from his inventory, determined to stop them himself. The monsters suddenly ambushed from behind. A cleric screamed, Ambush! The rear line is under attack. The bespectacled cleric was utterly panicked. How did the monsters get all the way here? It's an invisibility spell, damn it. Jinhyuk maintained a calm expression, ordering his teammates, "It's fine. Everyone just focus on healing. I'll handle these guys." The bespectacled cleric frantically tried to stop Jinhyuk. "Fight them? You're a cleric just like us. It's too dangerous. We need to call the Titan Guild for reinforcements." Jinhyuk coldly pointed out the reality. "No, look. The Titan members are struggling to hold their ground. There's no one free to come here." Ignoring the warning, Jinhyuk charged forward, reassuring them in a low voice. "Don't worry. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have said that." As he swung his mace, Jinhyuk secretly thought he was a bit nervous for boasting so loudly. But the first blow to the lizardman was still incredibly powerful. The monster was instantly annihilated, and Jinhyuk realized this was actually easy. He plunged into the midst of the monster horde, punching and kicking, his mace swinging continuously without hesitation. Jinhyuk put all his strength into plunging his mace straight into a monster's head, a surge of fiery red energy piercing its skull. "Got it." The bespectacled cleric froze, eyes wide and mouth agape, upon seeing a cleric fighting fiercely amidst the monster horde. Jinhyuk chided himself for being too careless, letting a larger monster try to escape. He sped up, chasing after the leading lizardman trying to flee. "Where do you think you're going?" Jinhyuk leaped into the air, landed directly on the monster's back, and delivered a devastating blow to its nape. Unexpectedly, the monster raised its arm to block the attack. A metallic clang echoed, and Jinhyuk's attack was stopped cold. The lizardman turned back with a scornful gaze, as if asking, "What's wrong? Surprised your attack was useless?" Jinhyuk smirked, his hand gripping his enhanced mace. "Heh, this is what they call the power of good equipment, you bastard." Jinhyuk roared and smashed the monster's head. The bespectacled cleric was still in shock, stammering, "What? How can a cleric do that?" He was completely convinced. Amazing. He's taking on the entire monster horde by himself. Thanks to Jinhyuk acting as a tank, the group of clerics could finally focus on healing the front line with peace of mind. In another corner, a lizardman roared in confusion. What the hell is happening to the lizardmen? And Doyun, the Titan Vice Guildmaster, having just impaled a monster, his sharp gaze turned to the rear. "Huh? Over there? Isn't that?" A man with an overwhelming aura appeared. It was Seo Sang-ho, the Titan Guildmaster. Amidst the pile of lizardman corpses, Seo Sang-ho asked Kang Jinhyuk, "Hey Hunter, did you clear out the enemies here?" While the support clerics recognized him as an S-rank hunter, Jinhyuk was still bewildered when the clerics cheered, "It's the Titan Guildmaster." The bespectacled cleric sighed in relief, smiling. "It seems we can finally go home." Seo Sang-ho interrupted, "Sorry, we'll talk later," then rushed off like the wind. As he passed Jinhyuk, the guildmaster promised, "I'll make sure you're properly rewarded." Jinhyuk stood stunned, watching Seo Sang-ho's back as he charged straight into the battlefield with his battle axe on his shoulder. Jinhyuk thought to himself, even though he knew S-rank hunters were very strong, just a glance showed that this guy was on a completely different level. "He's a monster," Jinhyuk concluded, as Seo Sang-ho leaped into the air, exuding an overwhelming aura. Seo Sang-ho landed directly in the middle of the Titan Guild's formation, where they were being besieged by lizardmen. The guildmaster spoke encouragingly. "Everyone, you've done well." The Titan Guild members cheered joyfully. "It's the guildmaster." And Doyun grumbled, "Guildmaster? Tch, how did you know to come here?" Another member replied, "I called him." Seo Sang-ho stood in the middle of the battlefield, giving orders. "Those who are exhausted, fall back. From now on, I will command this sweep." His fist flared with destructive light, and he growled, "If you understand, move quickly." The guild members panicked. "Guildmaster, wait!" while others hastily shouted for their comrades to retreat. Seo Sang-ho let out an earth-shattering roar, pouring all his strength into the attack. A massive wave of energy swept through, blowing away and crushing all the lizardmen in sight. All the Titan Guild members froze, eyes wide and mouths agape. Incredible. One blow wiped them all out. An S-rank is truly different. Jinhyuk watched from afar, realizing a harsh truth. That punch only hit the monsters, avoiding all allies. He thought he had grown stronger, but compared to someone like this, he was still too green. A lizard man lay on its back, covered in blood, after taking the guildmaster's devastating punch head-on. Amidst the monster corpses, Seo Sang-ho declared the sweep over, ordering them to check for casualties and collect the spoils of war. The guildmaster's gaze swept towards An Do-yoon, clearly having something to say. Without further ado, Seo Sang-ho grabbed An Do-yoon by the collar, growling, "You idiot. What the hell were you thinking trying to handle this alone?" The guildmaster questioned him harshly, stating that the Vice Guild Master's actions almost got everyone annihilated, but Endoyun stubbornly argued that calling for reinforcements would harm the guild's reputation. Seo Sang-ho brushed him off. It's not the guild's reputation. It's your ego that doesn't want to be hurt. Endoyun's face was stone cold. He muttered, "That's a serious accusation, Guildmaster." A guild member hastily stepped in to mediate the heated argument between the two higher-ups. The member pointed towards the group of clerics who had helped, reminding the guildmaster that they should be allowed to leave. Seo Sang-ho glared at An Do-yoon in warning. "This isn't over. Well, talk more back at the guild." And the vice guild master reluctantly replied, "Understood." Having settled the internal matter, Seo Sang-ho turned to Jin-hyuk's group, bowing his head in thanks. "I apologize for the delay. Thanks to you, our members survived." The guildmaster's gaze specifically lingered on Jin-hyuk. "Especially you. I saw you handle the lizardman's raid by yourself. Impressive skills." When asked his name, Jin-hyuk calmly replied, "Kang Jin-hyuk." Seo Sang-ho got straight to the point, inviting Jin-hyuk to join the Titan Guild and promising to waive all joining fees. All the Titan Guild members, especially An Do-yoon, froze at the guildmaster's sudden invitation. An Do-yoon immediately objected. This guy was only D rank not long ago. He might have gotten lucky to become a cleric, but his skill level isn't worth recruiting. The guildmaster simply called An Do-yoon's name again, coldly, his gaze full of meaning. Seo Sang-ho roared, exposing his subordinate's foolishness. "Without him, all our members and clerics would be dead. He saved lives that were almost lost because of your stubbornness, you fool." Hearing their boss's scolding, the Titan Guild members finally understood, each of their faces bewildered as they realized the truth. Witnessing the scene, Jin-hyuk thought to himself, "Oh, it seems this guildmaster is more discerning than I thought." And Do-yoon gnashed his teeth as the guildmaster ordered, "Now go apologize to him." Kang Jin-hyuk flatly refused. "I appreciate the invitation, but I must decline. I cannot trust a guild with a vice guild master like him." And Do-yoon furiously roared, "What did you just say, you bastard?" Enraged by the humiliation, the vice master launched an attack, intending to teach the rookie a lesson. "Know your place. You." Whoosh. And Do-yoon's attack struck a strange card and was reflected back, making him scream in pain. At the Titan Guild headquarters, a member showed the guildmaster a phone displaying an article about Vice Guild Master and Do-yoon collapsing after being defeated by a C-rank hunter. During the meeting, members argued. One faction demanded An Do-yoon's dismissal, while the other argued that the punishment was too severe. A high-ranking executive spoke up worriedly. "If this isn't resolved, the Titan Guild's reputation will be severely damaged." Seo Sang-ho calmly set down his glass of water, his voice chillingly cold. "The one who tarnished our reputation isn't him. It's An Do-yoon." The guildmaster clearly laid out the charges. He endangered a rookie out of pride, and then used violence against someone who fought for our guild. Seo Sang-ho concluded, silencing the entire room. "I believe this is sufficient reason to strip him of his vice guild master position. Am I wrong?" Seeing his subordinates speechless, Seo Sang-ho made his final decision. "Don't be foolish anymore. This matter ends here." He waved his hand, dismissing everyone to be left in peace. "Everyone, get out." When he was alone, Seo Sang-ho recalled Jin-hyuk effortlessly dealing with an orc, and resolved, Kang Jin-hyuk is no ordinary C rank. I must recruit him before he becomes even stronger. Scene change. Kang Jin-hyuk was back home, lounging on the sofa, browsing his phone. He frowned as he checked his account. "It seems I've overspent a bit. Expenses are higher than expected." Jin-hyuk clicked his tongue in regret. "If I had known, I would have taken that extra bounty then." But then he shrugged it off, chugging a soft drink. "Well, it's fine." Jin-hyuk's eyes sharpened, full of confidence. "Anyway, I still have other ways to earn money." Back in his combat gear, Jin-hyuk stood before a dungeon gate, ready for the next hunt. Hunting those old monsters isn't enough anymore. "I'm stronger now." Kang Jin-hyuk smirked, deciding it was time to hunt tougher prey. Without further ado, he charged straight into the dungeon. Jin-hyuk ventured deeper inside, realizing he had gone quite far. A nearby orc froze, seemingly having caught scent of an intruder. Jin-hyuk also immediately sensed the monster's presence. Suddenly, an orc lunged down from above to attack, but Jin-hyuk already had his staff ready. He immediately recognized the enemy. An orc? This guy's trying a sneak attack. The orc roared, swinging its weapon, intending to ambush him from behind, but its skill was lacking. Jin-hyuk easily dodged the attack and delivered a staff blow to its side. The orc collapsed with a gaping hole in its chest. Jin-hyuk calmly stated, "An orc, just in time." It turned out to be an entire pack, Jinhyuk calculated. Wiping out this lot will solve my money worries for a while. He provocatively beckoned, signaling the whole pack. Bring it on. Jinhyuk charged straight down the stairs, yelling, time to make some money. After effortlessly clearing out 20 orcs, he confidently ventured deeper into the dungeon. He descended a large staircase, curious about the area ahead. An area resembling a temple appeared, and Jinhyuk felt a slight chill. The system panel announced he had reached floor 3, Guardian Labyrinth, and this location had been saved to the teleportation gate. Jinhyuk wondered, seeing no monsters in sight, asking himself if this was a safe zone. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shook violently and cracked open. The stone floor crumbled, and Jinhyuk unexpectedly fell straight into the abyss below. As soon as he landed after the fall, Kang Jinhyuk realized something was amiss, his eyes gleaming with determination. Bring it on! A gigantic monster charged with terrifying speed. Jinhyuk immediately dismissed his initial thought. It can't be a monster. Its speed was too great. Jinhyuk barely managed to raise his staff to block the attack, his face paling in surprise. Crash! Although he had blocked it, the impact force was still too immense, sending Jinhyuk staggering back several steps. Jinhyuk took a defensive stance, growling. What the hell is this? Such power combined with that speed? I need to focus. What is it? He paused for a moment, as he realized an important detail. The monster roared, revealing its rock-hard skin and glowing cracks, and Jinhyuk realized, this monster's body is made of stone? Jinhyuk remembered this was an artificial monster, and he called out its name directly. You're a golem. Knowing his opponent, Jinhyuk was no longer intimidated. He dodged the golem's attack and counterattacked with a powerful kick. He realized this golem was just a stupid machine, easily fooled by simple movements. If it's just brute strength without a brain, Jinhyuk roared, swinging his baseball bat and delivering a devastating blow to the golem's head. There's no reason I can't defeat you. Jinhyuk stood amidst the rubble after smashing the monster's head. Standing on the golem's remains, Jinhyuk let out a sigh of relief. He told himself he had worried needlessly. The battle had ended too easily. But then he froze as the rubble beneath his feet began to shake and reassemble itself. Jinhyuk was stunned, his voice faltering. Hey, wait a minute. Could it be? The fragments automatically reformed into the golem's head, and its eyes glowed brightly once more. Jinhyuk cursed bitterly, unable to believe he had smashed its head, and it was still alive. He suddenly remembered this type's fatal weakness. I remember now. These things won't die unless their core is destroyed. Realizing his fatal mistake, Jinhyuk decided to temporarily retreat. My mistake. I need to fall back and come up with another plan. Just when he thought it was over, another stone golem slowly emerged from the rubble, making Kang Jinhyuk freeze. Another one? Just as the golem prepared to attack, a silver arrow tore through the air and pierced directly into its head. Boom! A massive explosion blew off the monster's stone head. Kang Jinhyuk immediately realized, that's right. Its core is in the center of its chest. He swung his baseball bat, putting all his strength into aiming directly at the remaining golem's critical weak point. The second golem disintegrated, and Jinhyuk sighed in relief. Phew, that was a close call. Jinhyuk wiped sweat, admitting, if it weren't for that arrow, I might have really been wiped out. He looked around, wondering who his benefactor was, who just helped me. Did the old dwarf come down from the mountain? Amidst the dust and smoke, a slender figure gradually appeared. Jinhyuk was stunned when he saw that the person who emerged was not the bearded dwarf, but an extremely formidable white-haired girl. He squinted, looking closely, recognized the girl's pointed ears, and was completely shocked. Wait, those ears. Could she be an elf? Jinhyuk turned around and politely thanked the person who had just saved his life. Suddenly, the white-haired archer approached closely, grabbed Jinhyuk's arm, and questioned, I've never seen you in this dungeon. She looked straight into Jinhyuk's eyes, asking rapidly, who are you? Where are you from? Jinhyuk was still bewildered by the unfamiliar girl's demeanor. The elf continued to interrogate him about his strange clothes and how long he had been trapped, making Jinhyuk taken aback. Trapped? I just entered the dungeon today. Hearing his answer, the archer froze, asking again with disbelief. You entered today? Are you serious? Jinhyuk affirmed firmly, and the girl immediately deduced. So that means you know the dungeon's exit? All right. The elf gripped Jinhyuk's hand tightly, as if she had found gold. She squeezed his hand, her eyes shining with hope. It seems I've finally found a way out, the elf commanded bluntly. Lead me to the gate you entered through. Jinhyuk thought to himself that this girl was already giving orders despite just meeting him, but he had to admit she was incredibly beautiful. To persuade her, Jinhyuk boasted, Oh, of course, I'll compensate you. I'm a platinum rank mercenary, just trust me. The elf introduced herself proudly. That's right, I am Lucia, a half-elf. Surely you've heard of me, haven't you? Jinhyuk bluntly stated. Never heard of you, causing Lucia to freeze in embarrassment. Lucia tried to salvage the situation, holding out a silver badge. Let me reintroduce myself. I am Lucia, a platinum rank mercenary. See this badge? It proves my identity. Jinhyuk looked at the badge, asking with a blank expression. What is this? Lucia was speechless. You don't recognize it? Did you crawl out from some forgotten corner of the world? Jinhyuk replied casually. From Seoul. And you? I've never heard of any elves living in South Korea. Lucia froze, realizing a shocking truth. Seoul? South Korea? What kind of place is that? Could it be that this crazy labyrinth has teleported across space? She questioned Jinhyuk if this was his first time here, and he awkwardly mumbled yes. It turned out that some old mage had performed a teleportation ritual, causing this entire dungeon to be transported to another world. Jinhyuk was heavily shocked. Is that even possible? Lucia confirmed that it seemed so. Lucia smiled, showing relief. Well, that's good. If the teleportation was successful, then reversing the magic will help us return. Jinhyuk realized the problem. I feel like something is wrong. If this dungeon is returned to its original place, it could lead to disaster. He asked directly. Wait. Are you planning to send this dungeon back to its original dimension right now? But Lucia said it wasn't possible yet. Lucia revealed, however, there's a potential location, a secret room on this floor that I stumbled upon. She turned around, looked at Jinhyuk, and posed the question. So, can you help me with this? Lucia proposed a deal. You need to defeat the boss to get there. Jinhyuk casually replied. Why should I help? Lucia smirked, throwing out a bait. Don't worry, there will be good stuff for you. It'll also give you an additional reward for defeating the boss. Deal? Kang Jinhyuk considered Lucia's offer, thinking to himself, the conditions aren't too bad. Deal. All right, I'll help you. Jinhyuk charged straight at an orc, smashing his baseball bat directly into its face. The large orc fell flat on its face, with Jinhyuk and Lucia standing on either side, ready for battle. Jinhyuk used his bat to block an orc's attack, while Lucia jumped down from above, preparing to finish off the other one. Lucia landed, cleanly piercing the orc's skull with her dagger. Jinhyuk, not to be outdone, swung his bat and smashed the head of another orc. The two cooperated to sweep away the monsters, sending orc corpses flying everywhere. One orc was completely obliterated, its form unrecognizable. Jinhyuk glanced at Lucia, silently acknowledging. She's incredibly strong. That arrow earlier was no joke. Lucia replied, You're stronger than I thought. Jinhyuk smirked, calculating. Fighting now would be disadvantageous. Let's just cooperate and see the situation first. Then confidently said, This is nothing. The two delved deeper into the dungeon. Jinhyuk, carrying his bat on his shoulder, asked, Is it far? Lucia replied, We're almost halfway there. Jinhyuk's stomach rumbled, and he stopped, rubbing his stomach. Let's take a break. I'm hungry. Lucia agreed, as this area seemed safe, with no monsters lurking around. The two sat down to rest. Jinhyuk unwrapped a chocolate bar while Lucia gulped down water from her flask. Jinhyuk held out the chocolate bar, politely offering, Would you like a piece, Lucia? Lucia confirmed his name was Kang Jinhyuk, then said directly, Just speak comfortably. Jinhyuk felt a bit awkward, but speaking informally to someone older feels a bit strange. Lucia raised her bow, her gaze sharp. Age doesn't matter, she explained. By elf age, I'm considered very young. Jinhyuk broke out in a cold sweat, quickly waving his hand. I didn't mean that, then accepted. All right, from now on, I'll speak comfortably. Lucia complained. But I haven't eaten anything yet. No sooner had she spoken than she devoured Kang Jinhyuk's pile of chocolates in an instant, scattering the wrappers carelessly. After eating, Lucia held out her hand, asking nonchalantly, Any more? Kang Jinhyuk spread his hands helplessly. That was the last bar. Lucia looked regretful, having just found something to her taste, muttering that 3 boxes should have been enough. Licking her lips with satisfaction, the female archer declared herself full and signaled to depart. Kang Jinhyuk could only stay silent, inwardly lamenting his vanished emergency rations. The two approached a colossal door, and Jinhyuk asked if it was the boss room. Lucia confirmed. Then they faced each other, and Jinhyuk began to question her intentions. Jinhyuk grumbled that he followed her for the reward, not for investigation, but Lucia explained that the old mage's magic might still linger here. Jinhyuk thought to himself, a pensive look on his face. Was helping this person a mistake? Lucia suddenly warned, Kang Jinhyuk, get ready. The boss is about to appear. Jinhyuk asked blankly what to do, and Lucia casually replied, no need to do anything specific. Just take care of it. She winked, confidently declaring that since there were no small fry monsters, she alone was enough to handle everything. A colossal monster clad in full armor emerged, and Jinhyuk panicked. What? You're going to handle that thing alone? Are you sure? The boss exuded an overwhelming aura, looking incredibly tough and dangerous. Lucia reassured Jinhyuk, then said, I'm fine. Oh, I said I'd show you something interesting earlier, didn't I? The female archer drew her bow, a stream of blue energy enveloped her, and she commanded, watch closely, Kang Jinhyuk. This is called aura. Kang Jinhyuk's eyes widened, completely stunned by the sight. What is that? The arrow, fully charged with aura, was fired, tearing through the air straight into the boss and causing a terrifying explosion. The armored boss exploded after Lucia's shot. Kang Jinhyuk froze, unable to believe it was obliterated in just one hit. Jinhyuk stammered, asking if this was the skill she intended to teach him, and Lucia casually confirmed, that's right. Impressive, isn't it? This is aura. Jinhyuk's eyes gleamed, asking again to confirm if she would truly teach him, and Lucia affirmed that her promise still stood. The female archer smirked alluringly, asking directly, well, do you want to learn it? Jinhyuk nodded vigorously, secretly thinking that this was an unexpected bargain for such an overpowered skill. Lucia pointed at the still-smoking boss corpse, reminding him, but first, we need to finish off that boss. Jinhyuk suddenly remembered, fiercely grabbing his baseball bat, volunteering to clean up the aftermath. Lucia stood watching with crossed arms, asking if he knew where its core was, and Jinhyuk confidently raised his bat to the sky. Of course, he gathered his strength, swung his bat, and delivered a mighty blow to the boss's chest armor, muttering that he remembered the previous lesson clearly. Jinhyuk smirked as his attack landed, but then he froze. It hit. One hit isn't enough? Immediately, the boss' colossal fist shot out from the rubble straight towards Jinhyuk's face, making him turn pale. At that critical moment, Jinhyuk yelled holy shield, and a shield of light appeared, blocking the devastating punch. Lucia, watching from a distance, also widened her eyes in surprise, realizing that the skill Jinhyuk just used was also aura. Jinhyuk leaped backward to create distance, landing safely while the boss hadn't yet recovered. He gritted his teeth, muttering, if one blow isn't enough, then I'll just keep hitting it until it shatters. Jinhyuk charged forward, the bat in his hand glowing brightly. He swung his bat continuously, striking the boss's armor with furious speed. Jinhyuk put all his strength into it, let out a roar, and delivered the final blows to the same spot. The glowing red bat pierced through the thick armor, shattering the energy core within the monster. The boss's armor shattered into pieces, a level-up notification appeared, and Jinhyuk immediately turned to demand Lucia teach him aura. Kang Jinhyuk pointed his bat at Lucia, asserting, you just used aura, didn't you? But she looked bewildered and asked back, huh? I used aura? Lucia casually replied, that's right. You just used holy power to deploy aura, didn't you? Which made Jinhyuk freeze, not knowing what he had just done. The female archer smiled, remarking that it seemed Jinhyuk could learn this faster than expected. Jinhyuk's eyes lit up, asking again excitedly, really? Is that true? Lucia explained in detail that the shield the cleric used earlier was a skill that converted holy power into aura. Jinhyuk, full of fervor, demanded to learn it immediately, but Lucia stated that whether he could use it depended on his skill level. The half-elf licked her lips suggestively, signaling that learning it came with conditions. Scene change. Titan Guild Master Seo Sang-ho and his secretary were walking on a bustling street, discussing a danger near Gangnam Station. Secretary Lee Hyena reported that a formidable monster would appear within the next 5 days. Seo Sang-ho frowned. He knew well that his guild's forces alone couldn't handle this challenge. Lee Hyena confirmed the tense situation. All major guilds had gone abroad for business, leaving only the Titan Guild to defend. The guildmaster cursed, while his secretary mentioned they were looking for capable freelance hunters. Seo Sang-ho dismissed it, contemptuously remarking that the remaining hunters were all useless small fry. Suddenly, he remembered someone, and at the same time, Jinhyuk was walking across the street, carrying a box of goods. As the pedestrian signal turned green, Seo Sang-ho told his secretary to go ahead. He gestured to his secretary, saying he had something to do and would return soon. Lee Hyena could only sigh, muttering about her boss's whimsical nature. Jinhyuk looked at the box of snacks in his hands, wondering if this much was enough. A deep voice boomed, calling his name directly, Kang Jinhyuk, making him jump and turn around. Seo Sang-ho stood towering before him, asking an unrelated question. Why did you buy so many things? While Jin-hyuk replied blankly that he didn't even know what he was doing anymore. Seo Sang-ho cut straight to the chase, asking Jin-hyuk if he had considered his offer, but the protagonist nonchalantly replied that he had already made his stance clear. Not giving up, the Titan Guildmaster immediately changed his offer. Then how about working as a mercenary? Jin-hyuk smirked meaningfully, acting like a true player. Let me think about it. Back in the dungeon, Lucia was gobbling down the pile of snacks Jin-hyuk brought, seemingly enjoying them immensely. After clearing all the food, the half-elf patted her stomach and let out a satisfied sigh, looking just like a complete sweet tooth. Jin-hyuk wondered why he was still stuck in this basement even after defeating the boss. Lucia pointed to the ceiling, where a giant magic circle was glowing, asking Jin-hyuk if he saw those symbols. Jin-hyuk blankly asked what was so special about that circle, leaving Lucia utterly speechless. The half-elf annoyedly explained that it was a magic circle connecting this dungeon to his world. Truly an ignorant outsider. Lucia declared that she would stay here for a while to study this circle. Leaving Jin-hyuk dumbfounded, she slyly licked her lips and set a condition. If you want to learn aura, bring more chocolate snacks here. Jin-hyuk laughed gleefully. This deal was too good, and he immediately agreed. Lucia said, "Let's begin," then suddenly grabbed Jin-hyuk's hand, startling him as he didn't understand what was happening. She explained that this was the fastest way to learn aura, and ordered Jin-hyuk to focus intensely. Energy began to flow from Lucia's hand to Jin-hyuk, forming a vortex of power that enveloped both of them. Lucia seriously instructed, "I will transmit aura into your body. Remember its flow and sensation." Jin-hyuk broke into a sweat, focusing with all his might to sense the strange energy stream invading his body. Lucia began transmitting the energy, and a powerful burst of light erupted from their clasped hands. Jin-hyuk clearly felt something flowing into his body, a pure stream of energy seeping into every blood vessel. His eyes widened as he realized the truth. "I can feel it. This is aura." As soon as she finished, Lucia noticed something unusual in the energy flow. The elf archer had to admit, "You have more talent than I thought. The flow of holy power in your body is quite remarkable." She mused that at this rate, the kid might grasp the basics today. Kang Jin-hyuk was still a bit hazy, but he vaguely sensed he was about to grasp the key point. Lucia approached closely, her sharp eyes questioning. "You're not entirely useless. Do you remember the flow from just now?" The D-rank cleric clenched his fist and nodded firmly. "Yes." Jin-hyuk wondered about the magic circle, but Lucia brushed it aside, saying it would take time and couldn't be rushed. She declared that for now, focusing on training Jin-hyuk to master aura would be faster, making him curious about the method. Lucia smirked meaningfully. Her answer summed up in 2 words. Real combat. No sooner said than done. Kang Jin-hyuk was immediately thrown into an unannounced battle. He charged into the horde of monsters, unleashing continuous attacks in a chaotic scene, shouting with excitement. After a series of combos, Jin-hyuk slid across the ground, then abruptly stopped, ready for the next wave of attacks. A system panel appeared, showing monster cards, goblin, orc, and kobold. Countless glowing blue summoning circles lit up around Jin-hyuk, signaling an approaching horde of monsters. Jin-hyuk cried out, questioning Lucia, who was sitting high above. "You said you'd teach me to use aura. So why are you making me hunt monsters alone like this?" Lucia calmly explained from above, stating that she had transmitted mana for him to feel, and the rest he had to figure out himself to activate aura. "And there's nothing better than real combat to engrave that feeling into your body," she concluded coldly. Jin-hyuk grumbled about being put on the spot without warning, but still took a defensive stance as a dark shadow swept past. A giant stone monster charged forward, swinging a fist as large as a boulder towards Jin-hyuk. The beast roared, the ground shaking, while Lucia commented nonchalantly, "Humans tend to focus and unlock their potential when faced with a crisis, don't they?" Lucia instructed from above, telling Kang Jin-hyuk to focus on feeling the holy power he was using, because that shield was also aura. Jin-hyuk cursed inwardly. Easier said than done. Seeing her disciple still bewildered, Lucia yelled, "Now's the time. Focus on the feeling when you use the shield." Jin-hyuk gritted his teeth and tensed his body, shouted "Holy Shield," and raised his hand to block the stone monster's devastating punch. He blocked the attack, but Jin-hyuk still grumbled bitterly, not understanding what he was supposed to feel from an automatically activated skill. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk froze, his eyes flashing with a spark. "Huh? Did I just feel something?" He realized an external energy flow was gathering in his left hand, the very hand he used to activate the skill. Jin-hyuk had an epiphany as he looked at the massive stone monster below. Is this the feeling of holy power? The beast let out a roar, its eyes glowing brightly, ready for another attack. Jin-hyuk smirked confidently, deciding to try again. Let's go all out with that feeling from before. Holy shield. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the new energy flow. Instead of the rigid shield, a golden, flexible stream of energy coiled around his hand. He realized, wait, this might be the feeling of mana. Boom. The stone monster's punch pierced through the flimsy defense, blowing Jin-hyuk away like a toy. Jin-hyuk staggered to his feet, frustrated at being overwhelmed. Damn it, it won't give me a single second to rest. Lucia scolded from above, her voice full of disappointment. I told you to grasp the feeling, not to do something stupid. Jin-hyuk retorted irritably. I was just doing what you said. You're being too harsh. Suddenly, a blue system notification panel appeared right in front of Jin-hyuk. Notification. You have learned a skill, Holy Power Application Level 1. Jin-hyuk was dumbfounded. Huh? Lucia drew her bow, deciding to clear the battlefield. Facing a golem while learning aura is indeed a bit too much. Let me handle it. Jin-hyuk raised his hand to stop her, growling with determination. Step back, Lucia. I'll take care of this one. He charged straight towards the stone monster that was swinging its fist down, determined to focus on the feeling he had just gained to make this fight count. Kang Jin-hyuk recalled Lucia's teachings, focused all his energy into his baseball bat, and slammed it down with a devastating blow. Looking down from above, Lucia witnessed the giant stone monster stagger from Jin-hyuk's single blow, with rocks and earth shattering. Jin-hyuk landed on the monster's back, his bat glowing brightly, telling himself to focus even more to unleash the decisive blow. He exerted all his strength and let out an earth-shattering roar. A brilliant golden holy aura erupted from Jin-hyuk's body. The system panel announced that the Holy Aura skill, Level 1, had been activated. Lucia froze in place, unable to believe her eyes. Impossible. Has this kid already managed to use aura? Jin-hyuk exhaled sharply, standing on the shattered corpse of the stone monster, his bat still glowing red with energy. The system continued to deliver good news. Jin-hyuk had acquired new skills, Precise Strike, and Indomitable. Realizing he could use holy power to create his own skills, he spread his trembling hand, giving a forced laugh. Haha. But this really is a tough nut to crack. Lucia gently landed in front of him, praising him for the first time. Not bad. You did very well. Jin-hyuk scratched his head, asking his master for her opinion. I think I've got it. What do you think? But Lucia remained silent. Lucia admitted in her mind that she knew Jin-hyuk was talented, but she hadn't expected him to be able to apply aura in real combat this quickly. Jin-hyuk wondered, and Lucia then explained that she had originally only intended to teach him a few basic moves and then rest. But with his current level, the plan had to change. Jin-hyuk thought to himself that thanks to Lucia's harsh training, he had gained 3 passive skills and 1 active skill for fighting with aura. As soon as she finished speaking, Lucia drew her bow, asking coldly, "Had enough rest?" Jin-hyuk flinched, stammering to ask what she intended to do. Lucia smirked provocatively, her arrow already nocked. Then, let's continue. Whoosh! An arrow whizzed past Jin-hyuk's face by a hair's breadth, making him turn pale with fear. The arrow embedded itself in the distant wall and exploded like a bomb, with terrifying, destructive power. Smoke and dust billowed from a large gate at the end of the hall, signaling a new training session was about to begin. Peeking through the smoke was an entire legion of orcs with glowing eyes, ready to pour out, accompanied by a provocative remark. Once you've started, you have to see it through, don't you? Kang Jin-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat, muttering curses under his breath that Lucia was even more wicked than a devil. Depleted of energy, he resented not having stocked up on a few mana potions for this torture session. But then, he growled, his eyes blazing, deciding to go all out. Fine, let's play this to the very end. The scene shifted. Jin-hyuk was trembling uncontrollably in Lee Jun-chul's office, causing the black market boss to ask if he was all right. Jin-hyuk grabbed a can of water, replying nonchalantly, "It's nothing serious, just a little overexertion." Lee Jun-chul narrowed his eyes, his mind filled with questions. What the hell happened? He looks like he just returned from a battle. Dismissing his suspicions, Lee Jun-chul concluded, "Understood. We will purchase all the goblin, kobold, and orc corpses you brought." He then casually shifted the topic. "Oh, and about that bottle of liquor you gave me last time." The transaction concluded, and Jin-hyuk left the boss's office. Lee Jun-chul boasted that after promoting the liquor as traditional handcrafted soju, orders had flooded in, urging Jin-hyuk to speed up the supply. Jin-hyuk carried the box away, hearing the black market boss lament behind him about selling 2,000 won liquor for 150,000 won. Strolling down the street with a bulging wallet, Jin-hyuk felt all his worries vanish. a sense of relief he hadn't felt in a long time. Arriving home, he collapsed onto his bed like a log, exhaustedly admitting, this time, it was truly something else. Jin-hyuk felt like he could sleep for several days straight, but Lucia's words kept lingering in his mind. He recalled the image of the female archer, and was certain of one thing. Lucia came from another world. In her world, there was no concept of skills like those of hunters. Instead of reciting activation commands, they used mana as a type of aura, a method that was difficult but extremely flexible. An idea flashed in Jin-hyuk's mind as he was dozing off. If I use that, perhaps. His train of thought was interrupted by the incessant ringing of his phone. Jin-hyuk shot up, his eyes wide when he saw the disaster warning on the screen. What the hell is this? Alarm sirens blared throughout the city, and the public announcement system screamed, demanding immediate civilian evacuation. Kang Jin-hyuk, startled, looked at his phone, muttering, wait, what day is it today? No way. He peered out the window, seeing birds flying in disarray, and a terrifying thought struck him. Could it be the day of the monster invasion? Jin-hyuk froze when he realized this event was happening earlier than expected. But then he shrugged it off, collapsing back onto the bed from exhaustion, clicking his tongue. To hell with it, the big guilds and the association can handle it. Just as he was about to fall asleep, his phone next to him lit up, and he glanced at it and froze. The screen displayed an urgent notification from the Hunter Association. Due to the urgent situation, today's monster hunting bounty will be tripled. Hearing about the money, Jin-hyuk sprang up like a spring. Triple bounty. Well, that changes everything. He summoned his equipment, a bloodthirsty grin appearing on his face, growling, come on, you monsters. The scene shifted to a city engulfed in flames, civilians screaming and fleeing while monsters and wyverns swarmed the streets. Police officers were doing their best to herd the panicked crowd towards the underground shelters. A giant red wyvern soared in the sky, signaling the large-scale invasion that occurred at the end of each month. At a checkpoint, soldiers were straining to set up defensive shields, and an officer yelled, if this line breaks, we're done for. Focus on defense. In the midst of the battlefield, Titan Guildmaster Seo Sang-ho unleashed an attack that wiped out an entire monster army, proving the caliber of an S-rank hunter. But even he had to frown in annoyance. Damn it, no matter how many we kill, they just keep coming. Another white-haired hunter was frantically cutting down enemies amidst the encirclement. A bald hunter, while unleashing a skill, bitterly admitted this wave was tougher than usual, to the point he even missed the guilds he utterly detested. Suddenly, a giant orc snatched an unlucky hunter, lifting him up like a toy. The poor hunter could only stare in horror as his comrades yelled in vain, hey, get down! Bang! So Sang-ho appeared like a god, punching through the orc's chest, saving the hunter's life at the last moment. The newly saved hunter was still dazed, while his comrades warned each other to be careful because monsters could jump out from anywhere. Seo Sang-ho stood observing the battlefield, realizing the guild members were exhausted and were about to collapse. Two soldiers in the rear marveled in disgust. See that? The guildmaster one-shot that ogre. An S-rank's power is truly different. As formidable as he was, Seo Sang-ho was also reaching his limit as he had to single-handedly face a horde of tough orcs. Secretary Lee Hyena frowned worriedly, thinking to herself that the situation was too dangerous and wished another hunter would arrive to assist the guildmaster. Suddenly, Lee Hyena's eyes lit up in surprise as she saw a figure charge into the battlefield. Kang Jin-hyuk appeared like a whirlwind, swinging his baseball bat and smashing a monster's head. In the middle of intense combat, Kang Jin-hyuk's phone rang, and he nonchalantly answered it. On the other end was Lee Hyena, secretary to the Titan Guildmaster. She directly asked if it was Kang Jin-hyuk and why he was there. Just passing by coincidentally, Kang Jin-hyuk replied nonchalantly, his eyes glancing at the mission board while surrounded by several teleportation gates. Lee Hyena admitted the situation was critical, and although she knew Jin-hyuk had a grudge against the guild, she was still forced to contact him for help. After a moment of silence, Jin-hyuk replied curtly, "Tell me about it." While Lee Hyena was making her best offer, an axe-wielding goblin stealthily lunged at Jin-hyuk's back. Without even turning around, Jin-hyuk delivered a hook kick, sending the goblin flying, still holding the phone as if nothing had happened. He smirked and made a deal. "I'll take it based on performance, but the price per monster must be 5 times higher," and confidently declared he would clear them out to the point the Titan Guild would be shaken. Lee Hyena agreed to meet to discuss the details, arranged to meet him at a nearby phone store, and said she also had something to give him. At the meeting point, Jin-hyuk reiterated his demand for AX5 price, but Lee Hyena began to renege. 4 times. "Anything beyond that is outside my authority." She tried to push the price down, reminding him that he was only a C-rank support cleric, claiming that a X4 price was already too generous. Ha! Fine then, Kang Jin-hyuk sneered, extending his hand. Consider it a complimentary service from me. Lee Hyena placed a watch-like device on his wrist, making Jin-hyuk ask in surprise what it was. Lee Hyena explained the device in Jin-hyuk's hand. It measures the magic power of the monsters you hunt and converts it into points. In short, it's a monster counter. No sooner had she finished speaking than two puny goblins lunged out, intending to ambush them from two sides. Kang Jin-hyuk yelled, "Get down!" then pushed the secretary away with one hand, his face unfazed as he prepared for battle. In less than a second, the two monsters lay sprawled on the ground. The ambush ended even faster than it began. He glanced at the counter, frowning. Only 2 points for 2 goblins? The secretary calmly explained that points are calculated based on the monster's level, so weak ones naturally yield low points. Lee Hyena scrolled through her phone, announcing that the average score of the hunters currently fighting on the front lines was 82 points. She adjusted her glasses, her sharp gaze delivering a psychological blow. If you want a worthy reward, you'll have to surpass that number. Jin-hyuk scoffed, shouldering his bat as he asked a ridiculous question. Do you know what true healing is? Resurrecting the dead? He smirked arrogantly. It's eradicating the source of harm. That is the ultimate healing. Having said that, Jin-hyuk took his stance and declared confidently, Now, I'll show you. Kang Jin-hyuk charged straight into the battlefield like an arrow, leaving the stunned secretary behind. Lee Hyena thought to herself, still doubting his true strength, hoping he wasn't all talk and wouldn't disappoint the guildmaster. Whoosh! The glowing red baseball bat collided with a shower of sparks against the wooden club of an ogre, several times its size. The ogre's eyes widened in astonishment. Its club was cracking apart before Jin-hyuk's seemingly toy-like weapon. Jin-hyuk smiled, silently thanking Lucia's hellish training, as the system announced, Holy Power Application Stage 3, activated. Thwack! A devastating blow, enhanced by holy power, turned the ogre's head into a pulpy mess. The hunters nearby, struggling in battle, suddenly gaped. Who's that strong guy? Where did he come from? Standing on the ogre's corpse, Jin-hyuk confidently declared, with this technique, even superior monsters are just trash. The entire battlefield fell silent. The hunters stared at the one who had just one-shot the ogre, speculating, at least rank A, he must be rank A. Kang Jin-hyuk smirked confidently. Rank A? That's not wrong. But right now, I'm even stronger than a rank A hunter. He chugged a mana potion, thinking to himself about the results of his special training. Thanks to Lucia, my level is now 200. Jin-hyuk clenched his fist, confidently asserting that with his current stats, as long as he had mana, he was superior to any rank A hunter. And with over 1,500 mana potions in his inventory, Jin-hyuk charged straight at a colossal basilisk monster without hesitation. Facing the ravenous monster, Jin-hyuk merely scoffed, considering all the monsters here his mobile money-making machines. In another corner of the battlefield, an orc was impaled through the chest by a sword, blood splattering everywhere. And Doyun, the silver-haired hunter, was fighting fiercely, easily clearing out several orcs blocking his path. The silver-haired man suddenly felt something was off, wondering why the number of monsters had suddenly decreased, while his teammates were still gaping at Jin-hyuk's one-shot kill. Another hunter, still in shock, turned to ask his teammate about the identity of that overwhelming individual, unable to believe there was such a master he had never known. And Doyun snapped at his subordinates who were standing dumbfounded. Hey, you idiots. What are you dreaming about standing there? He ordered his men to quickly move to support the next area, and they promptly obeyed. Suddenly, Doyun froze when he saw Jin-hyuk's familiar back, muttering furiously, Why is that bastard here? Memories of being humiliated in the newspaper flooded back, and Doyun gnashed his teeth. There's a limit to shamelessness. How dare you show your face before me? The silver-haired man shot forward like lightning, roaring. Today, I'll fix your insolent attitude. Jin-hyuk merely turned his head back with a bewildered expression, casually asking, Huh? Wham! With just a casual swing of his baseball bat, Jin-hyuk sent Doyun flying like a ball. Jin-hyuk looked annoyed, muttering, ran into a persistent lunatic. I'm busy as hell right now. Doyun lay sprawled on the ground, his face covered in blood, only able to groan in pain. Suddenly, a colossal minotaur with fiery eyes appeared, its overwhelming presence dominating the entire battlefield. Cao Sang-ho, Guildmaster of Titan, sensed the terrifying surge of power, and his face grew tense. This situation isn't good. Guildmaster Cao Sang-ho panted, facing the minotaur, bitterly realizing his mana reserves had hit rock bottom. The enraged beast roared and charged, forcing Xiao Sang-ho to consider retreating to recover mana. But a strange voice suddenly cut in, asking to borrow his shoulder. A strong force abruptly pushed Xiao Sang-ho aside. From above, Kang Jin-hyuk descended like a god, his baseball bat raised high, making the S-rank guildmaster look up in astonishment. Wham! A devastating blow landed directly on the Minotaur's head. The impact was so powerful that space itself seemed to distort. The colossal boss lay sprawled, unconscious. Xiao Sang-ho stood frozen, his voice filled with astonishment. "Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk, you've arrived." Xiao Sang-ho couldn't believe a newly promoted C-rank hunter could defeat a Minotaur. The guildmaster's eyes gleamed, silently affirming. "Just as I predicted. This kid is the real deal," Jin-hyuk calmly asked. "May I finish it off?" And Xiao Sang-ho immediately agreed. "Of course, you're the one who took it down." With a savage smile, Jin-hyuk raised his bat high. "Then I won't hold back," preparing to finish off his prey. Blood splattered everywhere, and the system panel displayed a brief message. "Minotaur defeated. Level up." The Minotaur's corpse dissolved into black smoke, disappearing from the battlefield. Xiao Sang-ho stepped forward, his voice filled with admiration. "I knew you would come, Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk." The guildmaster thanked him profusely, but Jin-hyuk merely waved his hand. "Your secretary contacted me, and I also earned a good haul, so no need for thanks." Xiao Sang-ho didn't miss the opportunity, extending his hand in invitation. "How about you join our guild?" He continued to entice him, promising to ensure all achievements would belong to Jin-hyuk, and that lucrative opportunities would continuously arise. Jin-hyuk maintained a cold expression, politely declining for now. "Let's clear out the remaining monsters first. Then I'll think about it." Xiao Sang-ho could only force a smile, thinking to himself, he's certainly not an easy person to deal with. Suddenly he received an urgent message via radio from Secretary Lee. "Guildmaster, something terrible has happened. Look up at the sky." Xiao Sang-ho looked up in bewilderment, wondering, "The sky?" Kang Jin-hyuk and Xiao Sang-ho stood in the middle of the road, looking up at the sky that was unusually darkening. What was happening? Why was the weather like this? Jin-hyuk squinted, noticing something amiss. Why were the storm clouds gathering only in that specific area? Amidst the pitch-black clouds, colossal blue lightning bolts struck the ground, wiping out the remaining monsters in a deadly fireworks display. A stray lightning bolt struck close to them, creating a blinding electro-optical explosion. Xiao Sang-ho yelled into the comms. "Secretary Lee, report the situation. What the hell is going on?" From within the storm clouds, a gigantic whale-shaped monster emerged, its size obscuring the entire city sky, leaving the hunters below dumbfounded. Secretary Lee reported in a panicked voice. "A monster has been detected within the storm clouds. Only one, but its body length is already 500 meters. The colossal monster roared, its eyes glowing fiercely, and an energy sphere began to form before its mouth. An ultimate lightning bolt shot down, sending Xiao Sang-ho flying like a toy, while Jin-hyuk barely managed to retreat. The Titan Guildmaster staggered to his feet, quickly asking, "Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk, are you all right?" Jin-hyuk replied curtly, "For now, I'm fine." Both looked up at the monster hovering in the sky, Jin-hyuk wondering, what kind of monster is that? Xiao Sang-ho admitted, "I've never seen a flying monster this big. The problem is, at that altitude, our skills can't reach it." Jin-hyuk realized the problem. "So there's no way to attack it?" Xiao Sang-ho suggested. "We need to find a way. Let's go to the guild and assess the situation. Will you come along?" Jin-hyuk nodded in agreement. At the Titan Guild headquarters, Xiao Sang-ho and the staff were monitoring the situation on screen. A helicopter attempted to approach the monster and immediately exploded. Secretary Lee reported, "The lightning rods are completely useless against its lightning." Xiao Sang-ho crossed his arms, asking, "What about aerial approach methods?" Secretary Lee replied, "We tried using drones, but they were all shot down before they even got close. A barrage of fighter jets rushed to attack, but met the same fate, torn to shreds by the monster's lightning bolts." Xiao Sang-ho analyzed the situation. Whether on the ground or in the air, it accurately attacks everything within a 1-kilometer radius. We need to intercept it from beyond its lightning range. Jin-hyuk pondered, his mind racing rapidly. "That's tough, taking down such a massive target from an extreme distance. We need someone with the power to sweep everything away in one blow." Suddenly, the image of the white-haired half-elf archer Lucia, unleashing a destructive arrow, flashed in Jin-hyuk's mind, startling him. As the entire meeting room was tense, Kang Jin-hyuk calmly raised his hand. "I have a way to take it down. Want to try?" In the Titan Guild's war room, the entire leadership was present. the atmosphere extremely heavy. Han Young-suk, a high-ranking guild executive, spoke with heavy sarcasm. Guildmaster, do you really trust a C-rank cleric? He continued to mock while So Sang-ho and Secretary Lee remained silent. We don't even have any decent plans. How could someone like him come up with a solution? A young hunter in a green jacket offered a naive suggestion. Guildmaster, your attack range is 300 meters, right? How about we hire a helicopter to fly over there? Seo Sang-ho shot him a sharp glance, reminding him. Within a 1-kilometer radius, it hits targets with 100% accuracy. I already mentioned it in the meeting. The young hunter broke out in a cold sweat, quickly waving his hands to correct himself. Oh no, I believe I misspoke. Secretary Lee proposed. Guildmaster, at this point, the only option is to wait for support from Gaetia. Seo Sang-ho dismissed it, explaining that Gaetia was a guild composed entirely of A-rank mages or higher, truly a bunch of monsters. But he asserted that those mages only cared about capturing monsters. They were willing to flatten the entire city and disregard the civilian casualties. Seo Sang-ho firmly stated, "It's better to leave that monster alone. The damage would be less. Our only hope now is Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk." He made up his mind that if Jin-hyuk's plan failed, he would have to risk his own life to fight the monster head-on. Han Young-suk could only listen in silence, his face still full of skepticism. The scene shifted to a residential area at night, seemingly Jin-hyuk's residence. A swirling purple spatial gate opened in the room. Jin-hyuk stood there, welcoming Lucia as she stepped out, thanking her for agreeing to help. Lucia, the half-elf archer, coldly declared, "As promised, my reward will be sweets from your world." Standing on the rooftop, Lucia took a breath, then grimaced in disdain. "The air here is terribly bad. It feels like my lifespan is decreasing with every breath." Jin-hyuk merely shrugged in response. "I live here because I have no other choice." Then he got straight to the point. "So, can you take that thing down?" Lucia glanced at Jin-hyuk with absolute confidence, her voice full of arrogance. "Of course. Who do you take me for?" She looked up at the colossal whale monster in the sky and arrogantly remarked, "Something that big? I could hit it with my eyes closed." Kang Jin-hyuk raised his phone to check the monster's stats and muttered, "Leviathan monster? Level 300? Damn, the highest level in history." Lucia turned to him, setting a condition with a confident look. "Ah, but you'll have to assist me a little." Jin-hyuk asked, bewildered. "What?" She lightly tapped her heel, acting superior. "This place seems too fragile to withstand my power." Jin-hyuk sternly made a deal. "If you don't want the buildings to vanish, you'd better hold back your strength, okay? Oh, and there's one more thing to resolve." The scene changed. A convoy of Titan Guild armored vehicles sped off. Seo Sang-ho called Jin-hyuk, asking about the potential damage if the colossal monster fell. Seo Sang-ho sat in the car, confidently reassuring him over the phone. "Of course, don't worry about that, just focus on hunting the monster." The Titan Guild master concluded decisively. "Hurry up and prepare. The hunt is about to begin." Jin-hyuk turned back to inform Lucia. "It's done, get ready." But she had already knocked 2 magical arrows, calmly replying, "That was taken care of ages ago." The elf archer turned to him, asking back with a challenging gaze, "I'm always ready, but what about you? Are you prepared?" Jin-hyuk growled, "Ready," while simultaneously activating a colossal holy light magic circle that enveloped Lucia to buff her damage. Lucia began to channel, a blue aura exploding around her bow as she drew the string, the 2 magical arrows glowing ominously. Jin-hyuk poured all his holy light into his hands to empower her, and from the rooftop, a destructive surge of energy shot straight into the sky. Lucia still looked calm, while Jin-hyuk had to grit his teeth, sweat pouring down as he struggled to endure this overwhelmingly powerful force. "Are you kidding me?" 2 streaks of magical light shot rapidly towards the sky whale. The observation team reported in a panic. 2 objects are approaching the target extremely fast. Only 1 second until impact. Boom! The 2 arrows pierced straight through the lightning defense and embedded themselves into the colossal monster, causing it to explode from within. Target neutralized. Seo Sang-ho and the Titan Guild members could only look up, mouths agape. It was taken down in 1 shot? Unbelievable. The catastrophe-grade monster's carcass was torn in half, falling scattered across the city to everyone's astonishment. Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk, you never cease to amaze us. Jin-hyuk exhaled, his hands still trailing energy smoke, muttering to himself, "I knew this wasn't the time to hold back." The rooftop beneath them was shattered, the ground cracked open, unable to withstand the aftershocks from the shot. Jin-hyuk was speechless. But isn't this a bit too much? Lucia calmly brushed her hands. That monster was extremely weak. It couldn't withstand a single blow. Jinhye could only shake his head and correct her. No. It's because you're too strong for this world. Kang Jinhyuk turned, a polite smirk on his face as he thanked her. Anyway, thanks. Lucia waved her hand, tossing him a score-measuring device. Just a thanks? I don't help for free. Here, this is the most important thing. Kang Jinhyuk caught the device, recalling her promise. You said you'd return it after I defeated the monster, right? He looked at the device, his expression nonchalant. This is proof of defeating a monster? That's how the system works here. Lucia turned and walked away, not forgetting to give a cryptic warning. Be careful. Don't trust people too much. Her eyes sharpened, filled with hard-earned experience. When the stakes are high enough, human reason easily fades. They'll deceive you the moment they get a chance. I've been fooled countless times. Kang Jinhyuk smiled confidently. Don't worry. At the very least, if I sense trouble, I won't just sit back and take it. A convoy of formidable armored vehicles sped towards them. Inside, Secretary Lee Hyena and Guildmaster Seo Sang-ho were approaching the scene. The secretary wondered, who is that? Kang Jinhyuk stood alone, blocking the road, facing the entire convoy of the Titan Guild. From inside a vehicle, a voice rang out, acknowledging his feat. Your performance was truly astonishing. Hunter Kang Jinhyuk. Seo Sang-ho and his subordinates stepped out of the car. The elderly executive director, Han Young-suk, asked pointedly, if possible, could you tell us how you defeated it? Kang Jinhyuk flatly refused. Sorry. That's a secret. Han Young-suk roared, his rude attitude clearly showing. A secret? Or perhaps you can't say because you weren't the one who defeated it. Even Seo Sang-ho, standing behind him, was surprised. Kang Jinhyuk didn't bother arguing, simply raising the score-measuring device. If you don't believe me, look at this. The device displayed 240 points, shocking Han Young-suk. What? 240 points? Impossible. The Guildmaster only got 173 points. Secretary Lee Hyena spoke up to confirm. That's the measuring device I provided to Hunter Kang Jinhyuk. Upon hearing this, Han Young-suk's face hardened, acknowledging that the possibility of forgery was zero. The old man's demeanor changed, switching to coercion. Then why are you still loitering here instead of waiting to receive your compensation? Kang Jinhyuk's eyes were sharp, unwavering. I have a promise with Guildmaster Seo Sang-ho. He pointed towards the colossal corpse of the sky whale monster lying amidst the rubble. I defeated that monster, so it's perfectly reasonable for me to claim it. The Guildmaster also agreed. Han Young-suk lost all patience, his neck veins bulging as he cursed. You measly C-rank punk, do you know how much that corpse is worth? Do you think that ridiculous logic will work with the Titan Guild? Just as the old man was about to press further, a hand in a black glove stopped him. Seo Sang-ho spoke coldly. Stop making a fool of yourself, Han Young-suk. Seo Sang-ho snarled, scolding Han Young-suk directly. The Titan Guild isn't short on money, so why be so greedy as to tarnish the guild's reputation? After being reprimanded by the guildmaster, Han Young-suk bowed and apologized profusely, but Seo Sang-ho merely coldly told him to return to the guild first. Seo Sang-ho turned to Kang Jinhyuk, his tone completely changed. I am truly sorry, Hunter Kang Jinhyuk. I acknowledge all your rights as promised, including the monster's corpse. The Titan Guild Master looked directly at Jinhyuk, showing clear goodwill. I sincerely hope we can fight together again in the future. Kang Jinhyuk secretly thought that the Titan Guild was untrustworthy, but this guild master seemed genuine, then replied, I hope so too. Han Young-suk walked away, muttering bitterly, secretly cursing Seo Sang-ho as someone who prioritized a C-rank punk's interests over the entire guild. The old man reassured himself that the Titan Guild still needed Seo Sang-ho for now, but if he continued to get in the way, his hands scrolling through his phone contacts, the old man was already planning an alternative to overthrow the guildmaster. Meanwhile, rumors about the sky whale monster had spread everywhere, people whispering that the one who defeated it was actually a C-rank hunter, not Seo Sang-ho. In a waiting lounge, several hunters were gossiping. I heard the Titan Guildmaster even personally invited him to join, but he flat out refused. He really is confident in his skills. Elsewhere, an Ultron Guild scout was on the phone, confirming the news that An Do-yun, an A-rank hunter from the Titan Guild, had been hospitalized. The scout frowned after hearing the report. We've investigated, and it seems he was defeated by the very C-rank hunter from the rumors. The subordinate walking beside him expressed doubt, stating that a hunter with a hidden class was rare, only 0.1% possessed one. The leader replied decisively. But our guild is what it is today because we possess 3 individuals with hidden classes. We cannot let such a talent fall into the hands of another guild. As soon as he finished speaking, he ordered, "We must recruit him first, or eliminate him." Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk was fast asleep in bed. Kang Jin-hyuk let out a soft groan and slowly woke up after a long sleep. He sat up, scratching his head and wondering how long he had slept. Jin-hyuk mumbled, "I can't believe I slept like a log for 2 days. The side effects of completely exhausting my stamina are no joke." He picked up his phone, intending to order food. As soon as he opened his room door, Kang Jin-hyuk froze, seeing a familiar white-haired figure sitting in his house. The half-elf girl, Lucia, turned around with a half-eaten piece of bread in her mouth, nonchalantly greeting him. "Oh, you're awake?" Kang Jin-hyuk froze at his room door, yelling in panic as he saw his house turned into a dump with snack wrappers scattered everywhere. Lucia nonchalantly explained, "I saved some for you." Jin-hyuk was speechless, questioning how she had devoured everything in 2 days. Lucia merely shrugged. "It was delicious, and besides, your house only had sweets." He irritably asked why she hadn't returned to her own place but stayed put until he woke up. Lucia crossed her arms, her face defiant as she retorted, "Hey, who took care of you while you were sleeping, huh? And if I could go back, I would have already." She bluntly explained that she couldn't return because Jin-hyuk hadn't opened the dungeon gate. Jin-hyuk looked bewildered, asserting that the dungeon door was still intact and turning the doorknob to prove it. As soon as he opened the door, a deep purple spatial gate loomed into view, startling even Lucia. The half-elf girl's eyes widened. She stammered in disbelief. "What? It wasn't here just now." "Could it be?" Lucia screamed, hastily pushing Jin-hyuk away from the door. She quickly slammed the door shut, and the anomalous gate immediately vanished. Lucia smirked. "See? It's gone. Didn't I tell you?" Jin-hyuk, meanwhile, was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Jin-hyuk turned to ask, realizing that even Lucia didn't know about this strange phenomenon. Lucia pondered deeply, her eyes sharpening as she realized the problem. "It seems you've become entangled with the spatial coordinates that old mage imprinted." Jin-hyuk requested a simpler explanation, and Lucia grabbed his shirt, stating bluntly, "Simply put, this dungeon has been drawn towards you, considering you its destination." She concluded, "Wherever you are, the dungeon is there." Accompanied by an illustration of Jin-hyuk being crushed by the entire dungeon, Lucia reassured him that it was fortunately just a faulty spell, making Jin-hyuk sigh in relief, feeling like he had just used up all his luck. But then he brushed everything aside, tugging at his shirt and wondering why the food he ordered still hadn't arrived. Meanwhile, the poor delivery driver was standing at the door, confusedly explaining to Jin-hyuk that he had circled around several times but couldn't find the address. Finally receiving the food, Jin-hyuk turned back into the house and invited Lucia. "The food's here. Let's eat. This dish isn't sweet, but it's edible." Jin-hyuk wondered how the delivery driver found his house, and Lucia nonchalantly replied, "I've already cast a perception blocking spell here. How would they find it?" Jin-hyuk was dumbfounded, and Lucia explained that too many annoying strangers had been loitering around while he was asleep. She recounted that people from the Guardian and Altron guilds kept hovering around, so annoying that she had to use magic to make them vanish from sight. Jin-hyuk broke out in a cold sweat, unable to understand why top-tier guilds would hunt down a D-rank guy like him. While Lucia calmly devoured all the food on the table, Jin-hyuk buried his face in his phone to catch up on the situation. He read the breaking news. C-rank hunter Kang Jin-hyuk defeats giant monster video is rapidly going viral. Lucia, slurping her noodles, teased, "What are you doing, glued to that brick? Is the food not good?" Jin-hyuk scratched his head and awkwardly confessed, "I have a problem, and the problem is I'm doing too well." Lucia puffed out her cheeks, a look on her face that said, "Are you crazy?" After his absurd answer, Jin-hyuk told himself he had been too greedy. While the Altron Guild scouts stood helplessly outside, unable to find his house, he realized he had made a mistake by borrowing Lucia's fame, unexpectedly becoming famous in such an annoying way. Jin-hyuk bitterly thought about the hunter world, a bunch who only knew how to form factions and suppress newcomers to maintain their positions. He recalled Endoyun's face, a prime example of the type of final boss ready to crush any rising opponent. Jin-hyuk tore at his hair. "Damn it, just because I craved that monster's corpse, I've brought trouble upon myself." He decisively turned and ordered Lucia, "Are you done eating? Grab your gear, we're returning to the dungeon immediately." Jin-hyuk clearly defined his goal. He had to become even stronger so no hunter or guild would dare touch him. He had to grind levels like crazy. With the monster corpse he had just acquired, he and Lucia stepped into the teleportation gate, determined to craft even better equipment. As soon as they left, A hooded shadow figure with glowing eyes appeared, silently watching from the opposite rooftop. At a forge in a deep cave, a deep, hoarse voice spoke. "Ah, it's been a long time since I've seen such a large leviathan." In the middle of the area was the giant head of the whale monster, and the voice then wondered, "But why is there only the head? Where's its body?" Kang Jin-hyuk explained that the monster's body was completely mangled, while the dwarven blacksmith grumbled that it was because Lucius' arrow was too weak, and loudly declared that he utterly detested elves. Exchanging words, Lucia and the blacksmith yelled at each other like fishmongers, leaving Kang Jin-hyuk caught in the middle. Jin-hyuk quickly intervened, directly asking the blacksmith if he could craft anything from this head, and received a disdainful reply. "You don't even know what you've brought here," the short but powerful blacksmith uttered. "Wait a moment," then slowly walked towards the giant monster head. He placed his hand on the head that was still sparking with electricity and shouted, "This thing is still alive," leaving Jin-hyuk and Lucia dumbfounded. Without further ado, the blacksmith flexed his muscles, exerted his strength, and plunged his arm deep inside the monster's head. Pulling his hand out, he held a blue energy orb emitting fierce lightning bolts, declaring this was the Leviathan's most precious part. He explained this was the lightning-generating organ, and Jin-hyuk immediately realized the overwhelming potential of this item. The blacksmith confirmed Jin-hyuk's thoughts. "If you reinforce it into the orichalcum staff, you can freely shoot lightning bolts." Jin-hyuk asked about the cost, but the blacksmith only requested one thing. "No payment needed, but please get rid of that elf for me." Jin-hyuk turned to console Lucia, subtly saying that the grumpy old man was just focusing on the important reinforcement work ahead. Lucia's blood rushed to her head, and she drew her bow, intending to put a hole in the old man's head, forcing Jin-hyuk to use his ultimate move. "Calm down, I'll buy you the best sweets." Back in the city, Jin-hyuk carried 2 large bags of sweets, muttering that with Lucia's eating habits, a normal person would surely die of diabetes. As he walked, he suddenly stopped, his eyes gleaming with vigilance, as he sensed something unusual. Jin-hyuk glanced, thinking to himself that ever since he learned to use aura, his senses had become much sharper. He clearly sensed someone was following him, and his gaze locked onto a faint, almost transparent figure in the corner of the alley. The tracker was the hooded man, using a high-level stealth skill to tail him. Jin-hyuk threw the bags of sweets to the ground, growling a challenge. "Stop hiding like a rat, come out now." He took a stance with his staff on his shoulder, ready to fight, but the alley was completely empty, not a soul in sight. A shopping cart suddenly rolled in the silent alley, and Jin-hyuk realized the enemy had vanished without a trace, a completely unexpected situation. The hooded assassin lunged out of thin air, swung his sword to attack, and exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect you to sense my presence." Looking down from above, the assassin charged straight at Kang Jin-hyuk like a ghost, determined to finish him in one blow. Clang! Jin-hyuk effortlessly raised his staff to block, weapons clashed, sparking, and the assassin was stopped dead. "Not bad, for a C-ranker." Jin-hyuk growled his questions. "Who are you? Why are you suddenly attacking me?" His sharp eyes showing no fear, the assassin was stunned, unable to believe his attack was blocked so easily. He blocked it? So, the rumors are true. Realizing Jin-hyuk's strength far surpassed that of a normal C-ranker, the assassin retreated, swinging his sword to create sharp energy slashes. Jin-hyuk, tired of asking questions, raised his staff and growled, "Never mind, I'll just beat it out of you." Seeing a direct solo fight was too risky, the assassin decided to change tactics, activating a special skill, camouflage. Jin-hyuk unleashed a devastating strike onto the ground, but the enemy had vanished without a trace. He stood up straight, realizing the opponent hadn't completely vanished, but was using a stealth skill. "I can still faintly sense him." Suddenly, another attack materialized from thin air, and Jin-hyuk reacted extremely quickly, raising his staff to block just in time. He gritted his teeth and pushed back the invisible enemy's sword, both their strengths fiercely clashing. Jin-hyuk stood in the middle of the empty alley, focusing intensely to scan his surroundings. He realized the disadvantageous situation. "It's harder to sense him now. I can only detect him when he attacks." Jin-hyuk cursed inwardly, deeply regretting leaving his good staff with the blacksmith. Otherwise, he would have easily pinpointed this guy's location. Realizing he couldn't stay here and be a punching bag, Jin-hyuk decided to flee the alley to find a more advantageous location. The assassin materialized, pointed his sword at the fleeing Jin-hyuk, and sneered. Trying to run, he confidently declared, "I've already attached a tracking device to you. You're just a mouse in a trap." Jin-hyuk rushed out onto a crowded street, and the assassin muttered, "Running to a crowded place? Clever, but it won't change anything." The assassin pulled out his phone, and the screen displayed a high-tech tracking interface, locking onto Jin Hyuk's location. The assassin hid in the crowd, confident that as soon as his target was alone, he would strike. He declared firmly, "That's when you die." Jin Hyuk ran into a large shopping mall, deliberately choosing a crowded place. The assassin also blended into the elevator with the civilians, his eyes never leaving the tracking device. The signal had stopped in this building. He knew he was about to catch his prey. He deduced that the only place in this area where the target could be alone was definitely the restroom. Without a moment's hesitation, the assassin headed straight for the designated location. Clang! He drew his dagger, activating his camouflage skill to become invisible. Silently infiltrating inside, he swore to finish Jin Hyuk right here. Whoosh! The invisible assassin lunged forward, delivering a fatal stab to the target, but the dagger only plunged into the tracking device stuck to the wall. The assassin froze. He realized in shock that this was the very device he had attached to Jin Hyuk, and he had fallen into a trap. Jin Hyuk stepped out from a restroom stall, coldly declaring, "In such a confined space, invisibility is useless." Not giving his opponent time to recover, Jin Hyuk unleashed a punch imbued with holy light power. Jin Hyuk's face shone with absolute confidence, completely overpowering his opponent. He easily seized the assassin's dagger-wielding wrist, completely neutralizing the counterattack. With a swift arm break, Jin Hyuk slammed the assassin to the floor. The assassin lay sprawled, his glowing red eyes now filled only with extreme terror. Jin Hyuk held the dagger to the defeated foe's throat, growling, "Speak! Why do you want to kill me, unless you want your head smashed in?" causing the assassin to stammer in fear. A father told his son to stand outside and guard the restroom door while he quickly relieved himself. The father had just entered, his face showing a slight urgency. The curious boy peeked through the slightly ajar door. Inside, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Kang Jin Hyuk was swinging a baseball bat, intending to strike the assassin, while the other man was begging for his life. Jin Hyuk realized there was a child watching the drama unfold, silently cursing the under-repair sign he had put up as useless, and quickly warned the boy. Seizing the moment Jin Hyuk lost focus, the assassin turned the tables, gathering a blazing red fireball in his hand, exclaiming, "This is my chance." Without a second's hesitation, he lunged forward, the fireball poised to incinerate Jin Hyuk. The boy frantically cried out a warning, "Mister, there's fire over there," causing Jin Hyuk to halt. "Die!" the assassin roared, unleashing his ultimate attack. Jin Hyuk immediately activated Holy Shield, creating a barrier of light to protect both himself and the boy, cursing under his breath. "You lunatic! How dare you attack when there's a child here?" Outside, the father heard the explosion and desperately screamed his son's name, Jin Woo. The explosion caused extreme chaos. Civilians screamed about fire and pushed each other, fleeing in disarray. The assassin was thrown back by the power of the Holy Shield, bitterly cursing as what he thought would be an easy mission turned into a tough nut to crack. He decided the mission had failed, turning to flee and seek another opportunity. While running away, the assassin suddenly stopped, pulled backward by an extremely powerful force, falling onto his back. Jin Hyuk stood there coldly, the baseball bat impaled directly into the assassin's back, blood gushing out. "Did you think you could escape, you arsonist bastard?" Jin Hyuk looked at the corpse, muttering that he had gone a bit too far, but this was his first time killing someone, even if it was in self-defense. The system panel displayed a notification. "Your karma has increased due to killing," making Jin Hyuk feel nauseous and double over. A series of other notifications popped up. Because it was a justifiable killing, you did not receive the villain title. Cleric skills corrupted, and most importantly, you have met the conditions for a second-class change. The scene had been cordoned off by the police. Jin Hyuk sat alone in the cinema lobby, contemplating the harsh rules of the game. If a cleric kills someone, their skills will be sealed. Kang Jin Hyuk mused. He thought he'd be facing a long prison sentence, but it turned out to be an opportunity for a class change. While he was deep in thought, two well-dressed strangers approached and asked, "Are you Kang Jin Hyuk?" The older man showed his badge, introducing himself as Inspector Jo Kyung-yun from the Hunter Case Division, and requested his cooperation. Inspector Jo began the interrogation, reconfirming that the mage had attacked Jin Hyuk first and used magic when in danger. Jin Hyuk nodded in confirmation, clarifying that the other man had fought dirty, using fire magic even with a child present, then took the opportunity to ask about the boy's condition. The younger detective reported that the boy Jin Woo only suffered minor burns, nothing serious, and that the father and son sent their profuse thanks. Jin Hyuk breathed a sigh of relief, considering it fortunate that there were no major casualties. Inspector Jo smiled meaningfully, praising Jin Hyuk's swift handling of the situation. thanks to which the case could easily be classified as justifiable self-defense. Behind them, the forensic team was removing the assassin's corpse. Inspector Joe informed Jin-hyuk that he could go home as soon as they were done. Jin-hyuk's surprise was evident. He hadn't expected things to be resolved so smoothly. Inspector Joe explained that the rules applied to hunters were slightly different from those for ordinary people, but then hinted, "Actually, there's another reason." The inspector got straight to the point. "You didn't receive the villain title, did you?" Causing Jin-hyuk to freeze, having been read like an open book. Inspector Joe explained in detail. The villain title only appears when someone intentionally kills, but in self-defense, the system overlooks it. "This is an industry secret," he said. "As long as you keep your mouth shut, there will be no trial." Jin-hyuk immediately understood the rules of the game and instantly agreed not to utter a single word. Inspector Joe nodded, his hand reaching inside his vest as if to pull something out. He stated frankly, "However, simply trusting your word is a bit risky. We need a safety measure." Inspector Joe handed Jin-hyuk a small gray object, instructing him to always carry it from now on. "To be frank, this is a listening device," the inspector said nonchalantly. "If you utter one of 3 forbidden words, killing, villain, or self-defense, we will receive a signal." After giving the instructions, the 2 inspectors let Jin-hyuk leave, while they stayed behind, discussing, "This guy doesn't look like a C rank at all. He blocked a firestorm and even protected a child." Inspector Joe Kyung-yun pondered, realizing that the rumors about Kang Jin-hyuk were no longer a joke. The inspector watched Jin-hyuk's retreating back, muttering that this kid definitely possessed strength far beyond C rank, and advised him not to do anything unnecessary. As soon as he returned home, a system notification appeared before Jin-hyuk. New class, Inquisitor, a genuine hidden class. Jin-hyuk smirked, cracked his knuckles, and decided that instead of just reading theories, it was better to jump into actual combat to test things out. A goblin lunged to attack, but its claws only sparked upon hitting Jin-hyuk's arm, proving utterly useless. The first skill replacing recovery and healing was Hardened Skin, a passive skill that reduces incoming damage. Next, the poison from the goblin's claws dripped onto Jin-hyuk's skin, then evaporated instantly, thanks to the status resistance skill. Jin-hyuk growled, understanding why the system used the word transition, as a new surge of power emanated from his fist. A direct punch to the face sent the goblin flying backward. Jin-hyuk realized his old skills were still present, but had been upgraded into solo versions. Holy Aura had vanished, replaced by Pure Combat Aura, allowing him to wipe out a horde of goblins with his bare hands. The Holy Shield skill also disappeared, making way for something even cooler. It was Defensive Charge, a skill that allowed him to rush forward with the momentum and defense of a heavy tank. Jin-hyuk activated tank mode, plowing straight into the goblin horde, sending them flying like bowling pins. He stopped, clenched his fist, satisfied with his new skill set. Defense, Charge, Status Resistance. A perfect tanker build. After testing his combat skills, Jin-hyuk opened his status window to examine the remaining new skills. The first skill was Karma Sight, which allowed him to quantify and see the karma points accumulated by his opponents. Jin-hyuk tried taking a photo of himself with his phone and realized that ever since acquiring this skill, he could see numbers floating above other people's heads. The orange number 64 appeared clearly above his head, making Jin-hyuk wonder what level it corresponded to. He continued to examine the remaining skill, one directly related to karma points. Judgment. The notification window clearly stated, when facing enemies with high karma, Jin-hyuk's stats would be greatly buffed, and killing them would incur no penalty. Truly a license to hunt down scum. Kang Jin-hyuk nodded, acknowledging that the Inquisitor's skill set was indeed tailor-made, a public license to hunt down criminals. The scene shifted to a secluded forge, where Jin-hyuk had returned to pick up his new gear. The dwarven blacksmith presented his finished product, a baseball bat that accumulated lightning, ready to unleash electricity onto enemies. He explained its mechanism. The weapon could store a maximum of 3 charges, with each recharge taking 30 minutes. Jin-hyuk held the charged bat in his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Wow, this is truly amazing, sir." He wondered how to use it, while the old blacksmith pondered, and Lucia stood with her arms crossed, observing with a cool expression. The blacksmith pointed to the backyard, where a kobold had just been caught alive while attempting to break into the forge. The monster shrieked wildly, and the old blacksmith suggested turning it into a punching bag to test the new weapon. Jin-hyuk asked if any incantation was needed, but the old blacksmith dismissed it. In real combat, who has time for incantations? Just imagine it in your head. Jin-hyuk secretly thought he preferred incantations because they looked cooler. Setting aside his personal preference, Jin-hyuk focused his mind, channeling lightning energy into the bat. An electric orb accumulated at the tip of the bat, with crackling lightning bolts surrounding his body. Jinhyuk's eyes flashed. He swung the bat with all his might, launching the energy orb towards the kobold. The lightning orb shot forth at terrifying speed, completely engulfing the monster in a blinding explosion of light. When the smoke cleared, the kobold had vanished without a trace, leaving only crackling electrical sparks on the ground. Jinhyuk smirked with satisfaction, realizing this weapon would make monster hunting much easier, while the old blacksmith also looked impressed. Suddenly, Lucia grabbed Jinhyuk's arm, her tone serious. "Kang Jinhyuk, if you're done testing, can we talk?" She tightened her grip, her sharp gaze fixed on Jinhyuk. "What exactly have you been doing out there?" Jinhyuk froze as Lucia questioned. "Do you think I wouldn't notice? I can't feel any holy power from you anymore." Lucia held out a strange object, her eyes full of suspicion. "And what about this suspicious item? You're not plotting anything against us, are you?" Under interrogation, Jinhyuk quickly clarified. "It's just a misunderstanding. Actually, out there." Lucia summarized the issue. "So, you mean you got involved in something that caused your holy power to transform into something else?" The old blacksmith nodded, assuming that Jinhyuk couldn't explain in detail because of that mysterious item. The dwarven warrior made a deal. "Let me handle this toy first, then I'll hear the details." Jinhyuk was utterly shocked, secretly thinking there was nothing this old man couldn't do. The blacksmith set a condition. "But you have to run an errand for me first." Jinhyuk obediently accepted. "What do you want me to do, sir?" The old man reassured him that it was just a small task, and once it was done, he would fix his toy right away. The blacksmith pressed an item into Jinhyuk's hand. "Take this." Jinhyuk stared blankly at the antique compass in his hand, not understanding what was happening. Lucia exclaimed in alarm. "Are you serious? You're going to send him there?" The blacksmith brushed her off, saying that even a rookie should be able to do it since he volunteered. Jinhyuk began to feel a bad omen, scratching his head and asking, "Am I going to some very dangerous place?" The scene shifted to an anomalous space, where colossal rocks floated in the void. Jinhyuk was clinging to a giant rope, struggling to climb a perilous cliff face. He complained to the heavens. "What? You want me to mine ore in a place like this? Can't we skip this climbing part?" Lucia, who was effortlessly climbing above, scolded. "Why are you such a coward? It's just a cliff. Just do it." She ordered with a superior expression, "Just follow my path exactly. Don't wander off." With that, Lucia released her hands from the rope, used her feet to push off the cliff face, and skillfully leaped to another rock ledge. She demonstrated a series of high-level parkour moves, traversing the cliff face as if walking on flat ground. Jinhyuk was speechless. "Easy for you to say. I'm not as light as you." Lucia glanced back with a provocative look. "Really? Or are you just being needlessly afraid? I think this is perfectly doable." Jinhyuk froze. The phrase "needlessly afraid" seemed to have wounded his pride. Provoked by Lucia's gaze, Kang Jinhyuk stood on the cliff, clearly annoyed. His patience worn thin, Jinhyuk decided to go all out. "Screw it. Let's do this." He let go of the rope, tensing his body, preparing for an impossible leap. "Let's try it once and see." Far from ordinary, Jinhyuk landed perfectly despite carrying Lucia, his physical strength now on another level. Lucia smirked smugly, as if she had known the outcome all along. "See? You can do it." The two sat down to rest, Jinhyuk explaining that his holy power had vanished, which was why he had to carry the strange device from the old blacksmith. Lucia expressed concern about the device, but Jinhyuk reassured her that the old man was legitimate, a trustworthy expert in such matters. Lucia nodded, acknowledging the blacksmith's trustworthiness, then changed the subject. "Ah, so the karma stat that quantifies evil deeds is real. No wonder you looked at me, and that dwarf strangely back then." Jinhyuk asked directly, curious. "So, what's my karma stat?" Lucia revealed her stat was 82, the highest among the three, while Jinhyuk only had 64 and the blacksmith 72. The half-elf calmly accepted the number, believing it wasn't strange given her past where she had to do everything to survive. Jinhyuk pointed out the 20-point difference between them, noting he had only taken one life, but Lucia hinted that the number of people she had sent off was not small. Lucia suddenly remembered that in her world, there were also saints who possessed eyes that discerned good and evil. Jinhyuk got the wrong idea, but Lucia bluntly shot him down. "Who said you're a saint? I merely said this type of ability also exists where we come from." She believed now wasn't the time to search for ore, but to thoroughly analyze Jinhyuk's abilities first. Lucia looked at Jinhyuk with a mischievous glint in her eye, admitting her reason for helping was that she found him far more interesting than this foolish mining quest. She suggested they both go outside to better understand the value of the karma stat, promising to protect Jinhyuk if he were attacked. Jin-hyuk smirked, seemingly convinced. What should I do? I feel bad for the old man, but I want to resolve this matter first. He decisively stood up, agreeing with Lucia's plan, as staying cooped up in the dungeon wouldn't solve anything. Jin-hyuk pulled out a return stone, a high-grade item that allowed instant teleportation to a designated location, ready for a new hunt. Kang Jin-hyuk crushed the return stone, his eyes sharp. This matter must be dealt with first. Both stood before a glowing blue spatial teleportation gate, ready to leave the dungeon. Lucia cast a meaningful glance just before they both vanished in a magical flash. As soon as they left, a cold system notification appeared. Your karma value has increased. They both appeared on a bustling street, back in the modern world. Jin-hyuk looked doubtful as he saw Lucia casually drinking water. Lucia, are you sure your camouflage magic is working properly? Lucia, in a modern pink dress, confidently asserted. I told you, it's completely concealed by magic. Don't worry anymore. The people in the cafe whispered and gossiped, their eyes constantly drawn to the two, making Jin-hyuk even more uncomfortable. Lucia winked smugly. Really? Perhaps it's because I'm not hiding my beauty, which left Jin-hyuk speechless. Jin-hyuk slurped his drink, muttering an admission. Yeah, I guess your beauty does play a role. Lucia brushed aside the nonsense, getting straight to the point. Summarize what we know about karma values. Jin-hyuk explained that his karma stat had increased by 1 for breaking a promise to the dwarf, proving it didn't only come from harming others. He continued to analyze. If a person's karma stat exceeds 200, the system will consider them a criminal. Jin-hyuk recalled the bloody scene, concluding sharply. Killing someone with karma over 200 is considered self-defense, not murder. They are no longer seen as human. Lucia nodded. So 200 is the threshold, while Jin-hyuk confirmed that even those he had faced hadn't reached the 100 mark. Jin-hyuk scanned the crowd, realizing everyone had negligible stats. I've observed everyone, and I haven't seen anyone with a stat over 50. Realizing sitting here was useless, Jin-hyuk stood up decisively. Let's go. Well, check out another place. He smirked, suggesting a more specific location. A place where evildoers gather. Lucia's eyes widened in surprise at the dazzling neon-lit night district, wondering why this world wasn't afraid of monsters roaming around. Jin-hyuk explained that monsters didn't wander the streets like in her world. As they both entered the bustling street, a waiter's eyes lit up upon seeing Lucia, and he approached her casually. Hey, beautiful. He smirked, using his enticing tactic. Our bar is having an event. Beautiful ladies get 5 free cocktails. Lucia's face was cold as ice, and she harshly pushed his hand away. Get out of the way. Kang Jin-hyuk quickly held her back, signaling something interesting. Lucia, wait. He winked, whispering meaningfully into her ear. It's free. Let's go in for a drink. The waiter beamed, eagerly inviting them. Yes, milady. I'll serve you with the utmost care. This way, please. As he followed, Kang Jin-hyuk smirked, his eyes sharp. Found it. His eye of discernment scanned the waiter's nape, revealing a glaring red karma stat of 300. Scum. Both sat at the bar. Lucia took a sip of her cocktail and seemed quite pleased. The sweetness of the liquor here isn't bad. The waiter stood afar, smirking, thinking triumphantly. Excellent. He drank the poisoned drink. Just 1 drop is enough to paralyze him. He snapped his fingers, signaling the thugs already seated in the corner of the room. 2 thugs in suits stood up, approaching Kang Jin-hyuk. One speaking, deal with this guy first. Jin-hyuk calmly challenged. Try if you can. Immediately, the system reported. Effect resistance skill activated. Toxins neutralized. Kang Jin-hyuk wasted no words, swinging a punch straight into the face of the thug who had just spoken. The notification panel confirmed the toxins were neutralized by the skill's effect, and Kang Jin-hyuk smirked confidently. He unleashed another lightning-fast punch, so quick that the air was torn apart. Another thug charged in, only to be swiftly caught by Kang Jin-hyuk and elbowed in the face without missing a beat. The thug was sent flying backward, tumbling through the air like a broken puppet. Kang Jin-hyuk spun around, delivering a high kick to finish off the remaining thug, clearing the battlefield in an instant. Lucia silently observed the entire display, her red eyes gleaming with interest and a hint of astonishment. Lucia coolly remarked, looking at the thugs sprawled on the floor. This one is pretending to be awake, but he's actually dozing off. The elf girl turned, asking innocently, Huh? Who are these guys? Kang Jin-hyuk smirked meaningfully, answering curtly, What else could they be? Bad guys, of course. The promoter panicked and ran to call for backup. A burly man with a buzz cut stepped out, growling, Deal with this. The man with the buzz cut cracked his knuckles, his sharp gaze fixed on Jin-hyuk. Looks like you've been having fun somewhere, but, without another word, The thug lunged forward, throwing a devastating punch, declaring, "This is as far as you go." Kang Jin-hyuk merely stood still, his eyes cold and unwavering, completely disregarding the attack. Lucia calmly raised her wine glass, asking if he needed help, but Jin-hyuk replied curtly, "No need. I can handle it myself." Seeing himself completely ignored, the man with the buzz cut furiously roared, "You bastard! How dare you ignore me?" His punch was blocked by Kang Jin-hyuk with just one hand, effortlessly, leaving him stunned. What the hell? My punch didn't even budge him? The thug broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling as he realized the power gap. "You! Don't tell me you're a hunter?" Kang Jin-hyuk retorted disdainfully. "You look like a hunter too, but why aren't you hunting monsters instead of acting like a thug?" The man with the buzz cut realized he had messed with the wrong person, with only one thought in his head. "Damn it, I need to get out of here now." Crack. Kang Jin-hyuk tightened his grip, crushing his opponent's fist and making him scream in pain. Immediately after, a direct punch to the face landed without missing, its force tearing through the air. The thug flew like a ball, breaking a stool before sprawling onto the floor. The promoter stood frozen, utterly terrified as he watched the henchman get taken down in an instant. What the hell is this guy? In a blink, Kang Jin-hyuk closed the distance, grabbing the promoter by the collar with one hand and lifting him up. Jin-hyuk looked directly into the trembling man's eyes, coldly declaring, "I have a lot of questions for you." He flashed a terrifying smile, his fist raised. "First, take a few punches." Wham! Blood splattered after the devastating punch, leaving the promoter's face swollen as he mumbled, "It seems." Kang Jin-hyuk sat casually, directly questioning the promoter slumped on the floor. "This isn't the first time you've pulled a stunt like this. Who's backing you? Tell me the truth." The man stammered, denying everything. Jin-hyuk growled, his eyes sharp. "How could a small fry like you get away with this time and again?" He glanced at the unconscious thug leader. "How did you hire those gangsters?" Jin-hyuk stated firmly, "It's impossible without some individual or organization behind it." Jin-hyuk's eyes were icy, delivering an ultimatum. "This is your last chance. Speak now." The promoter, his face swollen, still tried to act tough, covering his mouth and denying. "There's no such thing. I'm telling the truth." Jin-hyuk smirked, analyzing the situation. "You're this stubborn. Either you're incredibly loyal, or the one behind you is even more terrifying than this beating." Losing patience, Jin-hyuk grabbed the promoter's leg, preparing to break it. It seemed there was no other way but to get rougher. The promoter screamed in fright, "What are you doing?" while Jin-hyuk coldly stretched his leg. Jin-hyuk tilted his head, his tone full of sarcasm. "I think I'm just helping you find the motivation to talk." The promoter began to feel genuine fear, stammering, "You think doing that will make me?" But then he shrieked as Jin-hyuk prepared to act, hastily calling his name, "Kang Jin-hyuk, wait!" At that critical moment, Lucha suddenly appeared, coolly telling Jin-hyuk, "Why complicate things? Move aside." Lucia gathered a glowing pink energy orb in her palm and pressed it directly onto the promoter's face, making him widen his eyes in horror. What the hell is this? The magical energy seeped into the promoter's face, making him groan in agony. The promoter began to babble in pain, screaming, "Where did you bastards come from? Altron, right?" Jin-hyuk looked at the promoter in his terrible state, asking Lucia, "What did you do to him?" Lucia calmly replied, "Just helped him confess more easily. I didn't expect him to spill so much." He shrieked in delirium, not caring who his opponents were. "Because our Titan Guild will slaughter all of you." Jin-hyuk frowned, finally extracting the mastermind's name. "So, the Titan Guild is behind all this. This is getting big." He questioned. "Even if there's a war, our forces are evenly matched. Where do you get the confidence to claim you'll slaughter us?" The promoter laughed maniacally, his eyes gleaming wildly, revealing their trump card. Alrauni's elixir. Kang Jin-hyuk was bewildered, hearing the name Alraun for the first time, and asked what kind of monstrous thing it was. From the rooftop of a tall building, the streets below were packed with people, and police sirens blared loudly. Jin-hyuk admitted that this was getting bigger than he thought, having never imagined he would clash with a major guild. The promoter explained that it was a forbidden drug that doubled stats, but its ingredients required sacrificing countless young women. Jin-hyuk was deeply shocked, unable to believe the Titan Guild would dare to commit such a vile act, while Lucia confirmed that her world also had such a drug. Lucia recalled a dark past. A close friend of hers had been sacrificed, and many years later, when she was strong enough, she personally wiped out that entire organization. Jin-hyuk finally understood Lucia's murderous expression from earlier. Lucia looked directly at the problem, asking Jin-hyuk, "So, what are we going to do?" Jinhyuk smirked, his eyes sharp. They say the elixir is almost complete. We must clean this up before that happens. In a luxurious bar, a white-haired man wearing a mask reported, "It's me. We have a problem. Park Min-jae is dead." The masked man analyzed that this didn't look like an internal purge, and it was hard to believe any other guild would dare to act. He looked at the pool of blood on the floor, concluding that this method of attack was neither from a rival guild nor their own faction. A voice from the other end of the line ordered, "Find out who did this." The masked man wiped his hand in the pool of blood, replying curtly, "Yes, understood." The masked assassin confidently declared over the phone, "I'll find them soon enough." The scene shifted to a bustling city abroad, seemingly Hong Kong, where the Titan Guild was on a business trip. Secretary Lee Hyena reported to the Guildmaster, "Guildmaster, the results of the Hong Kong business trip were excellent." Lee Hyena continued to suggest that if the business performance in the first half of the year remained this good, the guild could recruit an additional 15% of members. Seeing her boss silent, the secretary worriedly asked, "You don't look well, sir. Is something wrong?" Seo Sang-ho, the Guildmaster of Titan, hardened his expression and asked an unrelated question. "Have you ever heard of Al-Round's elixir?" Lee Hyena replied blankly that she had never heard of it, and Seo Sang-ho explained, "That's normal, because the association has tried very hard to keep it hidden." Seo Sang-ho asked his secretary, "It's hard to return to Korea now, isn't it?" Lee Hyena confirmed, stating the mission was not yet complete. Clutching the armrest, Seo Sang-ho declared decisively, "Then there's no other way." The guildmaster sprang to his feet, ordering, "Can you issue an emergency order to the entire guild immediately?" With eyes sharp as knives, Seo Sang-ho chillingly declared, "From now on, the Titan Guild officially declares a hostile relationship with the Tyrant Guild." Lee Hyena's jaw dropped, and she stammered a question, unable to believe her ears. Seo Sang-ho walked away coldly, explaining, "If we don't prepare now, we will fall into even greater chaos." The secretary questioned her boss about this reckless decision, but Seo Sang-ho remained silent. His face hardened. Lee Hyena emphasized, "Guildmaster, you know better than anyone. This order is nothing short of a declaration of war against the Tyrant Guild." Seo Sang-ho crossed his arms, supremely confident. "I know. But don't worry, the Altron Guild and the government will be on our side." Still worried, Lee Hyena suggested consulting with senior managers to make a more cautious decision. Seo Sang-ho shot a fiery glance. "Do I look like I'm joking?" Lee Hyena realized her boss had made up his mind. A decision far too reckless compared to his usual cautious nature. The Titan Guildmaster admitted, "I understand you're surprised." Seo Sang-ho gave his final directive. "For now, announce this internally and secretly, and prepare the investigation team. The official announcement will come later." The scene shifted to a large city. The investigation was about to begin. The scene changed again. Kang Jin-hyuk was sitting with Lucia, confirming over the phone. "That's right. They will contact us as soon as the investigation team is ready." Lucia ate a pastry, a smirk playing on her lips. At least there are still some sensible people. If no one had agreed, I would have handled it myself. Jin-hyuk affirmed. If they knew what Al-Round was, this reaction would be obvious. Jin-hyuk asked if Lucia intended to return to the dungeon, but the archer immediately dismissed it. "What makes you think I'd miss this fun show? No way," Lucia warned. "Those who dare play this crazy game are not ordinary. You can't handle them all by yourself, can you?" Jin-hyuk grimly admitted it was true. Lucia smirked confidently, offering to cooperate. "Let me help. Together, we'll sweep away that trash." Kang Jin-hyuk calmly accepted his comrade's offer. "All right, thanks." Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and a strange voice asked for Kang Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk frowned, as he hadn't arranged to meet anyone, while the person outside claimed to be a delivery driver and demanded he open the door. Elsewhere, a Titan Guild assassin with white hair and a gas mask activated a tracking device. The device detected a signal from the bloodstain of the previously deceased individual, confirming the target was nearby. The assassin immediately acted, darting through skyscrapers with the speed of a phantom. He landed softly on the ground, having pinpointed the target's exact location. Standing before a house, the assassin muttered, "That house." He sensed something unusual and realized this was the home of the hunter who had captured the new type of monster. The masked man concluded that the person inside was the culprit, channeling magical power into his palm, preparing to strike. He looked smug, deciding swiftly, "It's fine, just capture him and interrogate him." Jin-hyuk opened the door, faced the delivery driver, and asked directly, "Who are you?" The other man made an excuse about a delayed delivery due to an accident. Jin-hyuk's eyes sharpened. He knew perfectly well that no deliveries would be happening at this hour. Jin-hyuk mused that his house was protected by a concealment spell, so anyone who could bypass it to get here was certainly not ordinary. The assassin said little, launching a poisoned dart straight at Jin-hyuk the moment the door cracked open. Jin-hyuk reacted like a god, casually catching the poisoned dart between two fingers and sneering. Do deliveries come with complimentary poisoned darts these days? The masked assassin was utterly stunned, unable to believe his surprise attack had been blocked so easily. From behind, Lucia had drawn her bow. A bright energy arrow knocked and shouted, "Kang Jin-hyuk, get out of the way." Jin-hyuk ignored her, unleashing a thunderous kick that slammed the door into the assassin's face, sending him flying with a pathetic scream. The masked assassin flew backward out of the doorway, tumbling through the air like a broken puppet. Before he could recover, a glowing blue energy arrow pierced straight into his chest, splattering blood everywhere. Lucia stepped out coldly, her bowstring already drawn, declaring curtly, "Move aside, let me finish him." Jin-hyuk raised a hand to stop her, explaining that this man came because of the bar incident, so he would handle it himself. Lucia merely warned that the man was not ordinary, as he could still move after taking her arrow. The assassin clutched his wound, eyes wide, wondering who the woman who had just shot him was, that a single arrow could reduce him to such a state. Realizing this situation was too dire, the assassin decided he had to retreat immediately. He fled headlong, leaping over the railing to escape, while Jin-hyuk and Lucia merely watched. Lucia asked if they needed to pursue, but Jin-hyuk calmly replied to let him go, as he would surely come looking for him again anyway. Jin-hyuk smirked, revealing the assassin's karma score was over 900, a true professional killer who wouldn't hesitate to take a life. He secretly calculated that he could use this assassin to clean up future messes. A perfect plan. The scene shifted. A luxurious car braked sharply on a deserted road. Inside the car, a high-ranking Titan Guild member announced they had arrived, with Jin-hyuk and Lucia seated in the back. The car stopped in front of a large building, isolated amidst mountains and forests. This was the investigation site. The Titan Guild member warned Jin-hyuk that even though the guild master had given instructions, many in the guild still disliked him. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Jin-hyuk and Lucia were blocked by a crowd of black-clad Titan Guild members, their attitude extremely hostile. This group consisted entirely of elite individuals, at least half of whom were A-rank hunters or higher, led by a bald man and a silver-haired man wearing glasses. Jin-hyuk narrowed his eyes, looking towards the leader of the crowd. He immediately recognized the silver-haired man wearing glasses as the one who had caused trouble for him last time, and guessed that this man was commanding the operation. Jin-hyuk sighed wearily, sensing a heap of annoying trouble was about to descend upon them. Amidst the majestic mountain scenery, the silver-haired man introduced himself. "I am Han Young-suk, the one in charge of this operation." Han Young-suk recalled their previous encounter during the airstrike, and Kang Jin-hyuk nonchalantly confirmed he remembered. Jin-hyuk smirked, taunting, "You're surprisingly polite today, aren't you? Quite different from last time." Han Young-suk cleared his throat, awkwardly explaining that last time he was just a bit overzealous due to his efforts for the guild. The silver-haired man bowed dramatically in apology, expressing his hope that the operation would proceed smoothly. He immediately changed the subject, inquiring about Lucia. Jin-hyuk simply replied curtly that she was a colleague, highly skilled, so there was no need to worry. Just then, the Titan Guild scout team rushed back to report, interrupting their conversation. The bald man gestured to Han Young-suk, telling him to step aside for a moment to handle some business. Han Young-suk pouted, thinking to himself, highly skilled? A mere C rank acting so confident. But then he dismissed it with a sinister expression. Who cares about that, as long as I achieve my goal? Lucia sensed a conspiracy, turning to ask Jin-hyuk if he was all right, but he reassured her that things wouldn't go as the other man expected. She continued her report. More importantly, someone has been tailing us this whole time. Why haven't you dealt with them? Jin-hyuk casually replied, "Oh, that guy? Just leave him be. We can use him for something else," then handed her an item. He handed Lucia a glowing blue communication crystal. Jin-hyuk explained that this was a communication item with a 10 kilometers range, telling her to keep it safe as she would need it later. Both continued walking. Han Young-suk returned, confirming Jin-hyuk's report was accurate. The Tyrant Guild was indeed involved in human trafficking. The silver-haired man began his pitch. "Actually, we have a favor to ask of you, Kang Jin-hyuk." He revealed that after their investigation, they had discovered an extremely powerful barrier surrounding the building, and only one person was capable of infiltrating it undetected. Han Young-suk looked directly at Jin-hyuk, enticing him. "There's no one more suitable than you. Can you help us?" Han Young-suk continued his flattery, emphasizing that Jin-hyuk was the real deal, the only one who could defeat that new, overwhelmingly powerful monster. The silver-haired man cunningly suggested that having Jin Hyuk go solo would be far more effective than having him accompany the Titan Guild's new recruits. Jin Hyuk smirked, well aware that they merely wanted to use him as a pawn, but thought to himself, this is exactly the scenario I wanted. Without another word, the entire team dashed swiftly through the forest. Han Young-suk gave instructions while running. Listen carefully. Hunter Kang Jin Hyuk. The plan is simple. We will create a breach in the barrier, and your job is to slip through it. Jin Hyuk simply nodded, his eyes sharp, having fully understood his role as bait. Han Young-suk commanded, good, prepare yourselves. The entire group accelerated towards a fortified building. He continued to instruct as the entire formation charged like a whirlwind. The breach will only last for a few seconds, so run with all your might. A Titan Guild Special Forces member channeled their magic, their hands radiating purple energy, ready to break through the barrier. The silver-haired man shouted, now, go! As two Titan Special Forces members used magic to tear open the barrier. Jin Hyuk didn't hesitate, immediately charging forward, with only one question in his mind. What the hell are these guys hiding here? He dashed straight through the magical opening, determined to uncover the secrets within. The moment he landed, Jin Hyuk was ready for any scenario, but what met his eyes was a completely different sight, leaving Jin Hyuk stunned. Huh? The scene inside the barrier was a modern military base, vastly different from its exterior, proving they had used the barrier for camouflage. Jin Hyuk carried the baseball bat on his shoulder, muttering, I'll find the entrance first. He walked leisurely, noticing something strange. Come to think of it, there are fewer guards than I expected. Suddenly, Jin Hyuk spotted a figure standing guard in a hidden corner. He immediately understood the situation. The spot they're guarding is the entrance. Good, time to fight. Whoosh! Kang Jin Hyuk charged like a whirlwind, without a moment's hesitation. First target. Take care of this guard. Unexpectedly, his devastating bat swing passed right through the guard and smashed into the ground. Jin Hyuk froze, realizing he had just struck an illusion. Damn it. This is troublesome. His plan to capture the guard alive to open the door was ruined. Now he had to find a way in himself. But to his surprise, the security door automatically swung wide open, inviting him in as he approached. Jin Hyuk clicked his tongue, scoffing at the defense system, which was as flimsy as noodles, with not even a single camera. But better safe than sorry, he decided to clear the area thoroughly with a special toy. The chosen weapon was a genuine EMP emitter, crafted from electric-type monster materials. He knew it would disable all devices, including his own phone, but he had planned ahead and given Lucia a separate communication item. Activate. A massive electromagnetic pulse swept through the entire corridor. Now the fun begins. Meanwhile, a masked figure in black observed from above, muttering about a secret plan involving the Titan Guild. He smirked, thinking to himself that with Kang Jin Hyuk as a sacrificial pawn, everything would be much easier. Cutscene. The real guard was sitting in a corner, grinding a game on his phone like an addict. Suddenly, his phone screen flickered off, and the game was interrupted. He cursed angrily, blaming the terrible signal in this remote place for being as slow as a turtle. While muttering, he suddenly startled and looked up, hearing a strange noise. Wham! Jin Hyuk's baseball bat came out of nowhere, striking the guard directly in the face with a devastating blow. But instead of collapsing, the guard's mangled face began to regenerate with a red glow, while Jin Hyuk merely observed coldly. The guard lay sprawled on the floor, covered in blood after taking a full blow from a staff. Jin Hyuk coldly looked at the corpse, thinking, a mere grunt with a karma stat of 800? This den is full of trash, he concluded. Now I can clean it up thoroughly without holding back. Jin Hyuk entered a long, winding corridor, realizing this was the prison area holding the kidnapped women. Inside a cell, a victim's legs were shackled, dirty, and battered. Are these guys planning to use people as fertilizer or something? Jin Hyuk thought with disgust. A faint voice echoed from the darkness, asking for Jin Hyuk's identity. Jin Hyuk was surprised to see that the person in the cell wasn't a woman, but a man in an unfamiliar uniform. The prisoner looked familiar, his voice trembling as he warned Jin Hyuk to run before it was too late because everyone here was insane, making Jin Hyuk realize this man belonged to the Tyrant Guild. Meanwhile, outside, Han Young-suk and the Titan Special Forces waited. He checked his watch and assessed that the infiltration seemed to have succeeded. Han Young-suk confidently declared that the entire team was lying in wait nearby, ready to storm in if anything went wrong. The Titan commander signaled his special forces. Han Young-suk glanced towards Lucia, who was observing from a distance. He waved his hand, signaling the entire team to prepare for action. Lucia narrowed her eyes and muttered, "Is it finally time to get my hands dirty?" In a flashback, Jin Hyuk had clearly assigned tasks. "I'll handle things inside. Lucia, You keep an eye on the titans outside. Jinhyuk warned the half-elf to be careful and not get involved, as he didn't know what schemes the old fox Han Young-sok was planning. Lucia clenched her fist, her eyes sharp, clearly seeing the titans as a troublesome bunch. Back in the present, Jinhyuk confirmed the prisoner's name was Young Dae-yoon. Jinhyuk questioned why a tyrant guild member had ended up in such a state, and Young Dae-yoon confessed, "It's because I tried to kill Alrauna." Young Dae-yoon explained that he survived, probably because he possessed illusion-creating skills, something useful to them. Kang Jinhyuk nodded, understanding the illusion incident from earlier, then got straight to the point. "Why did you want to kill Alraune?" Young Dae-yoon bitterly recounted. "I couldn't stand seeing them throw living people as monster bait, with a flashback showing women trapped in glass cages." Jinhyuk looked at the prisoner's extremely low karma stat, showing surprise that someone from the Tyrant Guild had a conscience, then made a decision. With a calculating smile, Jinhyuk declared, "Young Dae-yoon, cooperate with me." The prisoner, Young Dae-yoon, was dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears when he heard the two words cooperate. Meanwhile, in the control room, a guard was dozing off in his chair. He let out a long yawn, thinking to himself that he was always sleepy at this hour. Suddenly, he jolted awake as if electrocuted. The guard frantically looked around, sensing something was wrong. What the hell is this? He rushed to the keyboard, frantically typing to check the system. He cursed when he realized all efforts were futile, and his phone had lost signal too. He ran frantically out of the room, shouting, "The entire computer system is down." The guard burst into a room where the bosses were playing cards, yelling, "Emergency." The security chief, holding his cards, was interrupted and looked up at his subordinate with annoyance. The guard breathlessly reported, "The system is completely offline," startling everyone. He added shocking news, "And all the women are gone. It seems someone has infiltrated this place." The chief angrily ordered, "Team 1, go immediately to the Alrauni production room. Team 2, follow me to catch the intruder and the women." He pointed at another man. "As for you, find a way to contact headquarters immediately." And the entire group promptly obeyed. At the same time, in the detention area, all cell doors had been flung open. Footsteps echoed as a group of rescued women followed behind Jinhyuk's sneakers. Jung Dae-yoon led a group of women, running frantically through the corridor, continuously encouraging them, "Keep going, we're almost out." The women, with terrified expressions, ran headlong, not daring to look back. A tough-looking guard appeared at the end of the corridor, roaring, "This way, the women are running towards the emergency exit." The guard sneered, his eyes locked onto the leader. "Hey, Jung Dae-yoon." He stood blocking the way, his voice full of sarcasm. "This whole thing is your doing, isn't it?" Without waiting for an answer, the guard growled, "I don't care how you escaped, but this time you're dead for sure," then charged forward with a fist brimming with power. He threw a punch straight at the face, determined to finish off the traitor in one blow. Unexpectedly, Jung Dae-yoon split into 3 clones, causing the guard's punch to merely graze a shadow. The guard clicked his tongue in disdain at the cheap trick. "Humph, you little rat." Just as he regained his composure, a sharp blade was pressed against his pupil, reflecting his horror. Clang! Jinhyuk appeared from thin air, using his knife to deflect the attack, saving Jung Dae-yoon in the nick of time. The guard was stunned by the sudden intruder, while Jinhyuk's face was cold as ice, giving him no time to react. Wham! Jinhyuk grabbed a nearby fire extinguisher and slammed it straight into the guard's head. The devastating blow sent the guard flying backward like a broken puppet. Jinhyuk coldly stepped over the scattered guards, concluding, "Seeing how desperately they're guarding this place, Alraune must definitely be here." He approached a colossal steel door and used pure strength to force it open. Jinhyuk's footsteps echoed as he advanced alone into the most secret area. A massive experimental facility appeared, and Jinhyuk muttered with disgust, "So this is it. You tyrant scum." He was disgusted to see victims confined in tanks, whispering, "Are all of them kidnapped people?" Finally, Jinhyuk found his ultimate target, a humanoid creature imprisoned in a colossal tank. So this is Alraune, the source of everything. Seeing Alraune seemingly asleep, Kang Jinhyuk immediately grabbed a baseball bat, smirking, "Perfect, I'll seize this chance to finish it off." Without a second's hesitation, Jinhyuk swung the bat, delivering a devastating blow straight at the containment tank, determined to shatter the glass cage. But the attack was firmly blocked. Jinhyuk froze as he realized, what the hell is moving inside? Whoosh! Several dark tentacles lashed out powerfully from within, sending Jinhyuk flying backward before he could react. Jinhyuk struggled to regain his balance after the sudden attack, silently assessing. That hit was incredibly heavy. One direct blow would be fatal. Inside the tank, Alraune had fully awakened, its tentacles wildly thrashing, signaling an uneven battle. Jin-hyuk regained his composure, his eyes sharp, calculating his next move. Stay calm. I just need to deal with these tentacles. Al-Rauni let out a piercing roar, using pure strength to shatter the glass cage from within. Crash! The entire tank exploded into thousands of fragments, the immense pressure throwing Jin-hyuk backward. Seeing the monster completely free, Jin-hyuk broke into a cold sweat, admitting the dire situation. It seems like this is truly a disaster. Facing the unleashed Al-Raun, Jin-hyuk gripped his bat tightly, resolving, I have to end this now. A tentacle, sharp as a blade, shot forward with terrifying speed. Jin-hyuk swung his bat to block the direct strike. The impact force was too immense, tossing Jin-hyuk into the air like a toy. Mid-air, Jin-hyuk cleverly used another tentacle as a foothold, stopping the critical attack aimed at him. Even though he blocked it, the incredibly powerful force still sent him flying like a bullet. Jin-hyuk stumbled upon landing, gritting his teeth in pain, as the aftershocks of the blow spread through his body. What kind of monstrous power is this? He looked at the tear in his shirt, sighing in relief as his defensive skill had saved his life. That was close. Even with hardened skin and armor, it almost pierced through. Instead of fear, Jin-hyuk smirked defiantly. His fighting spirit ignited. All right, so you won't die easily, huh? Let's see who wins. Al-Raun gave him no time to rest. Another tentacle descended like a hammer, determined to crush its foe. Jin-hyuk didn't retreat but charged forward, swinging his bat hard onto the floor, creating a shockwave for a counterattack. Kang Jin-hyuk remained unfazed by the incoming tentacle, his eyes sharp and ready for the next move. He swung the baseball bat, using the force of hitting the floor to propel himself upward, transforming a passive stance into an incredibly agile counterattack. Utilizing the propulsion, Kang Jin-hyuk spun in midair, narrowly dodging the attack. Performing a graceful flip, he transformed himself into a living arrow, shooting straight towards the monster. The baseball bat, glowing red in Kang Jin-hyuk's hand, aimed directly at Al-Rauna's critical weak point. Clang! The bat plunged into the monster's chest, black blood splattering. A perfect strike. Al-Rauni let out a pathetic shriek, unable to believe it had been pierced through its armor by a mere shrimp. Kang Jin-hyuk snarled with fury. Get out of my sight, you man-eating monster. Thought it was over? Al-Rauna, enraged, unleashed a massive surge of blue electrical energy from its wound. The terrifying lightning engulfed both the bat and tightly constricted the monster's body. A final self-destructing attack. Kang Jin-hyuk, still in an attacking posture, was caught in the chaotic energy vortex. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted, sweeping away everything within its radius. The destructive power of the explosion was immense, creating a whirlwind of fire and electricity. Everything gradually settled, leaving only a hazy smoke and the last flickering sparks of electricity. Amidst the rubble, a glowing red magic stone, smoldering, was the only thing left. Jin-hyuk sighed in relief. Phew. I barely managed to finish it. Kang Jin-hyuk approached, curiously looking at the dropped loot. Is this Al-Rauna's magic stone? He opened the system panel to appraise the item, but the information slots only displayed large question marks. Jin-hyuk picked up the stone, muttering, Can't appraise it? Looking at its size and shape, it's definitely a magic stone. He decided to put the stone into his inventory, calculating, never mind, I'll ask the old dwarf later. Done with the task, Jin-hyuk pulled out a blue communication crystal, calling his teammate. Lucia, do you read me? From the mountain. Lucia reported via the crystal. How's the situation on your end? Are the girls safe? And received news that a man was leading them down the mountain. Kang Jin-hyuk explained. Ah, that's a captured tyrant traitor, but the pursuers are wearing similar clothes to him. What's going on? Jung Dae-yoon, the traitor, carrying a girl as he fled, confirmed to his new allies. That guy seems trustworthy, so we decided to cooperate. Rest assured, we are allies. Jin-hyuk brushed that aside. Understood. More importantly, is Al-Raun dealt with? Then confidently replied. Of course. It's all cleaned up. And Eve retrieved its magic stone. Lucia then asked about the pursuers and reported the tense situation. If you want to know about those guys from earlier, they're fighting each other. She recounted the chaotic scene below. As soon as the white-clad group appeared, the Titan Guild members charged in for a bloody battle. But the script had changed, Lucia warned. Something's strange. The white-clad guys just swallowed something and transformed. The Titan members are starting to be pushed back. A guard, after taking the drug, went berserk, delivering a sky-shattering punch to the face of a Titan Special Forces member. The white-haired berserker easily blocked his opponent's attack with the hilt of his sword, his strength completely superior. Jinhyuk froze upon hearing the news, his mind racing. They ate something? Ah, could it be Alrauni's drug that guy mentioned? The guard roared like a wild beast, his eyes glowing red and black streaks spreading across his face, completely insane and consumed by rage. A Titan Special Forces member couldn't react in time, taking a powerful elbow strike directly to the throat from the berserker. The mad guard's eyes gleamed with pure killing intent, his power exploding, but the price was his lost sanity. The entire battlefield became a chaotic mess, as Tyrant's drugged-up army swept through Titan's elite special forces. Titan's masked tracker silently observed from afar, watching his subordinates being crushed without making any move. Jinhyuk frowned, calculating, this is troublesome. If the Titan Guild falls now, it won't be good. They are annoying. But for now, we must stop the Tyrant Guild. Lucia received the order cleanly. Understood. Just target the white-clad guys, right? The elf archer gripped her bow firmly, her aura soaring. Leave it to me. Lucia took her stance, drawing the bowstring taut, an arrow imbued with energy ready to be fired. She smirked provocatively, setting a condition for Jinhyuk. But in return, you'll have to prepare lots of sweets for me later. And the arrow was fired. Jinhyuk walked leisurely, feeling that everything was settled, and spoke. It seems things are finished over there too, huh? He called out to the one hiding in the shadows. Why don't you just come out already? Jinhyuk carried the toy mace, directly addressing the tracker. Delivery guy. From behind the corner, the masked Titan assassin revealed himself, muttering in astonishment. The assassin admitted, I didn't expect you to sense my presence. Jinhyuk stood next to a corpse, questioning directly. Is your target me, or are you also here for Alrauna's magic stone? The assassin darted away like a ghost, declaring, My target has changed. Jinhyuk smirked defiantly, growling, You'll regret that choice. The assassin drew a dagger, cold killing intent, emanating from the sharp blade. Whoosh! The assassin closed in with terrifying speed, the dagger aimed straight at Jinhyuk's throat. Clang! Jinhyuk blocked the fatal stab with his bare hand. The disparity in strength was immense. Both were pushed back after the collision, the assassin completely stunned by his opponent's power. The assassin was deeply shocked, unable to believe a C-rank hunter possessed such terrifying reaction speed. He reassured himself, thinking Jinhyuk was still just a petty C-rank nobody. The assassin threw a projectile towards Jinhyuk, but then cried out in pain. Swish! The throwing knife embedded itself in the wall. Jinhyuk had vanished, dodging the attack with feather-light grace. Jinhyuk had leaped into the air, gaining the upper hand and looking down at his enemy. He snapped his fingers, activating a skill. Automatic recall. The toy mace stuck in the wall automatically flew back into Jinhyuk's hand at rocket speed. From above, Jinhyuk swung his mace, preparing to unleash a heaven-shattering finishing blow onto the assassin's head. Crash! Kang Jinhyuk brought the toy mace down with terrifying force, cracking the ground open. The masked assassin dodged the attack, roaring in his mind, Idiot! He spun around to counterattack, yelling, I'll kill you right now. Clang! The assassin used his armored forearm to block Jinhyuk's mace. His strength was far from ordinary. He froze, realizing Jinhyuk was also wearing hidden armor underneath, wondering, What? Is this guy wearing armor? Thinking he had found a weakness, the assassin dodged, swinging his knife straight at Jinhyuk's throat. Jinhyuk simply raised his hand, effortlessly grabbing the assassin's knife-wielding wrist. He smirked, grabbing the assassin's collar and asking sarcastically, Where do you think you're running off to? Jinhyuk flung the assassin away like a rag doll, causing him to stumble and lose balance. Giving his opponent no time to breathe, Jinhyuk swung his mace back, gathering a blazing blue lightning energy sphere, declaring, You won't escape this time. Jinhyuk's eyes flashed with deadly light. He roared, preparing to unleash a true skill. He charged forward, the energy sphere on his mace growing larger, ready to crush everything. The assassin panicked, hastily clasped his hands together, channeling all his energy into defense. He yelled shield, and a spherical energy barrier appeared, enveloping his body. Boom! Jinhyuk's attack collided with the shield, creating an earth-shattering energy explosion. The assassin was pushed back, his feet tearing up the ground, unable to withstand the immense pressure. He panted, unable to believe he had barely managed to block that attack. After the smoke cleared, the assassin looked around bewildered, realizing in a panic that Jinhyuk had vanished. What? Where did he go? Jinhyuk was already hovering directly above the assassin, looking down with the eyes of a predator. Without another word, Jinhyuk grabbed the assassin's head and slammed him straight into the ground, ending the fight overwhelmingly. Jinhyuk pressed the toy mace directly against the assassin's face, the terrifying pressure immobilizing him. Pinned against the wall, the assassin muttered in panic. Impossible. He strained with all his might, but it was useless, sweat pouring down him. There's no way you could be this strong. Jin-hyuk smirked, his tone full of sarcasm. Oh, so you're not as weak as I thought, huh? Veins bulging on his forehead, the assassin furiously roared. Impossible, you bastard. I swear I'll. Jin-hyuk coldly interrupted, pronouncing his doom. No, there won't be a next time. In despair, the assassin unleashed all his magic power, wild electrical currents crackling around him. He screamed, "This place will be your grave," then exploded in a blinding lightning bolt under Jin-hyuk's pressure. Elsewhere, a black-clad special forces team was clearing the scene, burning all the corpses and muttering, "So, all the bodies are taken care of." The masked team leader ordered the soldiers, "Tend to the wounded. I'm going to report." Meanwhile, a silver-haired man, his hand bandaged, mused. Who would have thought those tyrants were hiding drugs too? He lit a cigarette, recalling the battle. If that woman hadn't helped, we would have been dead for sure. He looked at his injured hand, assessing Lucia's strength. Those arrows had power almost on par with S rank. But what kind of female hunter is that strong? The masked team leader approached to report to the silver-haired man. The team leader reported clearly. The wounded have been taken to the hospital, and all potential evidence has been handled. The silver-haired man nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Now that the tyrants are dealt with, let's go inside and properly finish the welcoming party. The team leader suddenly called out, stopping him. Wait a moment. Jung Dae-yoon, the tyrant guild traitor, stumbled over, making the silver-haired man immediately recognize him. Aren't you the one who betrayed the tyrants? Jung Dae-yoon gasped for breath, urgently relaying the message. I have a message. Run now. He shouted an urgent warning, stunning the silver-haired man. The tyrant guild master and their main forces are on their way here. The silver-haired leader frowned in thought, calculating. If S-rank Hunter Cho Won-cheol arrives, we have no chance of winning. The masked subordinate reported the situation over the comms. Report confirmed. Guild tyrant's vanguard detected. Approximately 4 to 5 individuals approaching. The leader glanced at the traitor, realizing the warning was true, and asked his subordinate, "What do we do now?" He gritted his teeth and decisively ordered, "There's no other way. The operation ends here. Everyone, retreat." The entire Special Forces team immediately turned around, beginning a swift evacuation from the area. The leader asked Jung Dae-yoon if he was coming along, but the traitor flatly refused. Jung Dae-yoon explained his plan. "I'll stay behind, create a false report, and blame someone else to avoid suspicion." The silver-haired leader pondered, stroking his chin, realizing this was the best way to avoid an all-out war between the two major guilds. He smirked in agreement. "All right, do it that way." The leader looked directly at Jung Dae-yoon, declaring who would take the fall. "We'll pin everything on Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk." He sneered cunningly, believing it to be the most plausible explanation. Jung Dae-yoon was stunned by the insidious plan, while the leader asserted it was the most natural scenario. As they retreated, the masked subordinate expressed doubt. Can that traitor be trusted? The silver-haired leader dismissed it. It doesn't matter whether guild tyrant is fooled or not. He grinned sinisterly, revealing his true intention. We just need to buy time to prepare for an all-out war against them. He declared that when the truth comes out, they will have ample justification to seize this opportunity and wipe out the tyrant scum. An overview of the secret base left behind amidst the desolate mountains and forests. Jung Dae-yoon stood alone outside the building, awaiting the enemy's arrival. A long-haired woman's silhouette appeared and asked, "Hey, are you the one Kang Jin-hyuk mentioned?" Lucia appeared, gesturing to Jung Dae-yoon. "Come inside. Kang Jin-hyuk is waiting." In Kang, Jin-hyuk's hand was a mysterious black notebook, looking like a phone. Jin-hyuk sat beside the masked assassin's corpse, muttering that things were easier than expected, just as Lucia called out loudly, announcing their arrival. Jin-hyuk looked up, seeing Lucia and Jung Dae-yoon entering, and immediately asked, "Lucia, is it done?" Lucia reported, "First of all, I've already dealt with the tail that was following us earlier." Jin-hyuk casually replied, "Oh, that guy?" Jung Dae-yoon anxiously asked about the situation. Jin-hyuk, with his arms crossed, replied curtly, "Alrauna is dead." Jin-hyuk gestured with his chin towards the corpse. "And you'll have to help me deal with this guy." Jung Dae-yoon, bewildered, asked what Jin-hyuk intended to do, and received an outrageous reply. "Can you stage the scene to make it look like this guy died fighting Alrauna?" Lucia immediately realized the problem. "Wait, are you going to pin the blame on this guy?" Jin-hyuk smirked, confirming, "That's right, I'll pin everything on him." Jin-hyuk held out the notebook, declaring, "The reason? Just look at this." Both Lucia and Jung Dae-yoon looked on curiously. Just a quick glance, and Jung Dae-yoon's face turned pale, his voice trembling in horror. This is the victim of the recent serial murders. Jin-hyuk confirmed the corpse's true identity. That's right. It's the great guild assassin who's been shaking public opinion. This guy always targeted major guilds, so if we make him the culprit, no one will suspect a thing. Jin-hyuk directly asked Jung Dae-yoon, "What do you think? Can you do it?" Dae-yoon, after a moment of shock, composed himself and agreed. "I can do it. That's a great idea." Lucia was still a bit hesitant, but Jin-hyuk immediately reassured her. "Of course, there's no problem. Now we just need to get out of here." Jung Dae-yoon took responsibility for staying behind to clean up. "Just leave the rest to me, you two go. Guild Tyrant's main forces will be here soon." Jin-hyuk revealed that half of that information was a lie. The Vanguard Guild Titan saw was just an illusion created by Jung Dae-yoon to trick them, and the real forces wouldn't arrive for another 2 hours. Jin-hyuk left the scene to him. Dae-yoon confidently asserted, "Don't worry. I'm a guild member after all. They'll believe me." Before they left, Jung Dae-yoon bowed sincerely in gratitude for saving his life and the lives of others. Jin-hyuk walked away coldly, only instructing, "No need to thank me. Be careful. Contact me when you're done." The three of them left. Jin-hyuk secretly calculated. Guild Tyrant has taken a heavy blow, and when other guilds catch wind of it, they won't just sit back and watch. Kang Jin-hyuk smirked meaningfully, thinking to himself, "I'm looking forward to this. Let's see how Guild Tyrant crumbles." The scene shifted to a bustling city. The narration echoed. This is what happened within Guild Tyrant. At Guild Titan's office, Guildmaster Seo Sang-ho admitted the situation was even worse than expected, and it was no longer their guild's sole problem. Typing on the keyboard, Seo Sang-ho ordered, "Share this information anonymously." Secretary Lee Hyena worried this would benefit other guilds, but Seo Sang-ho decided to leak the information to all parties: the association, police, government, and media. Seo Sang-ho explained his move. "If they discover our involvement, a guild war will erupt. It's better to resolve the matter than to gain a trivial advantage." Looking at the laptop screen showing the secret facility, Lee Hyena finally agreed with her boss's plan. A breaking news report erupted. 2 anchors announced shocking information. A major guild had secretly bred monsters to use humans as food. The news spread rapidly. The prosecutor's office declared it a serious crime and vowed to investigate thoroughly, and other major guilds also announced their cooperation. Commuters on the subway were enraged, cursing the bastards of Guild Tyrant as insane and demanding their execution. The online community exploded. A streamer screamed for all-out war, arguing that other guilds wouldn't stand by while Guild Tyrant ran rampant. News continued to update. Several high-ranking members of Guild Tyrant had been arrested, and finally, the guild had to issue a statement announcing their cooperation with the investigation. A hand held a remote control, abruptly turning off the TV showing the news. Director Han Young-suk of Guild Titan was furious, rushing towards the TV and yelling, "Damn it, Seo Sang-ho, you idiot!" He glared, gritting his teeth. "I had everything prepared for you, yet you ruined everything." A call came in. The screen displayed Han Young-suk's name. Han Young-suk was on a video call with Seo Sang-ho and coldly asked, "So, what is this call about?" Han Young-suk roared through the screen, questioning, "Are you still pretending not to know? How could you leak information anonymously? Have you lost your mind?" He pointed angrily. "We did all the work. Why are those Altron bastards being hailed as heroes?" Seo Sang-ho calmly retorted, "If we had revealed ourselves, Guild Tyrant would have crushed us before other guilds could unite." Han Young-suk roared, "Crush us?" He slammed the table furiously, shouting that if his plan to recruit S-rank hunters succeeded, the Tyrant Guild wouldn't stand a chance. Through the screen, Seo Sang-ho poured cold water on his enthusiasm. "Here we go again. Even if you recruit them, are you sure you can defeat the Tyrant Guildmaster?" He painted a grim picture of a devastating guild war, a ruined city, and civilians dying like flies, then questioned, "Can you bear that burden?" Han Young-suk stubbornly argued that it would be a minor issue if they could absorb the Tyrant Guild, leaving Seo Sang-ho speechless. Seo Sang-ho snapped, pointing directly at the old man through the screen. "Hey Han Young-suk, what good is a hunter guild if it doesn't protect its people?" Han Young-suk tried to cover up, claiming he was only thinking of the guild, but Seo Sang-ho immediately cut him off. "Don't use loyalty to justify selfishness." Fed up with the flimsy arguments, Seo Sang-ho declared bluntly, "I'm hanging up." Han Young-suk desperately tried to hold him back. "Wait, please," but the screen went dark. Furious, he vented his anger on the keyboard, yelling about why the guildmaster always acted like such a bleeding heart. He hissed with resentment, believing that as long as that flower-headed idiot remained in charge, the Titan Guild would never prosper. only collapse. Deciding to go all in, Han Young-suk scrolled through his contacts, thinking bitterly. So Sang-ho, you forced my hand. He called a mysterious individual, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Another recruitment offer? I told you. I'm not interested unless it's the guild master's seat. The other end of the line replied curtly with a chilling voice. I will give it to you. Han Young-suk froze, disbelieving his ears. What? And the other person confirmed firmly. I will make you the guild master. The scene shifted. Kang Jin-hyuk appeared on a bustling street, confirming this was indeed the meeting point. He looked at the building full of shops and clicked his tongue. A secret meeting. Yet they chose a place as crowded as an anthill. Jin-hyuk entered the cafe, meeting Jung Dae-yoon again, who now looked dapper and happily reported that everything was going smoother than expected. Jin-hyuk sat down and asked directly, Did the fabricated stories I prepared for you work? And Jung Dae-yoon confirmed he now had a firmer standing within the guild. Jung Dae-yoon turned serious, revealing hot news. They're about to form a pursuit team to hunt you down. But Kang Jin-hyuk merely calmly sipped his iced drink, his expression unchanged. Kang Jin-hyuk smirked, scoffing that the Tyrant Guild was on the verge of collapse. So where would they get the resources to hunt people? Jung Dae-yoon admitted that, but revealed that some big shots in the guild had started to sniff out something unusual. Jung Dae-yoon explained that because the Great Guild assassin case was resolved too quickly, the higher-ups began to suspect someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Kang Jin-hyuk asked directly, But there's no evidence, right? And Jung Dae-yoon confirmed his identity was absolutely safe. Jung Dae-yoon advised Jin-hyuk to lie low for a while. If he didn't act, the Tyrant Guild would collapse on its own. Jung Dae-yoon held out his phone, saying he had sent information about those in charge of the investigation to Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk picked up the phone to look, his attitude still nonchalant, not even bothering to glance at it immediately. Kang Jin-hyuk glanced around the crowded cafe and asked casually, All of them are just illusions, aren't they? Jung Dae-yoon froze, asking back in astonishment. You knew? Jin-hyuk sneered, asserting he had known all along, and demanded Dae-yoon tell him directly who was hunting him. Jung Dae-yoon revealed that the two upcoming enemies were an archer and a mage. He warned that both were masters of disguise and stealth magic, capable of impersonating acquaintances to approach Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk nodded, asking curtly, Okay, is that all the information? Jung Dae-yoon pulled a small coin-like device from his pocket and asked, Have you heard about the monster counter? Jin-hyuk briefly recalled the scoring device the Titan Guild once used. Jung Dae-yoon explained this was an upgraded version, created by the association after the Alraune incident to monitor hunters. Kang Jin-hyuk took the device, a glint flashing in his eyes as he analyzed it. Jung Dae-yoon announced that starting from his guild, all hunters would be forced to wear this device and be under the association's control. Kang Jin-hyuk held the device, his face hardening, as he realized it was an electronic shackle. Dungeon crawling and monster farming would now be a huge problem. Jung Dae-yoon shook his hand, urging Jin-hyuk to act quickly if he intended to deal with that pill. Jung Dae-yoon warned, If you grow stronger after the monitoring system is established, the association will immediately keep an eye on you. He concluded, saying that even the Tyrant Guild would suspect Kang Jin-hyuk, so everything needed to be handled before that time. Jin-hyuk strode down the street, his mind racing. A monitoring system. This was unexpected. So, what I need to do now is... His eyes sharpened, his determination burning. I just need to get stronger, even if only a little. I must go to a dungeon immediately. In a cave forge, an angry voice roared, You punk, are you messing with me? The dwarven blacksmith pointed directly at Jin-hyuk, veins bulging in his neck as he yelled, I told you to get some ore and you vanished. Weeks without a word, and now you show your face here? Jin-hyuk could only bow his head in apology, looking remorseful. I'm sorry, I had some unavoidable matters. The dwarf's anger hadn't subsided. He grabbed Jin-hyuk's arm. I thought you died in some ditch. And now you brazenly show up like this? I ought to. Jin-hyuk sneered, saying casually, Calm down. Then he suddenly remembered the gift. Oh, right. I almost forgot. I have a favor to ask. The blacksmith held the glowing red ore in his hand, still incessantly yelling. Do you even know what kind of cursed thing you brought back here? The old man shouted, throwing the ore back at Jin-hyuk. This is cursed ore filled with resentment. We dwarves are highly averse to curses. We avoid anything like this. In a flashback, Jin-hyuk invited Lucia to come along, but she flatly refused. Sorry, I have something to do. The dwarf continued his tirade. You brat. Not only did you fail to bring back ore, but you also brought this trash back? Throw it away immediately. Jin-hyuk quickly apologized for not knowing, and the blacksmith clicked his tongue. Tisk, ignorance isn't a crime. All right, I'll handle it. Jin Hyuk muttered, his eyes sharp. It's too wasteful to throw away. But what can I do? Is there a way? Jin Hyuk began to use a provocation tactic. If the master can't do it, then there's nothing to be done. Now I understand why Lucia said this was too much for you. Hearing Lucia's name and being called too much, the dwarven blacksmith's pride flared, his face contorting with angry veins. That elf girl. What did she say? The old man's face grew serious, revealing a secret. Beneath the cliff you once visited, there is a place called the Dragon Temple. An ancient temple with a colossal dragon statue appeared, and the blacksmith ordered, "Take this key, open the temple, and purify the ore's curse." The majestic temple's full view appeared, and the old man sealed the deal. Do that, and I will forge you something even greater than this mace. Lucia questioned Jin Hyuk for daring to use her name as bait, while Jin Hyuk nonchalantly retorted, "Who told you to flee empty-handed?" With a serious gaze, Lucia directly asked if Jin Hyuk knew what this place truly was. Jin Hyuk innocently asked back, "What do you mean? Isn't it just a temple?" Lucia warned sharply, "This isn't an ordinary temple. It's more dangerous than any dungeon you've ever entered. If we go in like this, we could be wiped out." Jin Hyuk unexpectedly changed his mind, declaring, "No, let's go home first," leaving Lucia dumbfounded. Lucia emphasized the dungeon's danger, asserting that they both needed to prepare everything thoroughly. Seeing Jin Hyuk dawdling, Lucia pulled out her trump card, squatting down and threatening, "Hurry up. If we're late, I'll eat all the sweets at your house." Hearing about the food, Jin Hyuk's face turned pale, and he ran off at top speed, disappearing in a flash. Jin Hyuk recalled the image of the Dragon Temple, telling himself that at the time, he still didn't know what was about to happen. The scene shifted to a modern city street, the gloomy sky signaling an ominous foreboding. As soon as he arrived home, Jin Hyuk collapsed onto the floor, panting, admitting that Lucia's speed was truly extraordinary. Lying on the floor, Jin Hyuk racked his brain, wondering what else to prepare besides medicine and permission scrolls, then suddenly thought of asking Lucia. Suddenly remembering the threat, Jin Hyuk sprang up like a spring. "Wait!" Jin Hyuk rushed into the kitchen, yelling, "Hey, seriously, I told you not to eat it. That's a month's worth of food for me." While Lucia nonchalantly munched on a pastry, while muttering curses at the shameless elf, Jin Hyuk's phone suddenly rang, displaying the caller as Secretary Lee Hyena. Jin Hyuk answered the call, confirmed his identity, and on the other end, Lee Hyena from the Titan Guild urgently pleaded for help. Lucia, who was munching on a pastry, also looked bewildered when she heard Lee Hyena's voice on the phone screaming, "If you don't come, Guildmaster Sang-ho will be killed." The final words that stunned Jin Hyuk, causing cold sweat to break out, and he immediately agreed to come. A panoramic view of a high-end residential area where an S-rank hunter's life-or-death battle was about to unfold. The scene was devastated. A first aid kit lay discarded, and Guildmaster So Sang-ho of the Titan Guild was dying on the sofa, supported by Secretary Lee Hyena. Lee Hyena, with tears welling in her eyes, tried to encourage her boss. "Hunter Kang Jin Hyuk is coming soon. Just hold on a little longer." So Sang-ho let out a painful roar, his entire body convulsing from the severe injuries. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face, trying to endure the horrific pain. Seeing the incessant bleeding, Lee Hyena frantically asked about his condition, but So Sang-ho only whispered in response, "I'm fine." "What do you mean fine? You're on the verge of death." Lee Hyena burst into sobs, completely helpless in the face of the situation. Despite being covered in injuries, Seo Sang-ho still tried to act as a pillar of strength. "Just don't cry. I can still endure it." Lee Hyena looked directly into her boss's eyes, knowing full well he was just trying to appear strong. Just then, the doorbell rang loudly, interrupting the desperate atmosphere. The intercom screen showed Kang Jin Hyuk's face, and Lee Hyena hastily called his name as if grasping a lifeline. Jin Hyuk stepped in, scanned the scene, and coldly concluded, "You've been brutally attacked." Without an extra word, Jin Hyuk ordered, first aid," while So Sang-ho could only mumble his thanks. Jin Hyuk pulled out a vial of recovery potion, warning beforehand, "It's going to hurt, but bear with it. The situation is urgent." I'll pour the medicine directly onto the wound. He poured the entire vial of medicine directly onto the S-rank guildmaster's chest. So Sang-ho gritted his teeth, tensing his body to endure the burning pain, as if being corroded by acid. He let out a piercing scream as the potion took effect, the pain tearing through his mind. After the rapid first aid concluded, Jin Hyuk calmly remarked, "It seems the critical period has passed." Returning to the main issue, Jin Hyuk asked directly, "Now tell me, what the hell happened?" Seo Sang-ho, his eyes burning with indignation, revealed the shocking truth. It was a trap. The guild members betrayed us right at an internal event. Seo Sang-ho recounted in a flashback that upon arriving at the party, only Han Young-sok's faction was already waiting, a highly suspicious sign. Both raised their wine glasses. Han Young-sok and Seo Sang-ho appeared friendly, but a deadly conspiracy was being concealed. Slam. The wine glass was slammed down. Seo Sang-ho suddenly coughed up blood, realizing it was too late as the executive director flashed a triumphant smile. He realized the drink had been poisoned, a dark energy corroding his body from within. Even as his consciousness faded, the guildmaster still tried to brace himself, gripping his sword tightly to prepare for a life-or-death battle. Despite being poisoned, Seo Sang-ho still fought fiercely, clearing away the traitorous henchmen blocking his path. He mustered all his remaining strength to fight, determined to find a way to survive amidst the enemy's encirclement. The guildmaster roared in despair, recounting that even though he fought like a cornered beast, the outcome was still his current ruined and battered state. Back in the present, Kang Jin-hyuk finished listening to the story and sensed something was wrong. He sharply questioned, "Even if poisoned, an S-rank hunter like you couldn't possibly be utterly defeated by mere small fry within the guild." As Seo Sang-ho was about to explain, the poison flared up again. He let out a painful scream and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Kang Jin-hyuk and the secretary rushed over in a panic. The wound on the guildmaster's chest had begun to tear open and bleed again. Jin-hyuk assessed that this poison was extremely potent, then turned to ask Lee Hyena about the antidote. The secretary was flustered, stammering that she knew nothing, only asserting that ordinary hunter antidotes would definitely be useless. Jin-hyuk suggested going to a specialized hospital, but Seo Sang-ho vehemently dismissed it, his voice trembling. "Not the hospital." He gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "If we go there, they will definitely track us down and pursue us to kill." Jin-hyuk understood the problem. Going to the hospital would be tantamount to surrendering themselves. He pondered another solution. Decisively, Jin-hyuk ordered the secretary to prepare the car, declaring he would take them both to his home because he might have a way to detoxify the poison. Screech. The car sped away on the road, beginning a race against death and the traitors. A high-speed chase unfolded on the street, with a red sports car closely tailing a silver sedan. Behind the wheel was Secretary Lee Hyena, her face tense like a stretched string, but her hands firm on the steering wheel. She softly inquired about the situation. From the back seat, Kang Jin-hyuk reassured her, telling her to just focus on driving at full speed, and he would take care of the guildmaster. Lee Hyena said little, flooring the accelerator and speeding off like an arrow. Ahead was an intersection, with 30 seconds left on the pedestrian light. The car sped towards the crosswalk while civilians were still casually passing by, the situation growing increasingly urgent. Jin-hyuk turned to encourage the gasping Seo Sang-ho. "Stay conscious, just a little longer." Lee Hyena suddenly alerted. "Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk, we have trouble. Do you see the car behind us?" Jin-hyuk glanced in the mirror, immediately recognizing the familiar car that had been lurking outside his home. It was indeed that flashy red supercar, stubbornly tailing them without letting up. Jin-hyuk's expression hardened, and he stated firmly, "It seems we're being followed." The traffic light turned green, an opportunity to shake them off or confront them. Jin-hyuk realized he couldn't go home anymore, so he asked Lee Hyena, "What should we do?" With no other options, a bold decision was made. Jin-hyuk pointed towards a half-finished construction site. "From now on, just go where I tell you. Head there." Both cars stopped at the deserted construction site, preparing for a solo confrontation. Jin-hyuk gave his final instructions. "While I hold him off, you drive straight to my house. My colleague will open the door for you." The ponytail assassin stepped out of the car, smirking. "Where's Seo Sang-ho? Who are you to dare stand in my way?" Jin-hyuk turned, his eyes sharp and fearless, ready for battle. Jin-hyuk called, wondering, "Lee Hyena? Why aren't you heading home quickly?" On the other end, Lee Hyena screamed in panic. "Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk, run! You must run at all costs." She recognized the pursuer's identity. That man is an S-rank hunter. Kang Jun-tae. Jin-hyuk froze, his eyes wide with shock. "What? S-rank?" Jin-hyuk's presence detection skill automatically activated, glowing a bright red alarm. Before he could compose himself, Kang Jun-tae lunged like lightning, unleashing a devastating slash. Jin-hyuk retreated to dodge the attack, the ground beneath his feet shattered by the aftershock, demonstrating the opponent's terrifying power. He gasped for breath, watching the car speed away, while Kang Jun-tae stood there, radiating overwhelming presence. Jin-hyuk spoke into the phone, his tone serious. Lee Hyena. I can't hold out for long. Drive fast. I'll follow behind you. Lee Hyena hesitated, but Jin Hyuk growled into the phone. I said, hurry up. After a moment of hesitation, Lee Hyena gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with determination. Understood. You absolutely must follow. Kang Juntae smirked, blocking Jin Hyuk's path. Where do you think you're going? He roared. Trying to run? His hand gathering a blazing red energy sphere, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. Without wasting a second, Lee Hyena floored the accelerator, and the car shot forward. Kang Juntae immediately ignored Jin Hyuk, soaring into the air like a bullet, aiming straight for the escaping car. He clung to a lamppost, using it as a pivot to change direction, growling, "Got you now." Suddenly, a devastating sidekick from Jin Hyuk flew in, halting his charge. Kang Juntae was stopped, roaring furiously. You! Why do you keep getting in my way? Jin Hyuk was thrown backward by the recoil, sprawling on the ground while Kang Juntae hovered in the air, full of disdain. Kang Juntae landed, muttering bitterly, "Damn it, did I lose track of them?" While Kang Jin Hyuk was thrown far away. Through the rearview mirror, Lee Hyena watched in horror as Kang Jin Hyuk was left alone to face the assassin. Jin Hyuk looked up at the receding car, as Lee Hyena whispered an apology in her heart. The secretary burst into sobs, her hands trembling as she prayed. Please, come back safely. Kang Juntae exhaled, adjusted his collar, and muttered that no one had mentioned a third party interfering. The assassin turned to Jin Hyuk, his voice full of contempt. Hey you, I'm busy. Get lost if you want to live. Jin Hyuk growled, his eyes sparking with fire as he scrambled to his feet. You talk too much nonsense. The protagonist roared a challenge. Do you think I'd be scared of someone like you and run away? Bring it on. Kang Juntae smirked, admitting Jin Hyuk had some guts to dare confront him. Amusing. The assassin chuckled gleefully and then lunged, throwing a punch straight at his face. Jin Hyuk was stunned by the opponent's terrifying speed, only managing to exclaim, too fast. The two clashed, punches and blocks colliding continuously at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow. As Jin Hyuk parried, he realized a fatal problem. Not just fast. Every blow is deadly strong. Kang Juntae fought with increasing fervor, yelling, More! Let's see how long you can last. Show me your true power. Jin Hyuk barely dodged a punch that grazed his face, sweat pouring down him like rain. The assassin retreated, swinging the long staff in his hand, preparing to unleash a devastating horizontal sweep. Jin Hyuk immediately realized that if he took that hit fully, he would be instantly wiped out. Exactly 1 moment before the attack landed, Jin Hyuk activated his inventory, immediately equipping the mithril chainmail armor, which reduced physical damage by 50% and magical damage by 20%. Clang! The attack was blocked. Jin Hyuk staggered back a few steps, gasping for breath, having narrowly escaped death. Phew, that was close. Jin Hyuk panted, admitting he would have been wiped out without the high-quality armor, while Kang Juntae smirked, surprised that So Sang-ho's faction possessed such fine gear. Kang Juntae suddenly paused, realizing his opponent might be the C-rank hunter famous for capturing strange monsters. He confirmed, now that I think about it, Han Young-sok did mention you, saying you were So Sang-ho's trusted subordinate. Jin Hyuk broke out in a cold sweat, realizing his identity was completely exposed, and if he didn't handle this cleanly, his entire family would be in danger. Jin Hyuk racked his brain to figure out an escape route from the S-rank monster before him, while Kang Juntae, adopting a superior air, declared, How about this? The assassin extended his hand in invitation, his voice full of temptation. Abandon So Sang-ho and come with me. The Titan Guild needs someone like you. Jin Hyuk smirked, a final decision already made in his mind. He told himself how pathetic he was to hesitate before a life-or-death battle. Jin Hyuk growled, his eyes sharp. I refuse. Let's go all out, you bastard. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa at night, signaling a different development. Inside, Lucia was pouring all her strength, her hands emitting a green light to heal So Sang-ho, who lay motionless on the bed, under Lee Hyena's anxious gaze. So Sang-ho lay there, his face gaunt, lost in a daze from the deadly poison. Lucia stopped, panting, and informed the secretary that she could only do so much for now. Stepping out into the living room, Lucia explained the situation. The poison is too strong. I've only temporarily suppressed it, causing Lee Hyena to frantically ask if he wasn't saved yet. The female archer stated coldly, That's right. He doesn't feel pain now, but this effect won't last long. Lee Hyena panicked, hastily asking if there was any other way to save her guildmaster. Lucia looked pensive, thinking of a certain dwarf who might help, but then realized the core problem. To enter that dungeon, We need Kang Jin-hyuk. She turned to Lee Hyena, hinting, I think there might be a way, but… Lee Hyena impatiently asked why Jin-hyuk still hadn't arrived, her voice hesitant, as she prepared to reveal the truth. Lee Hyena stammered, confessing that Kang Jin-hyuk was being blocked by an S-rank pursuer, making Lucia freeze. What? The scene shifted to a desolate construction site under the dark night. Crash! Kang Jin-hyuk slid across the ground, swinging his baseball bat to block a lightning-fast attack from Kang Jun-tae. Clang! The pursuer's blade grazed Jin-hyuk's face by a hair's breadth, as he unleashed a punch enveloped in blazing red energy that shattered the ground. Kang Jun-tae roared as they charged at each other, provoking, Are you just gonna keep dodging? Give me a real fight. Jin-hyuk was pushed back by the impact's shockwave, muttering, Damn it, the impact force is incredible. Wham! Before he could recover, Jin-hyuk took a devastating punch directly to the face. He gritted his teeth, enduring the blow, his body sent flying helplessly. Kang Jun-tae's kick made Jin-hyuk stagger, completely losing his balance. Another hook punch directly to the stomach made Jin-hyuk double over in pain. Jin-hyuk could only weakly raise his arms to block, his face already starting to bruise. He was sent flying far away, his baseball bat flying from his hand. Jin-hyuk collapsed, sprawling on the ground, barely managing to prop himself up as he watched his approaching enemy. Kang Jun-tae stood there, a look of disappointment on his face. What's this? Is it over already? Where's that surge of energy from before? Jin-hyuk lay slumped on the floor, exhausted and unable to resist. He struggled to stand up, leaning on his bat, sweat pouring down like rain. Jin-hyuk panted, realizing he had reached his limit and had no time to take a recovery potion in this relentless battle. He gripped his bat tightly, his eyes determined. There's only one way left. It's all or nothing. Kang Jun-tae smirked, showing interest. All right. Giving up now would be boring, wouldn't it? Kang Jin-hyuk gathered all his strength, charging straight towards Kang Jun-tae, determined to go all out. His face showed a frantic expression, resolved to unleash his final attack. But S-rank level was different. Kang Jun-tae lightly jumped to dodge the attack, making Jin-hyuk frustrated. Damn it, why can't I hit him? The assassin easily swatted away Jin-hyuk's baseball bat. Jin-hyuk's attack completely missed, revealing a fatal opening. Kang Jun-tae landed on the ground, sighing in boredom. How boring. Then unleashed a devastating punch to Jin-hyuk's face. Jin-hyuk took the full force of the punch, spitting out blood. He was sent flying into a wall, while the assassin warned, If you have no other tricks up your sleeve. Kang Jun-tae gripped his blade tightly, prepared to deliver the finishing blow. He charged forward with terrifying speed, roaring, then die. Jin-hyuk couldn't stand steady, his baseball bat falling from his hand. He frantically realized his body was exhausted, unable to move even though his brain was screaming to dodge. Jin-hyuk gritted his teeth, trying to force his body to obey. Damn it! Move! Move! His baseball bat fell to the ground, while the enemy's blade was already close. Slash! Kang Jun-tae's blade pierced through Jin-hyuk's shoulder. Jin-hyuk panted, blood gushing from the wound, but he still stood firm. Kang Jun-tae showed surprise. In that instant, you moved to avoid a vital spot? The assassin smirked, seeming pleased. You're quite impressive. So, my offer is still valid. Jin-hyuk growled, his eyes full of resentment. Nonsense. Kang Jun-tae lost patience, growling. If you still want to resist to the end, then don't blame me. Kang Jin-hyuk despaired as the assassin's blade lunged straight for his throat, only one thought remaining in his mind. Is this the end? Suddenly, a long, pitch-black staff appeared from thin air, piercing through Kang Jun-tae's chest and sending him flying away in utter astonishment. What the hell is this? Kang Jin-hyuk recognized it immediately, sweat pouring down, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. This arrow, the cold face of the platinum-haired female archer appeared. It was Lucia. Amidst the city night, Lucia began her search. Let's see. Lucia landed on a rooftop, awkwardly looking at her phone, muttering about the difficulty of modern technology, though it seemed she was on the right track. The phone screen displayed a navigation map, and the half-elf girl cheered when she saw that she was almost there. Lucia sped up, dashing like a ghost, and silently screamed in her head. Almost there, so please don't die, Kang Jin-hyuk. Hang in there. Returning to the battle, Kang Jun-tae had lost patience with Jin-hyuk's stubbornness. If you keep baring your fangs until the end, then he'll have no choice but to deal with you. Cornered, Kang Jin-hyuk mustered all his strength to brace his long staff, blocking the assassin's attack. Suddenly, Kang Jun-tae froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. An incredibly powerful force struck his chest, sending Kang Jun-tae flying backward, utterly bewildered by what was happening. A fierce energy explosion erupted at the point of impact, throwing both of them back. Kang Juntae scrambled to his feet, looking up at the sky with an incredulous expression. An arrow? An arrow with this much destructive power? Kang Jinhyuk gasped for breath, but his eyes lit up as he recognized the familiar technique. This arrow. From above, Lucia gracefully descended to the ground, her platinum hair fluttering in the wind. Lucia stood in front of Jinhyuk, asking coldly, "Just in time. Are you still alive?" Jinhyuk let out a sigh of relief. "Barely." Kang Juntae narrowed his eyes, assessing the uninvited guest, muttering, "Was that woman the one who just attacked? She looks ordinary enough." Kang Juntae smirked, declaring he would verify her strength himself. "Whatever, I'll test her out myself then." Tormented by his wounds, Kang Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, enduring the bone-piercing pain. The assassin mocked Lucia, pointing his spear at the struggling Jinhyuk. "Looks like you came to save this brat, huh?" Lucia remained silent, her icy gaze fixed on the clown before her. Fiery red energy flared around his spear, and Kang Juntae growled a warning. "If you don't want to die." Kang Juntae lunged forward like an arrow, shouting that the previous attack wasn't a fluke, but Lucia merely replied with one word. "Ridiculous." Whoosh. Lucia gently raised her hand, stopping the incoming spear, and retorted with a challenging question. "Who's killing whom?" The S-rank assassin froze, unable to believe his eyes, while Kang Jinhyuk silently observed the display of power. With just one hand, the elf archer effortlessly nullified the assassin's full power attack. Kang Juntae broke out in a cold sweat, his mind screaming, "Impossible! This girl blocked my spear so easily?" Lucia looked at her opponent with disdain, blue energy from her hand completely overwhelming the spear. Arrogant fool. Relying on such meager strength. The assassin's eyes widened as he felt his weapon cracking under the pressure. The elf archer coldly left a sentence hanging, preparing to deliver a warning blow. "For now, then." Crack. The spear shattered into pieces, and Lucia casually asked, "Or perhaps a light warning?" With her bare hands, she crushed the S-rank assassin's weapon. Startled, Kang Juntae hastily erected a defensive shield, unable to believe his weapon had been broken by bare hands. But it was too late. Lucia's punch pierced through his defense, slamming directly into the assassin. Kang Juntae could only let out a cry of pain as he took the full force of the devastating punch. While the enemy was stunned, Kang Jinhyuk could only silently call out his overpowered comrade's name, Lucia. Kang Jinhyuk sat on the ground, clutching his wound, his mind screaming, "I know she's strong, but does she have to be this overwhelmingly powerful?" Thrown backward by Lucia's punch, the S-rank assassin stumbled like a roly-poly toy. Kang Juntae staggered as he landed, still not comprehending what the hell had just happened to him. The assassin gritted his teeth, unable to believe that someone of his caliber had been completely overwhelmed. Lucia looked at him with contempt, while Kang Juntae frantically speculated, where did this monster come from? A foreign S-rank hunter? After putting her opponent in his place, Lucia turned to look at Kang Jinhyuk, who was sitting on the ground. The archer asked coldly, "Can you still move?" Jinhyuk nodded slightly, and Lucia immediately offered a deadly choice. "Good, then decide. Do you need me to send him off for good?" Jinhyuk quickly intervened, then turned to the assassin. "No need. Hey Kang Juntae, we can stop here for today." Kang Juntae sneered, trying to save face. "Ha, a loss is a loss, but you talk as if my life is in your hands." However, he secretly broke into a cold sweat, admitting that if he continued to fight to the death, he would be the one to suffer. The assassin awkwardly made an excuse. "I'm tired today. Let's stop here." Lucia openly showed her contempt, uttering a sarcastic remark. Nothing but excuses." Seeing the situation was getting tense, Kang Jinhyuk immediately ordered, "Lucia, that's enough." The archer turned back with a mischievous expression, shrugging. "Just kidding, just kidding." Kang Juntae turned his back and walked away, but not without issuing a warning. "I'll remember this day." He looked back, his eyes filled with hatred. "We'll meet again soon. Next time." Lucia merely watched him silently with an annoyed expression, while the assassin's threats still echoed. The final threat was aimed directly at both of them. "Will be the end of that arrogant woman and you, C-rank Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk." The night fell upon a half-finished construction site, the atmosphere anything but peaceful. Lucia used green light healing magic to treat Kang Jin-hyuk, who was sitting on the ground, an empty stamina potion bottle beside him. The elf archer sighed in relief, announcing that the wounds were not as severe as she thought, and Jin-hyuk could move again, to which he thanked her. Kang Jin-hyuk stood up, astonished to see his open wounds completely healed, while Lucia crossed her arms with a smug expression. "Now you know how formidable I am, don't you?" Jin-hyuk immediately flattered her. "That's right, with such combat prowess and healing skills, You truly are an OP character, which left Lucia bewildered, not understanding what OP meant. He gave a wry smile, his face slightly flushed, and briefly explained that it was a compliment. After understanding, Lucia immediately inquired about Guildmaster So Sang-ho's condition, and Jin-hyuk replied that he was resting but was very difficult to treat. Lucia had an idea. Who knows, perhaps that dwarf elder might have an antidote. Hearing this, Kang Jin-hyuk wasted no time, immediately rushing off like a gust of wind. Then we must return at once. Lucia frantically shouted after him, "Hey, Kang Jin-hyuk, don't overexert yourself, your wounds might reopen." As Jin-hyuk ran, he realized the urgency of the situation. His identity was exposed. Enemies could attack at any moment, and So Sang-ho had to be saved first. They both returned to the dwarf's smithy, a cozy wooden house nestled within a rocky cave. The dwarven warrior was furious. "No, you didn't bring the ore I requested. What do you expect me to do with a poisoned man you've dragged here?" Kang Jin-hyuk bowed his head in apology, explained the situation, and pleaded with the old man to save the person first, promising to repay him later, while So Sang-ho lay motionless on the floor. So Sang-ho looked utterly pathetic, his breath weak, his condition clearly on the verge of life and death. The old blacksmith frowned after examining him. "Unfortunately, I cannot cure this. This poison is from a basilisk. An antidote is needed, but the ingredients are not available here." Kang Jin-hyuk still didn't give up, daring to ask, "Uncle, what if you happen to have it?" The dwarf snapped, "Do you think I'm some magical treasure chest containing everything?" But then added, "All right, wait a moment." So Sang-ho had regained some consciousness, leaning against the wall, and asked Kang Jin-hyuk, "Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk, where is this place?" Jin-hyuk kept it a secret, simply replying, "I understand you have many questions, but for now, just consider this one of my abilities." So Sang-ho, looking haggard, accepted the situation but still wondered, "I understand, but is it all right to reveal a place like this?" Kang Jin-hyuk replied concisely, his gaze unwavering. "Because the guildmaster trusted me first, I've decided to trust you in return." The old dwarven blacksmith tossed out a vial of temporary antidote, curtly ordering, "Now, drink this." So Sang-ho gulped down the potion while the dwarf warned that it was merely a temporary measure, lasting at most half a day. The dwarf concluded with a blunt statement, his eyes sharp. "If a true antidote isn't found, this person will surely perish." Kang Jin-hyuk still tried to salvage hope, asking if there was any other way, but the dwarf extinguished it. "No, at least not within my knowledge." Jin-hyuk pondered, calculating. The hunter's hospital was out of the question, as enemies would be lying in wait. He needed to find a place with an antidote that no one would suspect. Suddenly, a glint appeared in Jin-hyuk's eyes. He had come up with a bold idea. The scene shifted to a discreet villa at night, seemingly the safe haven Jin-hyuk had just thought of. So Sang-ho had been brought here, lying motionless on the bed, temporarily escaping the clutches of death. Jin-hyuk explained the situation to Secretary Lee Hyena, saying they had bought some time but still needed a true antidote, which made her extremely anxious. Without hesitation, Jin-hyuk pulled out his phone, confidently declaring that there was still one last option, an all-in gamble. The phone rang, and on the other end, Lee Jun-chul was sitting on a sofa, his face showing annoyance at being disturbed. Lee Jun-chul answered, his voice gruff due to the midnight call, but Jin-hyuk went straight to the point. "Do you have a basilisk antidote?" Lee Jun-chul's expression changed. He admitted not having it readily available, but knew an underground doctor who might, then questioned Jin-hyuk back with suspicion. Jin-hyuk ignored the question, demanding an immediate introduction, and Lee Jun-chul, sensing money, agreed and asked for the address. Jin-hyuk thanked him, promised to send the address immediately, and gave further instructions regarding the doctor. Lee Jun-chul sneered, showing his shrewdness. "Understood. You want them to come discreetly, right? Don't worry. For a VIP client, we'll handle everything with utmost secrecy." Hanging up, Jin-hyuk turned to inform a nervous Lee Hyena that the doctor was on their way, while Lucia stood silently observing. Jin-hyuk gave a confident smile, reassuring the secretary. "Of course, you can rest easy now." Lee Hyena could no longer hold back, bursting into sobs of relief, finally shedding the burden of worrying for her boss. The secretary bowed deeply, profusely thanking Kang Jin-hyuk for saving her guildmaster's life. Lucia stood from a distance, quietly observing everything, with a calm gaze. The underground doctor's car arrived at the hideout, a discreet villa. The doctor drew the antidote from the vial into a syringe, preparing to inject the patient. The injection was administered directly into So Sang-ho's arm. The detoxification process began. The underground doctor announced that the poison had been completely removed, but Seo Sang-ho's body would need 2 weeks to recover. He emphasized that during that time, the Guildmaster of Titan must have absolute rest to be able to move normally again. Seo Sang-ho, though past the critical stage, still showed clear signs of fatigue and weakness. Jin-hyuk departed, his mind filled with calculations about the upcoming 2-week downtime. He realized a critical problem. 2 weeks was too long. He couldn't withstand the pursuit of the Titan Guild. Jin-hyuk bitterly admitted that his skill level was still too green compared to an S-rank individual like Kang Jun-tae. He self-reflected, realizing it wasn't due to underestimating S-ranks, but rather being overly confident in his own strength. Lucia stepped out from the shadows, stating concisely, "You seem to be worrying about trivial matters." Jin-hyuk turned, facing the half-elf, admitting the harsh truth after the battle. He stated frankly, "After going solo against that S-rank guy, I realized I'm too weak." Lucia looked him straight in the eyes, confirming coldly, "Yes, you are still weak, but you will grow stronger, won't you?" The half-elf didn't just come to rub salt in the wound. She also offered a solution. "Actually, there's a risky but surefire way. Do you dare to try it, Kang Jin-hyuk?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jin-hyuk growled, his eyes burning with determination. "Of course. Anything that makes me stronger, I will do." Immediately after, Jin-hyuk started shopping on the system, spending money to buy 50 explosive scrolls to prepare for rapid leveling. Kang Jin-hyuk checked his gear before the critical moment. 300 mana potions and 300 health potions. His armor and bat were still in good condition, he muttered, his eyes full of calculation. "Will this much be enough?" Lucia stood behind him, reminding him. "What about the teleportation stone?" A spatial gate opened right in the living room, and Jin-hyuk replied concisely, "Of course I've packed it. If anything goes wrong, I can escape immediately." Lucia nodded in agreement, acknowledging his caution. "That's good. At least you need an escape route. It seems you're ready." Jin-hyuk turned, facing the half-elf woman. "All right, but remember one thing," Lucia warned with a serious expression. "The Dragon Temple is far more dangerous than you imagine. I understand your determination to do everything to grow stronger, but greed will lead to ruin." She emphasized, her eyes sharp. "Therefore, once you feel strong enough, get out of there immediately." Jin-hyuk scratched his head, giving a wry smile as he replied, "Ah, I understand. If it gets too intense, I'll use the teleportation stone to return right away." Secretary Lee stepped forward, her voice full of remorse. "Kang Jin-hyuk, I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Jin-hyuk waved it off, declaring bluntly, "No need to apologize. I also want revenge, so this makes us even." He turned to Lucia, instructing her with eyes full of trust. "All right, Lucia, please take care of everyone while I'm gone." The half-elf woman nodded firmly. "You are the only one I can trust right now." Jin-hyuk looked toward Secretary Lee, promising resolutely, "I will return. At all costs, wait for me. I will come back stronger." He resolutely stepped into the teleportation gate, landing in a gloomy land before a gigantic stone gate. Standing before the towering gate, Jin-hyuk muttered, "Let's see." He pulled out several explosive scrolls and stuffed them into the gate's crevices. They said doing this would open the door. A crackling sound echoed as he activated the scrolls, preparing for a proper blast. Boom! The stone gate was blown open, revealing the path into the dark dungeon. Jin-hyuk exclaimed, "This is the Dragon Temple." Lucius' warning not to be greedy echoed in his ears, but Jin-hyuk's eyes shone with steely determination, ready to sweep through everything. Kang Jin-hyuk resolutely entered the dungeon, his inner voice growling, "If I intended to play it safe, I wouldn't have come here at all." He set his ultimate goal for this grinding session. "I won't leave here until I'm strong enough to contend with and defeat an S-rank." The heavy stone door slammed shut behind him, sealing the exit. Jin-hyuk walked through the pitch-black darkness, feeling something was off. Strange. I haven't seen anything at all this whole time. Carrying his baseball bat on his shoulder, he began to wonder, am I even going the right way? Suddenly, torches flared to life, illuminating a magnificent hall with 2 rows of armored figures standing silently. Jin-hyuk warily looked at the armored figures, wondering, what are these suits of armor? He approached one of the suits of armor, feeling a chilling killing intent emanating from them. They looked dangerous. Suddenly, the eye slits of the armor glowed brightly with a deadly red. The armored knight charged like a whirlwind, the sword in its hand aimed directly at Jin-hyuk. The mechanical knight swung its sword with astonishing speed, determined to take his life in a single blow. Jin-hyuk casually dodged the devastating downward strike, the mechanical knight narrowly missing him. Readying his stance, Jin-hyuk immediately realized the problem. Damn it, are these suits of armor monsters? He swung his bat, preparing for a home run, straight to the face of the one that had just attacked him. All the suits of armor in the hall activated simultaneously, their eyes glowing red, brandishing their weapons as they surrounded him tightly. Facing an entire army, Jin-hyuk merely curled his lips into a challenging smirk. Let's get started. The mechanical knights charged en masse, determined to overwhelm the intruder with sheer numbers. Jin-hyuk charged into the horde of monsters, the baseball bat in his hand transforming into a weapon of destruction, smashing each suit of armor one by one. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was strewn with shattered metal fragments, Jin-hyuk standing firm amidst the pile of scrap metal. He looked at the wreckage, scoffing. What are these things? Besides their flashy exterior, there's nothing special about them. Then paused as he noticed something unusual. The pile of scrap metal began to reassemble themselves automatically, the fragments finding their way back together. In an instant, an entire army of brand new armored knights stood up, their eyes glowing red, ready to tear him apart. Jin-hyuk looked at the horde, muttering, "Huh, these guys also need their cores destroyed to die?" He curled his lips into a sneer. Honestly, back then, I would have been scared out of my wits seeing this, but now it's different. Jin-hyuk gripped his baseball bat tightly. Blue electrical energy began to gather, crackling. "I have a special gift for you, metal men." He stomped the ground and shot into the air, raising his bat, which was fully charged with electrical energy. With an arrogant grin, Jin-hyuk roared, "With this, I'll fry your cores in an instant." A massive surge of electricity erupted from Jin-hyuk, spreading throughout the room, sending all the knights flying. The blue current seeped through every crevice of the armor, attacking the energy core directly. The knights convulsed and then disintegrated into dust, their energy cores shattered under the power of the electric current. Jin-hyuk landed, sighing in relief amidst a battlefield strewn with ashes. He looked at his handiwork, his voice full of sarcasm. "How does getting electrocuted taste, you tin cans?" The scene shifts to the Titan Guild headquarters. Director Han Young-suk stood with his arms crossed, looking outside, an annoyed expression on his face. "Damn it, that idiot Kang Jun-tae." He frowned, muttering to himself. He couldn't even handle a drug addict, and he made things even worse. A senior executive entered, asking Han Young-suk about the situation with So Sang-ho's faction, and was informed that they had been confined and all communication cut off. Han Young-suk ordered with cold, sharp eyes, "Continue monitoring. Ensure So Sang-ho cannot escape to their location." Suddenly, with a crash, the office door was smashed open by an immense force. Kang Jun-tae, his face contorted with murderous intent, burst in, roaring, "Han Young-suk! Why didn't you tell me there were other obstacles?" Han Young-suk replied coldly while Jun-tae roared, "Not that guy. I'm talking about that archer girl." The senior executive hastily tried to intervene, but was brushed aside by Jun-tae. Insignificant small fry like, "You should step back." Wham! Kang Jun-tae didn't say much, directly punching the senior executive who dared to interfere, sending him flying. The poor executive fell sprawling, while Kang Jun-tae roared, "Shut up!" Han Young-suk immediately realized the problem. An archer? Is it the girl who was with Kang Jin-hyuk? A thought struck Han Young-suk, and he immediately taunted Kang Jun-tae. "Don't tell me she gave you a hard time?" Stung by the remark, Kang Jun-tae retorted defiantly, his neck veins bulging. "What do you mean? If my spear hadn't broken, I would have won." Han Young-suk thought to himself. Even if Kang Jun-tae was all talk and no substance, he was still a formidable opponent. And yet that archer girl was so powerful. Looking at the messy office with a guy lying sprawled on the floor, Han Young-suk sighed. Another variable. All right, the plan must now include that archer girl. He turned and ordered, "Remember this well. We must eliminate So Sang-ho as quickly as possible. Only then can we completely swallow the Titan Guild." Han Young-suk was confident that So Sang-ho had been poisoned and was on his last breath. Even if he survived, he would just be a cripple, no longer able to fight. He concluded that now, all that's left was to find Kang Jin-hyuk and the archer girl, and the game would be over. Then he asked with a suspicious look, "This time, are you sure you can kill both of them?" Kang Jun-tae gritted his teeth, radiating overwhelming killing intent. "Ha, of course. This time I swear I'll send both of them to their graves." Han Young-suk nodded in satisfaction, promising, "Good. Once those two are dealt with, there will be no more variables, and the position of Titan Guildmaster will be yours." Transitioning, Kang Jin-hyuk pushed open a massive gate with both hands, advancing deeper into the dungeon. After clearing out the Iron Knights in the second room, Jin-hyuk walked through the silent space, wondering why no more monsters appeared. He advanced on the red carpet leading to a throne at the end of the grand hall, guessing that this was the final room. Jin-hyuk froze when he saw someone sitting on the throne, but immediately noticed something unusual. Wait a minute. The karma score is 0? The cloaked figure on the throne spoke, his voice full of condescension. Ho ho, it's been a long time since anyone challenged me. Jinhyuk cautiously asked. Who are you? The hooded man with glowing blue eyes smirked. Me? What do I look like in your eyes? Jinhyuk observed silently, with only one thought in his mind. This guy is no ordinary individual. The mysterious figure saw through his thoughts, his eyes flashing with a deadly glint. Why do you think that? Is it because I have no karma? Kang Jinhyuk broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself how this old man knew his skill. Could it be that he read my mind? The mysterious guardian ignored him, approached, and got straight to the point. More importantly, didn't you come here for that thing radiating resentment and curses in your hand? Jinhyuk was speechless, realizing that this guy not only read his mind but also knew his purpose. Jinhyuk didn't beat around the bush, directly pulled out a glowing blue stone and admitted, that's right. He held out the cursed stone and declared, I came to purify this thing. The guardian stared at the stone, explaining, a stone that grew by devouring humans, filled with resentment. He scoffed, this isn't too difficult, then extended his hand towards the stone, which stunned Jinhyuk. A stream of pure blue energy from the guardian's hand enveloped the cursed stone. The energy exploded, cleansing all dark evil energy from the stone in an instant. Kang Jinhyuk could only stand frozen, watching the stone being purified with such ease, while the guardian declared, it's done. Jinhyuk was still in shock, holding the stone, which had now turned a clear blue, and wondered to himself, what the hell just happened? All the evil energy vanished. He bowed his head in sincere gratitude, admitting that the opponent's skill was on another level, but the guardian merely smirked. No need for thanks. Save those words until you accomplish your true purpose here. Kang Jinhyuk was bewildered, not understanding what the other guy was talking about. The guardian raised his hand, and blue energy flared up around him again. The trial has already begun. A dazzling beam of light enveloped Kang Jinhyuk, teleporting him away in astonishment. Jinhyuk's eyes widened. The surrounding scenery vanished, and he was thrown into another space. The guardian's voice warned from another dimension. Don't let your instincts dull. Give it your all. Otherwise, you will lose your life. Kang Jinhyuk replied with a determined gaze. All right. He stood in a dark space, realizing that this was the true Dragon Temple trial. As soon as he stepped into the trial space, Kang Jinhyuk sensed someone approaching. The clanking of metal echoed as a heavily armored figure stepped out from the darkness. Jinhyuk immediately recognized the familiar armor. The knight's eyes flashed with a deadly red light. He found himself standing on an arena floating in space, directly facing the knight. Jinhyuk calmly assessed the situation, muttering, transferred to another space again? Looking at the enemy and the distant throne, he clearly defined his objective. To get out of here, I just need to defeat you, right? He taunted the knight, thinking it was just small fry like the tin soldiers from before. Jinhyuk smirked with extreme arrogance. Oh, are you here for me to warm up? Is the real deal coming later? The knight unexpectedly spoke in a mechanical, powerful voice. Prepare yourself. The trial has begun. Jinhyuk was slightly surprised to see it speak, immediately realizing this fight was not like the previous mobs. The knight's eyes flashed with a warning light. This is your only warning. No sooner had it spoken than it shot forward like a bullet. The knight's terrifying speed made even Jinhyuk break out in a sweat, realizing this opponent was no pushover. Transitioning, a group of assassins dressed in black, wearing high-tech masks, landed in a deserted alley in the city. They landed with extreme professionalism, moving like a true special forces team. A subordinate reported in frustration, sorry, we couldn't find Kang Jinhyuk's house either. The registered address is an empty lot. The team leader roared furiously, damn it, if we don't find that guy, we're definitely dead. He ordered the entire team, his voice full of killing intent. Kang Juntae won't spare us. Turn this entire area upside down. Destroy every single house. The team leader yelled, deciding to cause chaos to force Kang Jinhyuk to show himself. At that very moment, an energy arrow tore through the air, piercing straight into an assassin's head, leaving him stunned. An assassin fell, making his comrades cry out in panic. Captain? The assassins looked around in confusion, roaring in anger. Who's the bastard? Whoosh! Another arrow grazed the captain's face, and he could only let out a cry of pain. The captain staggered, furious at the terrifying power of the mysterious arrow. Lucia appeared, making the captain realize she was Kang Jinhyuk's ally, and he hastily ordered reinforcements from the guild. Giving no quarter, Lucia closed in and dispatched an assassin with a clean, swift cut. After dealing with the small fry, Lucia returned to the apartment and sighed in relief. I'm back. Lee Hyena anxiously asked what had happened, and Lucia coolly replied, "The Titan Guild's pursuit squad showed up." Lee Hyena panicked, but Lucia had already plopped down onto a chair, nonchalantly declaring that she had taken care of everything smoothly. Eating a pastry, Lucia analyzed that they were certain this was the only hideout, and were ready to flatten the entire neighborhood to find it. Lucia frankly admitted that if they brought their entire guild, she wouldn't be able to handle them alone. She concluded that the only hope now was to rely on Kang Jin-hyuk to quickly grow stronger and return to turn the tables. The scene shifted back to the arena, where the trial knight with glowing red eyes charged into attack. Kang Jin-hyuk focused intensely, his eyes gleaming as he faced the opponent's lightning-fast attack. A flash of light appeared, and the knight's blade had almost touched Jin-hyuk's throat. For a moment, Jin-hyuk felt his neck being squeezed, and he cried out in horror, "My neck!" Suddenly, Jin-hyuk found himself back in the main hall of the temple, completely unharmed and bewildered by what had just happened. He touched his neck, still stunned by the incredibly realistic sensation of being decapitated, yet his body bore no scratches. An aged voice echoed, explaining that the place where he had just died was merely a virtual space, so there was no need to worry. Jin-hyuk looked up, immediately recognizing the voice of the old mage who had thrown him in here. The hooded guardian stated bluntly, "That's right, but you're still too weak. The Dragon Temple is a place to grow stronger, but also a testing ground. That's why I told you not to be complacent." He continued to lecture, stating that mental strength was also a measure, then declared coldly, "My apologies, but go get stronger and come back." Kang Jin-hyuk's mind returned to reality, filled with extreme worry, as he thought of the unconscious So Sang-ho. Damn it, this isn't the time for idle talk. If the house is discovered, So Sang-ho and Lee Hyena will. He thought of the greatest threat, the S-rank Hunter Kang Jun-tae. And if that guy shows up, I won't be able to stop him. That's why I have to get stronger right now. Back at the temple, Jin-hyuk frantically pounded on the door, shouting, "It was just my carelessness. I won't make that mistake again. Open this door. If I don't get stronger right now, everything will be meaningless." The guardian sat casually on the throne, his tone indifferent. "You still don't understand, do you? What would trying again right now change? You'd only experience death once more," Jin-hyuk argued back, his eyes burning with resolve. "You'll only know if I try. As long as I don't let my guard down, I can win." The guardian's blue eyes gleamed with interest. "Ho ho, I've never seen anyone so reckless. Even after tasting death, you still won't give up," Jin-hyuk declared firmly. "If I were afraid of death, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this in the first place." The guardian burst into delighted laughter, revealing sharp teeth. "How interesting. Very well." The door to the trial arena slowly opened. The old man had agreed. "I'll make an exception and give you another chance to try again." Jin-hyuk smirked, acknowledging the old man's reasonableness, then returned to the cosmic arena, shouldered his weapon, and growled at the trial knight. "This is for revenge, you tin can." The trial knight with glowing red eyes also spoke. "To return even after experiencing death. Your determination and will are commendable." Jin-hyuk took a stance, baring his teeth in a challenging grin. "Last time was due to my carelessness. This time, it won't end in vain like before." The trial knight replied, "Good thinking." Then he shot forward, fast as lightning. "Let the second trial begin." He unleashed a downward slash, and Jin-hyuk charged to meet it head-on, creating an explosion of energy. Jin-hyuk gritted his teeth, straining with all his might to block the devastating slash. This time, I blocked it, but the opponent's power was too overwhelming. Merely defending had exhausted him. The knight acknowledged, "Indeed, this time you seem to have sobered up." Jin-hyuk realized he couldn't fight head-on. "Damn it, this won't do. I need to focus aura into my legs." He roared, pouring all his strength into trying to knock back the opponent and create distance. Jin-hyuk channeled aura into his legs to spring back, swinging his staff with all his might. But the trial knight parried it effortlessly, creating a powerful shockwave. The terrifying recoil force pushed Jin-hyuk back, and he grumbled, What kind of monstrous recoil is this?" The trial knight stood firm, and Jin-hyuk realized that a direct confrontation was suicide, deciding to switch to guerrilla tactics. "A head-on fight won't work. I need to strike and retreat." Looking for openings, seeing Jin-hyuk move agilely, the knight showed surprise. "You can manipulate aura? Not bad." Jin-hyuk gritted his teeth, lunging forward to unleash a lightning-fast staff swing. But the knight's voice rang out as Jin-hyuk's pupils constricted in shock. Jin-hyuk's attack only cut through the air. The knight had dodged it perfectly. The boss analyzed the fatal weakness. "Your aura is concentrated in your lower body, leaving your upper body completely exposed." Jin-hyuk narrowly dodged the blow, annoyed. "Damn it, that guy." He landed and took a stance, sweat pouring down. Does he know exactly where I intend to attack? Jin-hyuk realized a terrifying truth. Feeling as if his opponent was reading his thoughts. Memories of his crushing defeat against Kang Jun-tae flooded back, when he had also easily predicted all of Jin-hyuk's attacks. That's right. It's exactly like when I fought Kang Jun-tae. The trial knight looked bored. Your spirit is admirable. But is that all? There's nothing left to see. Now then. Die. Clang. Their weapons clashed again, and Jin-hyuk strained to defend himself. He gritted his teeth, refusing to accept defeat. You think I'll just... Jin-hyuk roared, pushing with all his might to repel his opponent. Meekly accept death? He swung his staff in a wide arc, not aiming at his opponent but as if testing something. Jin-hyuk landed, his expression now clear. I tried it, and it seems I was right. Jin-hyuk pointed directly at the knight and laid his cards on the table. You're predicting my attacks by reading my aura, aren't you? The knight sneered. Ho ho. You're not entirely incompetent either. The knight's red eyes flashed, his voice chilling. But that won't change the outcome. Jin-hyuk muttered, admitting his opponent was right and realizing he had to change tactics. If that's the case, Kang Jin-hyuk decided to change his tactics, opening his inventory to pull out a mana potion. He chugged the potion, planning to envelop his entire body in aura to prevent his opponent from reading his moves. The trial guardian scoffed. Still got time to drink in the middle of a fight? Kang Jin-hyuk's eyes flashed with determination, but the knight lunged forward, growling. Focus on the fight, challenger. The two clashed again, sparks flying, their powers seemingly more balanced. The trial guardian immediately noticed the difference. You've enveloped your entire body in aura? Kang Jin-hyuk smirked. You noticed? The knight scoffed contemptuously. Is it because of that potion you just chugged to buff your aura? Can borrowed power like that truly be called your own? Your power, my power, who cares? Just use everything you can to win, Kang Jin-hyuk retorted, his face grim. The knight roared. If that's your way, then prove it to the very end. As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Jin-hyuk broke the stalemate and launched a furious assault. The trial guardian seemed more interested. Not bad. You're finally proving somewhat useful. Useful? Kang Jin-hyuk roared as he charged. This is much more than that. The battle was now evenly matched, both charging at each other with dizzying speed, their weapons clashing repeatedly, sending sparks flying. The knight had to admit, you're finally starting to look like you're fighting. Kang Jin-hyuk's entire body erupted with a blue, lightning-like aura, and he shouted, Don't get impressed yet. He channeled all the electricity into his hand, preparing to unleash a lightning strike directly at the knight's face. This is going to hurt a little. No, it's going to hurt a lot. A massive bolt of lightning was unleashed directly at the knight. The scene abruptly shifted to a street. A voice called out, Boss. Deputy Cho, sitting in the driver's seat, asked the man in the back, Why aren't you getting out, boss? Lee Jun-chul merely grunted. Lee Jun-chul ordered his subordinate. Look around. Lee Jun-chul explained. Those guys, they're all from the Titan Guild. They're busy searching for Seo Sang-ho. Deputy Cho agreed with his boss. That's right. Drawing attention now wouldn't be beneficial. Lee Jun-chul casually scrolled on his phone. No need for foolish actions that would arouse suspicion. Wait a moment. I have an idea. In an apartment, Lee Hyena was sitting on the sofa when Lucia, sitting at the dining table, spoke up. Hello? Lee Hyena answered the phone, and the other end introduced himself. Hello, I'm Lee Jun-chul. You must have heard about me from Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk, right? Lee Hyena confirmed. Ah, it's you, the one who introduced that doctor, right? While Lucia listened curiously, Lee Jun-chul confirmed and got straight to the point. Exactly. By the way, how is Guildmaster Seo Sang-ho doing? Lee Hyena replied gratefully. Thanks to you, he's recovering well. I'm truly grateful. Lee Jun-chul looked out the car window and announced, No need to thank me. By the way, I'm near Kang Jin-hyuk's place, and the Titan Guild members are lurking everywhere. Convinced Guildmaster Seo is here. Lee Hyena realized the serious problem. At this rate, by the time Guildmaster Seo fully recovers, we'll have to fight off a whole horde of Titan Guild members coming here. Lee Jun-chul smiled confidently, making an offer. I have a solution. I'd like to explain it directly. What do you think? Will you hear me out? Back in the trial space, the Guardian's voice rang out, mocking, I thought you had some amazing trump card, but Kang Jin-hyuk's lightning strike was easily blocked by the Guardian's sword. Kang Jin-hyuk was utterly shocked, gritting his teeth. What the hell? He's fine after taking that full hit? The Guardian's eyes flashed with a deadly red light, and it scoffed. Too careless. Just because your plan didn't work. With a whoosh, the Guardian lunged forward with terrifying speed. doesn't mean you get to stand there like an idiot. Clang. Kang Jin-hyuk hastily raised his staff to block the devastating slash. Kang Jin-hyuk clicked his tongue, bracing himself against the furious assault. He was pushed back by the immense force of the slash, his feet dragging across the ground. The Guardian stood at a distance, its voice full of challenge. Is that all you've got? Bring out everything else you have. Kang Jin-hyuk mused, disbelieving. I can't believe even lightning is useless. The Trial Guardian stared at Kang Jin-hyuk, who was admitting, I'm out of tricks. So, Kang Jin-hyuk took a baseball bat stance, his eyes filled with determination. Let's bet our lives and go all out. The Guardian showed interest in his sharp blue eyes. Ho ho, good eyes. If that's the case, it faced Jin-hyuk, declaring, I must respond to your fervor. The Guardian charged forward, gathering golden energy around its body, growling, I'll give you a proper strike. Jin-hyuk also emitted an aura, surprising the Guardian. Holy power? Are you a paladin or something? The Guardian continued to ask, So, are you ready? While Jin-hyuk replied concisely, Paladin, huh? Not exactly, but close enough. Jin-hyuk smirked defiantly. If you mean preparation, I've been ready for a long time. Come at me anytime. The Guardian's glowing red eyes flashed. You're full of confidence, aren't you? Jin-hyuk sneered. Of course, because I'm only going to get stronger. The Guardian stomped its foot, cracking the arena floor, roaring. Good. Then, whoosh. The Guardian shot up into the air and plunged down like a blazing golden meteor while Jin-hyuk waited. Jin-hyuk growled, his eyes sharp. Petty tricks won't work anymore. What's needed now is an all-out strike. Both roared and charged at each other with all their might. Two opposing streams of energy clashed fiercely. One holy blue, the other destructive gold. A terrifying energy explosion erupted, shaking the entire trial space. Jin-hyuk gritted his teeth, realizing he was being pushed back. Damn it, it's still not enough. He braced himself, deciding to go all in. If I keep getting pushed back like this, I'm sure to lose. Even if I have to use up all my aura right now. Jin-hyuk poured all his strength into his staff, shouting, I'll end this fight right here. The Guardian showed astonishment at Jin-hyuk's sudden burst of power. The Guardian's sword began to crack under Kang Jin-hyuk's concentrated strike, and he muttered, It's certainly different from before. The Guardian immediately recognized Jin-hyuk's strategy. You're concentrating all your aura into a single point to amplify your power, going all in on one strike. But, with a clang, Jin-hyuk's all-out strike only managed to break his opponent's sword. The energy explosion pushed both of them back, and the Guardian coldly declared, Is that all? Jin-hyuk was thrown back by the recoil, realizing in alarm. Damn it, my aura is dissipating. The Guardian scoffed. With only that much power, he gave Jin-hyuk no time to breathe, immediately lunging to attack. You cannot defeat me, the Guardian roared, swinging his armored fist at his opponent. Jin-hyuk took a devastating blow, sent flying like a toy. He spat blood, his body pushed to its limit. The Guardian merely watched silently, his red eyes within the helmet devoid of emotion. Jin-hyuk staggered, dropping to one knee, using his baseball bat to support his exhausted body. He panted, admitting bitterly, I barely managed to block it. But now my aura is completely depleted, and I don't even have the strength to move. The Guardian looked down at the defeated challenger, his voice full of sarcasm. Is this all you can do? He raised the broken iron sword. Ultimately, all you managed to do was break this iron sword. With a whoosh, he transformed the broken sword into a glowing golden aura blade. A broken iron sword can easily be replaced by an aura blade. He pointed the aura blade at the motionless Jin-hyuk. Meanwhile, you don't even look like you can move. How do you plan to fight me now? The Guardian approached, his crimson eyes flashing with a deadly glint. If you're out of moves then, your trial ends here, he declared, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Jin-hyuk lifted his head and despite his exhaustion, he smirked. You talk a lot. Kang Jin-hyuk, though out of mana, still stood up with his bat, a defiant look on his face. If you're going to kill me, just get it over with. He smirked, showing no regret. I've given my all. There's nothing left to regret. A colossal time machine appeared in the cosmos as Jin-hyuk muttered. Besides, dying here doesn't mean truly dying, right? So listen carefully. Jin-hyuk roared with indomitable will, declaring he would level up by farming this very boss. I will challenge you again and again to become stronger. The Guardian stood tall, his red eyes glowing, coldly declaring, the test is over. He looked directly at Jin-hyuk, his tone full of hidden meaning. I have clearly heard your resolve. But you were mistaken about one thing. The Guardian delivered an unexpected twist, asking a question that stunned his opponent. Who said the test was about defeating me? Jin-hyuk was dumbfounded. his brain temporarily shutting down from the information he had just received. The Guardian explained the true rules of the game. I am both the examiner and the referee. The core of the test is whether you can earn my recognition. Jinhyuk snapped back to reality, his voice trembling with shock and hope. Wait, does that mean I passed the test? The Guardian admitted frankly. You are still very green and inexperienced, but yes, that's right. The clockwork machine shone brightly, and the Guardian officially confirmed. You have passed the test. The surrounding space began to disintegrate, and Jinhyuk reached out in astonishment as everything vanished. The iron armor dissipated, revealing the hooded Guardian, who remarked, Your potential is remarkable, but your attitude needs adjustment. Recklessness and confidence are two different things. Jinhyuk pointed, shouting as he realized the truth. What? Old man, you're that knight? And was immediately flicked on the forehead by the Guardian, a painful blow. The Guardian commanded, Don't interrupt. Anyway, I will show you how to become stronger, as you wished. He placed his hand on Jinhyuk's head, beginning a crash course on the power system. Your aura is a power based on divine power. So the method is very simple. The Guardian's hand emitted a stream of pure blue energy, and Jinhyuk began to feel that something was wrong. Jinhyuk panicked as the energy stream grew stronger. Wait, old man, what the hell are you doing? The Guardian pushed Jinhyuk directly into an energy vortex, his voice echoing, Simply put, you will connect with the divine. Kang Jinhyuk was thrown directly into a blue energy maelstrom, his body swept away without resistance. The Guardian's voice echoed from the void. You have caught my eye. Make good use of what I have bestowed upon you. Jinhyuk awoke, naked in a fantastical space, wondering where he was. His eyes widened, and cold sweat poured as he sensed a terrifying presence. A colossal monster with red horns and fiery eyes appeared, freezing Jinhyuk in place. A giant monster? Could this be a dragon? The dragon let out an earth-shattering roar, opening its fanged maw directly at Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk raised his arm to shield himself, cursing under his breath. Damn that old man. He said it was a gift, but it looks like he wants to kill me. The dragon unexpectedly spoke, its majestic voice resounding. Fear not, human. You have been brought here to receive a gift from the one who recognized you. It declared, The challenger has passed the test. From this moment forth I shall bestow upon you the power of the divine. The colossal dragon coiled itself, transforming into a blazing red orb of energy, hurtling straight towards Jinhyuk like a meteor. Jinhyuk was sucked into a frantic energy vortex, only managing to exclaim in horror, Are you crazy? A colossal, blazing golden energy wave, like a tsunami, surged forward, preparing to engulf Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, enduring as his body was cleansed by the divine energy, and the entity's voice echoed again. Do not fear. Embrace it. This is the grace of the gods for the worthy. He braced himself, enduring the excruciating pain, determined to absorb all the power being bestowed. The majestic voice concluded, From this moment forth, the power of the divine shall be with you. The scene shifted back to the real world, to a peaceful residential area under the daytime sun. In the apartment, Lee Junchul, Lee Hyena, and Lucia were waiting. Lucia grew impatient, looking towards the closed room. Kang Jinhyuk, why isn't he coming out? Could something have happened inside? Suddenly, Lucia flinched as she sensed a familiar energy. She spun around and saw a purple dungeon gate opening from Jinhyuk's room door. Lucia smiled smugly, acknowledging, You've succeeded, Kang Jinhyuk. But then she froze, sensing an overwhelmingly powerful aura emanating from the other side of the gate. A figure stepped out from the teleportation gate, and Lucia immediately recognized him. Ah, Kang Jinhyuk is back. Wait a minute. Kang Jinhyuk appeared with a completely different demeanor, his entire body enveloped in a surging purple energy, making Lucia freeze. This aura belongs to Kang Jinhyuk? Impossible. How could he possibly? He slowly approached, his overwhelming presence leaving Lucia stunned as she asked, What in the world happened? Jinhyuk calmly asked back. Lucia? Why do you look so surprised? While she was still in deep shock, stammering, What's wrong with you? Lucia narrowed her eyes, immediately guessing the problem. Don't. Tell me you've already completed the Dragon Temple's trial? Jinhyuk simply nodded in confirmation, his blue eyes glowing with confidence. Lucia sighed in annoyance, her hand already resting on her bow. Without a word, she shot forward like an arrow. She grabbed Jinhyuk's collar, a golden aura flaring around her in anger. You scoundrel, Lucia growled, questioning. What if something bad happened? I told you not to overexert yourself and just stay put, Jinhyuk calmly replied, his hand radiating an overwhelming energy. I had no other choice if I wanted to grow stronger. If I hadn't done that, I wouldn't have gained this power. Lucia clicked her tongue, her eyes still resentful, but she had to concede to this daredevil's reasoning. She let go, crossed her arms over her chest, and reluctantly admitted, "All right, you never listen to me anyway, do you?" Lucia conceded, "It's true you've gotten stronger. But if anything happens to you, I won't be able to go home, so be careful." Jinhyuk reassured her, "Don't worry. There won't be a next time." Lucia suddenly said, "All right, fine. I'll leave this place to you and go," making Jinhyuk dumbfounded. "Huh? Back to the dungeon?" She winked mischievously. "That's right. I need to go back and rest too. Now that I think about it, you alone are skilled enough here." Jinhyuk smiled gratefully. "All right, and thank you for protecting this place." Lucia casually made a deal, demanding payment in a pile of sweets for the time she spent stationed in the dungeon. Kang Jinhyuk broke out in a cold sweat, having no choice but to nod and accept the elf's demands. Before stepping into the teleportation gate, Lucia warned, "Once I'm inside, the concealment magic will wear off, and the Titan Guild will come here immediately." Her eyes grew serious, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. Jinhyuk silently listened to her final instructions, that he needed a plan to deal with them before being ambushed. Upon returning to the base, Jinhyuk froze when he saw Secretary Lee and Lee Jun-chul comfortably seated in the living room, the black market boss startled. Secretary Lee was delighted to see Jinhyuk suddenly appear, eagerly asking when he had returned. Jinhyuk curtly replied, "Just now," then scanned the room and asked directly, "Was there anything while I was away?" Secretary Lee quickly reported, "Fortunately, the guildmaster is recovering well, and the pursuit team has also been dealt with." Jinhyuk glanced around and asked about Lucia, learning that she was resting. He sat down, his sharp gaze fixed on Lee Jun-chul. "Why are you at my house?" The black market boss calmly replied, "Because you didn't answer. I came myself." Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes, quickly analyzing in his mind. This old man never just shows up here out of nowhere. Something is definitely up. Jinhyuk got straight to the point, admitting he was swamped and asking for Lee Jun-chul's purpose. Lee Jun-chul stopped beating around the bush, declaring he would get straight to business. The black market boss dropped a bombshell. "Kang Jinhyuk, how about we form a new guild together?" While Jinhyuk was still dumbfounded, Secretary Lee shot up to object, thinking Lee Jun-chul had come to help them escape, not to recruit them. Lee Jun-chul analyzed coldly, pointing out that the lack of rescue proved the Titan Guild had abandoned Guildmaster Seo Sang-ho. Secretary Lee was silenced by the harsh truth Lee Jun-chul exposed. "That organization is rotten to its core," Lee Jun-chul concluded, asserting that a rotten organization couldn't be saved, and that he wanted to build a new playing field with Jinhyuk at its center. Jinhyuk remained silent, hand on his chin, his sharp eyes weighing Lee Jun-chul's weighty offer. Lee Jun-chul began to present his plan, his hand holding a glowing phone. "Please look over the documents I've prepared." The black market boss announced, "These are the things I can arrange when forming a guild," simultaneously sending the data to both Kang Jinhyuk and Secretary Lee. Jinhyuk received the notification, his eyes still fixed on the phone screen displaying a long, endless list. Secretary Lee also reviewed the items, material resources, recruited talents, and usable facilities. The secretary had to admit Lee Jun-chul's thorough preparation, but immediately pointed out a fatal weakness. "It's impressive, but at this scale, there's no chance against Titan." She continued to focus on the biggest problem, the terrifying image of Kang Jun-tae with his fiery eyes appearing in her mind. "Even if we could manage against Titan, how would we deal with S-rank hunter Kang Jun-tae?" Jinhyuk unexpectedly spoke from the kitchen, his tone strangely calm. "There's a way, and I've already prepared for it," he continued, raising a finger to state a condition. "But to do that, I need an assurance." Lee Jun-chul looked directly at Jinhyuk, laying down the final wager. "Kang Jinhyuk, can you defeat Kang Jun-tae?" Jinhyuk didn't answer immediately, but retorted with a sharp question. "Why me and not Seo Sang-ho?" Lee Jun-chul sneered, treating the question as a joke. "That guy won't recover enough to fight properly for a long time. By then, we'll be out of the game." The black market boss revealed his trump card, based on a crucial rumor. "I heard you soloed Kang Jun-tae and returned alive." A brief flashback showed Jinhyuk blocking Kang Jun-tae's attack, and Lee Jun-chul asserted, "If that's true, my strategy can turn the tide." Lee Jun-chul smirked, concluding the gamble. "And if that rumor is false, then consider all my proposals worthless." The boss looked at Jinhyuk, his eyes full of calculation. Everything depended on one thing. If you truly have what it takes to fight Kang Jun-tae, this plan will succeed. Lee Jun-chul stood up, declaring firmly, showing the resolve of a major player, "I'm willing to bet everything on you." He adjusted his collar, his fiery gaze fixed on Jinhyuk, as he asked the decisive question. So, can you handle Kang Juntae? Jinhyuk smirked with a challenging smile, adopting a superior air. Let's hear the plan first. My answer will depend on it. At the same time, at another location, a burly bald man from the Titan Guild roared into his phone. Titan, those bastards. The bald man turned and ordered the black-clad Special Forces team. Search every nook and cranny. Find that Kang Jinhyuk. Wham! A Titan Guild operative took a devastating punch to the face, his cheek caving in miserably. The operative flew like a ragdoll, crashing hard onto the floor, while a muscular man stood tall. The silver-haired man growled, knuckles clutched in his hand. You've got some nerve, barging in here without fear, huh? Allow me to introduce the big shot, Tyrant Guildmaster, Zhou Wanqiu. On the news, two anchors were discussing the Al Rowney scandal that had enraged the public. Zhou Wanqiu recalled that, because of the controversy, he had decided to lie low for a while to weather the storm. But while he remained somewhat quiet, those damn titans seized the opportunity, tearing into the Tyrant Guild's territory. Zhou Wanqiu gnashed his teeth, veins bulging on his face, and roared, "You Titan dogs! You want war, don't you? It'll tear you to shreds." Back at the meeting, Li Junchul began presenting his plan. My plan is to draw the Tyrant Guild into this. Li Hyena and Kang Jinhyuk listened as Li Junchul explained that this was a strategy of borrowing a knife to kill someone. Li Junchul analyzed. They are a colossal force on par with the Titan Guild, with Zhou Wanqiu, an S-rank hunter, as their master. They are strong enough to contend with Titan. Li Hyena immediately pointed out the problem, but they're in disarray because of the Al Rowney incident. Will they really start a war in this situation? Li Junchul smirked, raising a confident finger. No, but it's incredibly easy to ignite a fight between them. A map appeared, showing the Titan Guild's territory expanding wildly, with most of those areas having previously belonged to the Tyrant Guild. Li Junchul crossed his arms, asserting that although many coveted that area, Titan had gone too far, and the Tyrant Guild must be absolutely furious by now. Jinhyuk immediately understood the issue. Aha, so if we give them a reason. The secretary also realized, then the Tyrant Guild will attack the Titan Guild immediately. Li Hyena turned to Jinhyuk, asking how to execute it, and he casually replied, I'm thinking about that too. Li Junchul curiously asked Jinhyuk if he had any good ideas, and the protagonist nonchalantly replied, Oh, nothing major, the Tyrant Guild's Al Rowney incident. Jinhyuk crossed his arms, a proud smirk on his face, and dropped a bombshell. Was reported by us. Li Junchul's eyes widened, utterly shocked. What? So the one who eliminated Al Rowney was? The black market boss suddenly understood. Everything was clear now. No wonder Titan acted as if they knew everything beforehand. Jinhyuk asked if this reason was sufficient, and Li Junchul affirmed, more than enough. Hearing this news, the Tyrant Guild will immediately tear into Titan. Li Junchul outlined a three-kingdom-style plan. Let Titan and Tyrant tear each other apart, while the third faction seizes the opportunity to swiftly take down the ringleaders, Han Yongsok and Kang Juntae. The black market boss finished speaking, then turned to ask Kang Jinhyuk for his opinion on the plan he had just presented. Kang Jinhyuk silently pondered, his gaze fixed intently on the boss. Jinhyuk smirked confidently, his eyes sharp. All right, leave it to me. Li Hyena confirmed. So, it's settled then, we're forming a new guild, and Jinhyuk nodded without a moment's hesitation. Jinhyuk suggested naming the new guild, inspired by the Olympian gods who overthrew the Titans in mythology. Jinhyuk finalized the incredibly cool name for the new guild, his voice full of power. It will be Pantheon. Both Li Hyena and Li Junchul nodded in agreement. The name was both excellent and a direct jab at the Titan Guild. Li Junchul decided to act immediately. For time waits for no one. The boss turned to assign a task to Li Hyena. Secretary Li, leak the information to the Tyrant Guild first. While you're at it, see if anyone from Titan wants to jump ship. Li Junchul announced that he would return to prepare the supplies and goods they had discussed earlier. Kang Jinhyuk crossed his arms and asked, So, what's my part in this? Li Junchul revealed a special request. As Titan's guildmaster Cao Sang-ho was currently bedridden and unable to move, Jinhyuk proposed a more foolproof way to distract Titan's henchmen. While images of their special forces team were seen scouring the streets, one of Titan's special operatives was communicating via radio. Team B. Team B. Do you read me? The scout reported that he had spotted Li Hyena and Kang Jinhyuk fleeing towards Sector D. The special forces team leader roared an order. All members of Team B must immediately move to Sector D. Immediately, the entire Titan Special Forces team received the order. Accelerating in unison, leaping across rooftops like a pack of hunting wolves. Kang Jin-hyuk and Lee Hyena were being relentlessly pursued through the buildings by an entire squad. On a nearby balcony, Titan Guildmaster Seo Sang-ho silently observed the entire pursuit, his expression unreadable. Jung Dae-yoon mused, admitting that his illusion was so perfect it even astonished him. Kang Jin-hyuk landed on the rooftop, patting Jung Dae-yoon's shoulder in thanks. "Well done. Thanks to you, we finally have time to breathe." Jung Dae-yoon humbly replied that he was glad to have helped, then immediately changed the subject. Jin-hyuk got straight to the point, questioning the rumors of rebellion within the Titan Guild, and Jung Dae-yoon immediately confirmed. "Just as I said, Han Young-suk tried to overthrow Seo Sang-ho." Jung Dae-yoon asserted firmly that this was precisely why Guildmaster Seo Sang-ho was here. He further explained that Seo Sang-ho himself had sought help, so he had stepped in to hide him. Jin-hyuk looked down at the street below, recounting the tense situation. "Because of that, Titan's hounds are relentlessly hunting us, and we almost got wiped out by Kang Jun-tae." Seeing Jung Dae-yoon's face pale at the mention of the S-rank hunter's name, Jin-hyuk smirked. "That's right, but now we can handle him. No need to worry." Jin-hyuk looked directly into his opponent's eyes, concluding the purpose of their meeting. "We're forming a new guild to fight them. Do you want to join?" The sudden offer stunned Jung Dae-yoon, his eyes wide with astonishment. The scene shifted to another meeting. In the Tyrant Guild's office, Lee Jun-chul began to lay out everything he had investigated. He revealed that killing Al Raune and then reporting it to the media was a charade orchestrated by those titans. Sitting opposite, Tyrant Guild Master Jo Won-chul listened, while Lee Jun-chul confirmed that this information came from Seo Sang-ho's own secretary, someone who would betray anything for money. Lee Jun-chul recounted in detail. That day, Titans secretly infiltrated the facility to steal the elixir. He continued to expose. But when Al Raune died, they reported it to the media to cover everything up. Guildmaster Jo Won-chul gnashed his teeth, his face filled with murderous intent. Titan. Those damn bastards. In the silent office, the Guildmaster's resolve was clear. They can't just have everything they want. Lee Jun-chul, the puppet master, coldly ordered over the phone, "Hey, tell everyone who's free to gather immediately." Jo Won-chul growled in agreement, his eyes burning with the fires of war. "Indeed, if it's come to this, we must go all the way." Jo Won-chul put on his silver knuckles, declaring bluntly, "We'll smash them first." The Tyrant Guild Master's face was etched with murderous intent as he growled. From this moment on, the Tyrant Guild officially declares war on the Titan Guild. The Titan Guild's headquarters stood tall in the city, completely unaware of the approaching storm. A Titan Guild member rushed into the meeting room, delivering shocking news. "The Tyrant Guild has invaded our territory." Director Han Young-suk frowned, maintaining a facade of calm. "What? Are they bitter about losing territory and coming for revenge?" The messenger stammered, delivering even more shocking news. "Guildmaster Jo Won-chul is personally leading the forces." And what's more, the entire room fell silent as the messenger shouted, "He has officially declared war on us." Han Young-suk lost all composure, yelling, "Damn it, why didn't you tell me the most important news first? Where is that bastard Jo Won-chul?" The trembling messenger recounted that Titan's soldiers had tried to block the path but were utterly useless against a roaring Jo Won-chul, who charged like a monster. The power of an S-rank guildmaster was displayed. Jo Won-chul, with his bare hands, flipped over a blocking bus as if it were a toy. The Titan Special Forces froze, horrified by the absurd sight, and screamed, "Get out of the way!" The Special Forces charged forward with swords in hand, determined to fight the monster before them to the death. But the skill gap was too vast. Jo Won-chul swept through, tossing the entire squad aside like small fry. The Guildmaster's face remained unchanged, still charging forward with frenzied intensity. One of the Titan Special Forces couldn't dodge in time, his body exploding into a bloody mist. In the office, the messenger helplessly reported, "We keep losing track of our scouts, so we can't pinpoint Jo Won-chul's location." Useless fools. Kang Jun-tae leaned back in his chair, a sarcastic smirk on his face. "Just as I thought. Everything is too quiet." Han Young-suk went ballistic. "Do you find this amusing? At this rate, we'll all die. We must inform the association so they can intervene." The messenger poured cold water on his hopes. The association already knows the situation. But Han Young-suk was stunned when he heard the latter part. But they only issued a warning and took no further action. Kang Jun-tae sneered, delivering a chilling remark. "The association would never interfere. This is a golden opportunity for them to tear each other apart and weaken themselves." Han Young-suk lost his temper, yelling at his subordinates to involve civilians to force the association's intervention. but the messenger hesitantly replied that even that plan would be useless. Blaring alarm sirens echoed throughout the city, signaling an impending chaos. Civilians panicked and scattered chaotically through the streets as emergency loudspeakers announced the battle between the Titan and Tyrant guilds was unfolding in District 9. In the middle of the street, a little girl sobbed beside her injured mother, desperately crying out for help in vain. A Tyrant guild member, his face filled with murderous intent, his hands erupting with blazing flames, roared, "You Titan dogs, you're dead for sure." The Tyrant hunter unleashed a powerful fire attack, aiming directly at a Titan member. The Titan member frantically shouted a warning about the surrounding civilians, but the reckless attack was already too close. The little girl's tear-filled eyes reflected the deadly fireball hurtling towards her. A deep, warm voice resonated, "Stay right there, little one." Immediately after, a brilliant golden aura enveloped the girl. Kang Jin-hyuk appeared like a deity, spreading his arms to fully absorb the fire attack, shielding the mother and child. Jin-hyuk turned, his eyes blazing, and growled furiously. "You bastards almost killed a child." He knelt beside the girl, gently checking on her and firmly stating, "That's right. I'm here to save you. Don't worry anymore." Jin-hyuk ordered Lee Hyena to escort the mother and child to safety, and relayed instructions for all members to prioritize civilian protection, to which she responded clearly, "Understood, Guildmaster." A formidable convoy of Pantheon Guild armored vehicles advanced onto the battlefield, their members quickly fanning out to execute their mission. Lee Hyena declared loudly over the comms, her eyes filled with determination. "This is our Pantheon's first mission." Back in the Titan office, the messenger reported on a mysterious guild that had suddenly appeared and was protecting the civilians. He continued his report, his voice full of surprise. "Their name seems to be Pantheon." Han Yong-sok furrowed his brow in thought, muttering, "Pantheon? I've never heard that name before." Kang Jun-tae sneered contemptuously, believing it was just some insignificant guild trying to profit from the chaos and gain fame. Kang Jun-tae dismissed it. "We should focus on dealing with Tyrant," but Han Young-suk cut him off. "Wait." Han Young-suk looked thoughtful, analyzing. "The group saving civilians seems to be connected to Sao Sang-ho or Kang Jin-hyuk." Kang Jun-tae curled his lip into a sneer, showing disbelief. "Nonsense. What could they possibly have to do with it?" He suddenly paused, his sharp eyes realizing something. "No. This name, Pantheon, is problematic." Han Young-suk explained, his face serious. "Pantheon is the temple of the gods who drove out the Titans in Greek mythology. This name is clearly targeting us." Kang Jun-tae nodded, finally understanding. "That makes sense. Their appearance, just as we're in disarray, is too suspicious." The entire office fell silent, connecting the events. Tyrant's declaration of war, Pantheon's appearance. Han Young-suk concluded sharply. "The timing is too perfect. Those bastards must have been pulling Tyrant's strings from behind." Suddenly, Han Young-suk's phone rang. He answered, his voice tense. "What is it?" The other end reported urgently. "Guildmaster Zhou Wanqiul's location has been confirmed." Han Young-suk immediately growled. "Good. Where is he going?" The scene showed a bustling street, and the voice on the phone continued to report. "Based on his current trajectory, it seems, Zhou Wanqiul, the Tyrant Guildmaster, sat silently in the back of the car, radiating murderous intent. He is heading straight for our headquarters." Han Young-suk exhaled sharply, turning to inform his assassin, Kang Jun-tae. "Zhou Wanqiul is coming." Jun-tae was surprised. "What? Coming here?" Han Young-suk's eyes were cold and resolute. "Since things have come to this, let's finish it once and for all." "Can you handle Zhou Wanqiul?" Kang Jun-tae smirked, confidence mixed with contempt radiating from his eyes. Hess walking into his own death. "Don't worry, this place will become his grave." Meanwhile, a Titan Special Forces member was straining to swing his sword, preparing for combat. The Titan Special Forces member swung his sword in a direct slash towards a Tyrant soldier. The buzz-cut Tyrant soldier easily blocked the attack, baring his teeth in a contemptuous grin. "What the hell is this? Are all you Titan guys this weak?" Immediately after, a scream echoed as the Titan Special Forces member was counterattacked and eliminated. A Titan Special Forces member was struck by a fatal blow from the buzz-cut Tyrant soldier, sent flying like a toy. The masked Titan Special Operative panted, coldly stating, "Too much talk." Standing surrounded by the Tyrant soldiers, the operative muttered a curse, for the enemy was both numerous and insane. Two other Titan operatives took their stance. A magic circle glowing brightly, signaling a heavy-hitting skill was about to be unleashed. Both simultaneously shouted, "Fire!" unleashing two destructive energy streams straight into the enemy formation. An earth-shattering explosion swept through a street corner, blowing away the Tyrant soldiers. Amidst the chaos, civilians screamed in terror as the guild war erupted right before their eyes. A dapper blonde man in a suit appeared, loudly reassuring the crowd and urging them to evacuate according to instructions. The blonde man led the civilians to a safe park, sighed in relief, and declared the area safe. He continued his speech, promising that their guild would always appear to help if civilians encountered guild warfare. He raised his phone, the screen brightly displaying Pantheon, and urged everyone to remember the name. His black-haired teammate standing nearby could only cover his face in embarrassment at his boss's ridiculous PR stunt. The civilians looked at each other in bewilderment, not understanding where the Pantheon guild had come from, and finding the blonde man a bit strange. The black-haired teammate received a report. "Boss, association personnel have arrived." An association employee in a neat suit approached, confirming they were the ones who had helped evacuate civilians. The association officer thanked them for helping avert disaster and stated they would take over from here, to which the blonde man humbly replied that it was their duty. The association officer expressed surprise that a guild genuinely cared about civilians and was introduced to the newly formed Pantheon guild. After finishing their task, the two Pantheon members departed, the blonde man grumbling about the association, only arriving late and spouting empty words. The black-haired teammate nodded in agreement, confirming their main objective of building a good public image for the guild had succeeded. The blonde man confidently declared, "Our part is done, and now the association also has a good impression of us," he concluded, his gaze directed skyward. "The rest is up to Guildmaster Kang Jin-hyuk." At the same time, elsewhere in the city, Kang Jin-hyuk was discussing battle plans. Jin-hyuk analyzed, "Since this is a war between two major guilds right in the city, civilians will undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire." He looked into the distance, identifying the objective. "Therefore, our guild's top priority is to protect civilians and build a good image." The blonde man nodded. "As you said. But essentially, we need a way to end this war decisively." Jin-hyuk's phone suddenly vibrated, interrupting the conversation. Jin-hyuk answered the call, his voice calm. "Hello. How's the request coming along?" The other end of the line reported concisely. "As expected. Zhou Wanchul is heading straight for the Titan Guild." "Okay, I understand. I'll act immediately," Jin-hyuk said, hanging up, which made the other two look at him curiously. Jin-hyuk casually put his phone in his pocket, explaining, "I had Jung Dae-yoon track Zhou Wanchul's movements." Lee Hyena was dumbfounded, not understanding why they needed to track a figure of the Tyrant Guild Master's caliber. Jin-hyuk turned, asking a sharp question. "If Zhou Wanchul and Kang Jun-tae fought to the death in the city, how much damage do you think there would be?" Lee Hyena's face paled, imagining the horrific scene of two S-rank monsters clashing. The entire city would probably be destroyed. She was still skeptical, but if those two fight, one of them is bound to die. Would they really go that far? Jin-hyuk smirked, revealing the latest intelligence. "It seems Zhou Wanchul is heading straight for Titan's headquarters." Lee Hyena was utterly shocked, stammering, "What? So they're really about to fight?" Jin-hyuk stood up, his voice full of confidence. "Most likely, and this is my plan." Now that they're gathered in one place, Jin-hyuk's eyes flashed with a murderous blue light, concluding with a sentence that froze his two subordinates. "I plan to take care of both of them at once." Lee Hyena broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe her ears. "Is he serious? I know he's gotten stronger, but taking on two S-ranks alone?" Kang Jin-hyuk waved his hand, making a quick deal. "In short, leave those two to me. You two just focus on the civilians." Jin-hyuk smirked. "Be careful?" "That." He shot forward like a flash of lightning, his blue eyes gleaming with confidence. "Is something they should worry about more." Lee Hyena watched him go, determined. "Now, all we can do is trust him and fulfill our roles. Please return safely, Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk." In the heart of the bustling city, an earth-shattering war was about to erupt. A car screeched to a halt, and Zhou Wanchul, the Tyrant Guild Master, stepped out with a cigarette in hand, growling. "So this is the lair of those damned Titans." Two Titan special operatives blocked the way, ordering him to stop, but one suddenly recognized the person before them. "Wait, isn't that him?" Both guards trembled violently as they recognized Zhou Wanchul striding towards them. "It's Zhou Wanchul. Why is he here? What do we do now?" The Titan Special Ops commander yelled, "Report to control room immediately." He hastily connected his comms, his voice panicked. "Control room, control room. Zhou Wanchul has appeared at the main gate." The guard hadn't even finished saying, "Request urgent backup," when a streak of light tore through the air. Whoosh! One guard was instantly obliterated, as Zhou Wanchul coldly declared, "I have no interest in dealing with small fry." He looked directly at the remaining guard, his eyes full of murderous intent, delivering an ultimatum. If you don't want to die, call your guildmaster out here now. The remaining guard was scared witless, screaming into his comms. Control room, report to the guildmaster quickly. Then a terrified shriek echoed as blood splattered. In the office, a voice came from the phone, reporting urgent news. What? Jo Won-cheol? Han Young-suk, Titan's executive director, calmly replied. Understood. Try to hold out a little longer. I'm coming down now. Han Young-suk hung up the phone, turning to Kang Jun-tae, who was sitting opposite him, his voice full of sarcasm. So, he really came all the way here. I never thought he'd walk into his own death. Hess at the main gate. You know what to do, right? Kang Jun-tae flashed a bloodthirsty smile, his red eyes glowing with aggression. Leave it to me. I will bring the Tyrant Guildmaster's head back as a gift for you. Hot news broadcast. All-out war between the Titan Guild and the Tyrant Guild. The entire city plunged into chaos. Citizens gathered to watch TV, as news continued to update on the war between major guilds, right in the heart of the city, and the area lockdown order. Police were immediately deployed, blocking main roads to cordon off the combat zone, preventing civilians from entering. Authorities guided citizens to evacuate to the Hunter Association's safe shelters, urging everyone to follow instructions. Meanwhile, at the Titan headquarters, Jo Won-cheol easily disarmed a Special Forces operative with his bare hands. Another operative charged from behind, swinging his sword for a sneak attack, but Jo Won-cheol noticed him. Jo Won-cheol narrowly dodged the blow, causing the sword blade to graze the road surface, sparking. He muttered, "This is starting to get annoying," he growled, challenging the surrounding low-level soldiers. "Do you think you can stop me?" Jo Won-cheol stood tall amidst a battlefield littered with the corpses of Titan soldiers, declaring bluntly, "Titan has fallen." A Special Forces operative screamed in panic. "Retreat now. We can't stand against an S-rank hunter with just this force." The captain dismissed the idea, shouting, "Shut up. If we retreat now, Titan will truly fall. Hold out until the new guildmaster arrives." The remaining Special Forces team members simultaneously charged to attack Jo Won-cheol as ordered, and a battle to the death ensued. Before long, the entire elite Special Forces team lay scattered on the ground. Not a single one left standing. Jo Won-cheol looked at the wiped-out low-level soldiers and muttered, "It seems Seo Sang-ho has changed a lot. His subordinates are dying everywhere, yet he's still nowhere to be seen." He raised his head and let out a sky-shattering roar. "Stop hiding, like a coward, Seo Sang-ho. Come out, or I'll flatten this entire place." A cold voice echoed from the front. "You barbarian. You've caused enough trouble," followed by the appearance of Kang Jun-tae. Kang Jun-tae advanced, carrying his bat, directly confronting Jo Won-cheol, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Who allowed you to cause chaos here?" Jo Won-cheol froze. Recognizing the newcomer, "Kang Jun-tae? Why are you here?" Kang Jun-tae didn't bother to reply, charging forward at terrifying speed and swinging his bat directly at Jo Won-cheol's face. He grabbed the dazed Jo Won-cheol by the hair, growling, "Because I am the new guildmaster of the Titan Guild." Wham! Jo Won-cheol took a devastating blow, flying like a broken kite and tearing up the road surface. He scrambled to his feet, still reeling from the enemy's title. "You're the guildmaster of Titan?" Jo Won-cheol snarled, his eyes full of killing intent. "Then what about Seo Sang-ho?" Kang Jun-tae smirked, delivering a stinging taunt. "Who knows? Why don't you go down there and ask him?" He slung his bat over his shoulder, smiling arrogantly as he saw his opponent's blood boiling. Jo Won-cheol gritted his teeth, roaring, "You're the one who's going 6 feet under today to meet Seo Sang-ho." The two monsters charged at each other, the road surface cracking with every step, preparing for a truly bloody battle. In another corner, 2 Titan Guild members who had just arrived froze dead in their tracks at the sight before them. Their entire elite force had been wiped out, lying scattered like trash. Did he clear them all out?" The masked man asked worriedly. "Can't we call clerics to heal them?" But the silver-haired man just shook his head in dismay. The silver-haired man explained that all clerics had been dispatched to other fronts, and there were none left now. The entire main force of the Titan Guild had been spread thin, with combatants and support personnel all deployed to the battlefield. The silver-haired man bitterly realized it was a trap. The timing is too perfect. Jo Won-cheol attacked alone just as our forces were dispersed. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he muttered, "That bastard planned this from the start. The war was just a diversion for him to raid the headquarters alone." Kang Jun-tae and Jo Won-cheol clashed at dizzying speed, both fully understanding the stakes. Such a reckless plan was inherently suicidal. But the power of an S-rank hunter made the impossible possible. Ultimately, the outcome of this war would be decided by the solo match between these two monsters. Kang Juntae, and Zhou Wanqiol. The scene shifted to a dark dungeon, where Lucia sat alone amidst flickering torches. The half-elf girl was pulling at her hair. I've been analyzing this for days. Lucia stared at the parchment scroll containing a complex magic circle, admitting, and there's still so much I don't understand. Lucia gazed at the magic circle, muttering that once she deciphered it, she'd have a ticket home. But with progress as slow as a snail, the half-elf girl meditated, her stomach rumbling loudly. Thinking about having to say goodbye to all the snacks in this world, Lucia decided she had to enjoy them while she could. Suddenly, she worried about Kang Jin-hyuk, as he had been gone for quite a while after boldly declaring he needed no help. Her face clearly showed unease, as she muttered, "Surely, nothing bad has happened to him, right?" Her thoughts echoed across the city sky, but her worries were unfounded. Kang Jin-hyuk was soaring between skyscrapers with a stone-cold expression. He landed directly on the highway, the impact cracking the concrete, while Lucia continued to reassure herself. The half-elf girl concluded firmly in her mind, that Kang Jin-hyuk guy is probably even stronger than those S-ranks now. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a colossal blue energy surge from Zhou Wanqiol shot forth like a missile. Kang Juntae didn't flinch, swinging his bat to block the direct attack. Pushed back, the S-rank assassin immediately leaped, diving straight down from above to retaliate. Kang Juntae's face revealed a crazed, delighted smile as he prepared to unleash a devastating overhead strike. Zhou Wanqiol tensed, roaring shield, and erected a sturdy energy barrier. Boom! The two S-rank powers collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The shockwave from the collision swept through, shattering numerous windows and security cameras. An entire corner of the building was blown away, with rubble and thick dust everywhere. Amidst the desolate ruins, Kang Jin-hyuk's feet gently touched the ground. The dust slowly cleared, revealing his figure standing tall and alone, observing the battlefield. He looked up, a bored expression on his face. These guys fight, without a single thought for the city. Kang Jin-hyuk mused, admitting that the power of an S-rank was truly a natural disaster. He tightened his grip on his weapon, recalling the time when he was just a small fry, never daring to approach battles of this scale. But now it was different. Holy aura erupted around Kang Jin-hyuk, signaling a completely new level. A brilliant golden energy violently burst forth, shaking the entire ruined area. Jin-hyuk hovered in midair, declaring with a confident smirk, "Now, I can take on both of you." Meanwhile, Kang Juntae and Zhou Wanqiol were still charging at each other like two mad beasts, red and white energy clashing fiercely. Both roared, unleashing deadly blows that created a terrifying shockwave at the point of impact. The battle between the two S-ranks turned the entire street into a wasteland. Nothing could stand firm. Kang Juntae growled, admitting this old man was tougher than he thought, while Zhou Wanqiol mocked him for being all bark and no bite. Jin-hyuk thought to himself, "Good, just stay close together." Suddenly, Kang Juntae froze, his eyes showing clear astonishment as he sensed a threat. Zhou Wanqiol was also stunned. He realized a third party had just intervened in the battle. Whoosh! An unknown object shot towards them at terrifying speed, forcing both to quickly jump back to dodge the attack. Kang Juntae cursed in annoyance, while a voice echoed with regret. Tsk, what a pity. Kang Jin-hyuk stood tall in the middle of the road, baseball bat in hand. He was the one who had just attacked. Jin-hyuk secretly regretted not being able to take down both in one blow, while Zhou Wanqiol glared menacingly at the stranger. Zhou Wanqiol growled, asking who the stranger was, while Kang Jin-hyuk greeted casually, "Yo, Kang Juntae, long time no see, huh?" Kang Juntae smirked disdainfully, taunting, "Aren't you the failure I beat until you ran for your life?" Kang Juntae started to feel something was off. He wondered where this trash came from, then noticed something unusual. Zhou Wanqiol narrowed his eyes, sensing Jin-hyuk's aura, and was astonished. This energy. Is it A rank? Perhaps even S rank? Kang Jin-hyuk's holy aura flared powerfully, making Zhou Wanqiol bewildered and wonder, is there really an S-rank hunter like this in Korea? Kang Jin-hyuk stared at the muscular man in front of him, secretly confirming, is this Zhou Wanqiol? In Jin-hyuk's mind, the identity of the tyrant guildmaster clearly appeared a scoundrel who had sacrificed countless women to Alrauna. Jin-hyuk spoke coldly, deciding to get to the bottom of it. "Let me ask you two a question first." Kang Juntae turned his face, hearing Jin-hyuk's sarcastic question. "Aren't you hunters?" Zhou Wanqiol also glanced, and Jin-hyuk ordered, "Then look around." An entire devastated city appeared, and Jin-hyuk growled, "Because of you two, this city has become a pile of rubble." Ambulance sirens blared, and rescue forces were rushing to the scene. Medical personnel were providing emergency aid to a severely injured civilian, and Jin-hyuk continued his moral lecture. Innocent people are caught in this battle, suffering and injured. The rescue team worked frantically, trying to save every life amidst the chaotic scene. Jin-hyuk looked directly at the two S-ranks, questioning. After seeing all of that, don't you feel any remorse? Kang Jun-tae grinned morbidly. What the hell did you just say? He roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. Civilians? Why should we care about those trash insects? Jun-tae compared human lives to an insect about to be crushed. What does it matter if a few worthless civilians die? The assassin sneered, mocking. I thought only Seo Sang-ho was a hypocrite. But it turns out there's another naive kid. Jin-hyuk slightly smirked. Well, now I'm certain. Kang Jun-tae still didn't understand what was happening, and Jin-hyuk delivered his final judgment. You two are worse than beasts. Jin-hyuk tightened his grip on the metal bat, ready for battle. Brilliant golden holy aura erupted around Jin-hyuk, and a terrifying pressure radiated across the battlefield. Jo Won-chol was stunned, sensing this undeniable surge of power. Jin-hyuk flashed a deadly smile. Thanks for making things easier. Now I can kill you too without hesitation. Kang Jin-hyuk smirked, holy aura swirling around his bat. Thanks to you, now I can kill you without any qualms. Kang Jun-tae shouldered his weapon, sneering arrogantly. Huh? Did I mishear that? The assassin growled, veins bulging on his face. Let's see who kills whom. Kang Jun-tae turned to Jo Won-chol, declaring, Jo Won-chol, wait a moment. Let me deal with this arrogant brat first. Jo Won-chol crossed his arms, looking amused. All right. I'll wait. This looks like it'll be fun. The old tyrant guildmaster secretly calculated. Perfect. Let those two fight until they're exhausted, then the victory will be mine. Jin-hyuk unexpectedly challenged both of them. I'll take on both of you at once. Provoked, Kang Jun-tae flew into a rage, stomped the ground, and charged straight at Jin-hyuk. You brat, how dare you be so insolent? The assassin launched a devastating thrust, roaring. Die! In contrast to that ferocity, Jin-hyuk calmly raised his bat, his eyes as cold as ice. Clang! Jin-hyuk blocked the S-rank spear point with just one hand, the ground beneath his feet cracking from the pressure. Kang Jun-tae was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell is this? How did he block my attack? Jin-hyuk maintained a nonchalant expression, completely unaffected by the recent attack. Jin-hyuk mocked the dazed assassin. Surprised? I haven't even started yet. Red energy from Kang Jun-tae's weapon flared violently, but still couldn't push back his opponent. A terrifying surge of power exploded from Jin-hyuk, sending Kang Jun-tae flying backward. Jo Won-chol, the one watching the spectacle, now also had his jaw dropped. Impossible. He couldn't believe an S-rank hunter like Kang Jun-tae was pushed back so easily. Kang Jun-tae staggered after the counterattack, while Jin-hyuk looked down at him with the gaze of a superior. Boom! Jin-hyuk delivered a lightning-clad strike, landing directly on Kang Jun-tae and making him scream in pain. Kang Jin-hyuk, with cold eyes, effortlessly blocked Kang Jun-tae's attack with his lightning-clad staff. Kang Jun-tae tightened his grip on his weapon, gritting his teeth furiously. You bastard! He took a step back, preparing for another attack. With a small graze on his cheek, Kang Jun-tae roared in fury. You dare scratch my face? Then swung his staff in retaliation. Kang Jin-hyuk merely scoffed coldly, easily dodging the assassin's counterattack. The entire ruined street became a stage for the two powerhouses, but Kang Jun-tae admitted, I don't know what you did, but you've definitely grown stronger. The assassin sighed, reluctantly acknowledging the reality. All right, I admit it. Kang Jin-hyuk looked at him with feigned regret. What a pity. I should have killed you back then. Jin-hyuk sneered mockingly. Haha, seeing me return this strong, do you regret it now? Kang Jun-tae growled, still trying to appear tough. Humph, don't dream. No matter what, you'll still die by my hand. Jin-hyuk placed a hand on his chest, his eyes sharpening. No, things won't go your way. That day, when I barely escaped death, I swore I would become stronger and kill the one who humiliated me. The two stood facing each other amidst the ruins. Kang Jun-tae muttered, This is trouble. The assassin couldn't comprehend, his eyes wide with shock. I can't believe he's this strong. How in the world? Ah, I get it now. Kang Jun-tae pointed directly at Jin-hyuk, shouting, You bastard! You drank Alrauna's elixir, didn't you? Standing afar, Jo Won-chol was also deeply shocked, his voice stammering, Wait, why is Alrauna's elixir being mentioned here? Kang Jun-tae turned to the guildmaster, yelling, Don't you know, that bastard is the one who killed Alrauni and stole the elixir. Jo Won-chol whipped around, his eyes bloodshot, growling at Kang Jin-hyuk. You piece of trash. Is that true? You're really the one who... Jin-hyuk merely smirked. Stole the elixir? He casually pulled out a shimmering, glowing vial from his pocket. Elixir? Are you talking about this? Jo Won-chul stomped his foot, cracking the ground, and let out an earth-shattering roar. You son of a bitch! Jo Won-chul roared and charged straight at Kang Jin-hyuk like a wild beast. The enraged guildmaster yelled, "So it was you, you damn bastard!" A fire-clad punch aimed directly at Jin-hyuk's face, with enough power to flatten a building. Kang Jin-hyuk lightly tilted his body to dodge the attack, leaving Jo Won-chul stunned. This bastard dodged it? He refused to accept it, yelling, "Dodge this one too," then unleashed a devastating punch onto the ground. The ground cracked open under Jo Won-chul's fist, creating a terrifying explosion. Jin-hyuk had already leaped into the air, making Jo Won-chul crane his neck to watch, disbelieving his own eyes. Impossible. He dodged my attack by jumping from that angle? Hovering in the air, Jin-hyuk sighed in relief. Phew. That last hit would have been troublesome if it connected. He noticed a drone flying nearby and wondered, what's that? A drone? The drone was live-streaming the earth-shattering battle between two S-rank hunters. Breaking news was broadcast. As the battle continued, a new hunter appeared at the scene. A camera from a Pantheon armored vehicle showed Jin-hyuk single-handedly taking on both formidable S-rankers. Inside the vehicle, Lee Hyena smiled smugly. Phew. Excellent. Everything is going according to plan. It seems the media is in a safe position. Her eyes turned sharp, affirming. With this, the stage has been set exactly as desired. Back on the battlefield, Kang Jun-tae observed from afar, his mind reeling. Does this even make sense? He muttered, sweat pouring down. Even I struggle to dodge Jo Won-chul's attacks, yet he dodges them effortlessly, and even counterattacks? Jin-hyuk used his red staff to block the guildmaster's punch. Kang Jun-tae stared at Jin-hyuk, his gaze complex. What the hell did he do to become strong enough to push back Jo Won-chul? You've grown stronger. Jo Won-chul cried out in pain as Jin-hyuk struck him far away. All three S-rank hunters stood in a triangular standoff amidst a devastated street, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Jo Won-chul ground his teeth, roaring, "You damn brat!" The S-rank guildmaster realized he was being underestimated. That last attack. Don't tell me you're holding back against me? Realizing the harsh truth, Jo Won-chul was furious. So, in your eyes, that's all I am. Kang Jin-hyuk remained silent, his cold, blue eyes devoid of emotion. Suddenly, Jin-hyuk glanced at the bystander, Kang Jun-tae. Jo Won-chul roared, ordering the third party. "Stay put, you bastard. Don't interfere." He charged wildly towards Jin-hyuk, his entire body erupting with battle aura. Jo Won-chul yelled loudly, determined to finish off his opponent himself. "I'll kill him with my own hands." He unleashed a devastating punch, declaring that playtime was over. Things will be different from now on. Jin-hyuk lightly dodged the attack, his face as calm as if he were taking a stroll. Whoosh! The punch grazed past by a hair's breadth, but Jin-hyuk blocked it with one hand, his tone full of sarcasm. Different? Jin-hyuk leaned close to the stunned guildmaster's ear, delivering a fatal taunt. I think it's all the same. Provoked to his limit, Jo Won-chul recoiled, yelling, "Damn it!" He couldn't believe his eyes. He blocked my attack with bare hands? Jo Won-chul charged forward again, unleashing an energy-clad punch directly at Jin-hyuk's face. Clang! Jin-hyuk raised his red staff to neatly block it, causing the guildmaster to stumble back, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I barely managed to block that." While Jin-hyuk was busy dealing with Jo Won-chul, Kang Jun-tae had already moved from behind. Kang Jun-tae sneered, charging from Jin-hyuk's blind spot. "You fool! Did you really think he'd just stand by and watch?" Clang! Kang Jun-tae's black weapon violently clashed with Jin-hyuk's red staff. Jin-hyuk's staff cracked and shattered under Kang Jun-tae's surprise attack. Kang Jun-tae, an S-rank hunter, widened his eyes in horror, realizing his opponent was no ordinary foe. Without a word, Jin-hyuk swung the remaining part of his bat directly at Kang Jun-tae's face. The man who had just launched a sneak attack like a thug. A piercing scream echoed as Kang Jun-tae was sent flying to the ground, his face scraping across the road. Jo Won-chul looked at his comrade who had just been knocked down, then turned to Kang Jun-tae, proposing, "Hey, how about this?" Kang Jun-tae lay on his back, grudgingly admitting, there's no other choice. Let's do it." Jo Won-chul gritted his teeth, confirming. Then, a temporary alliance. Jo Won-chul roared a warning that if he was backstabbed, the other would die first, but Kang Jun-tae merely snapped back. "You bastard! Get into position." Kang Jin-hyuk stood there with an expression of absolute confidence, certain that these two insignificant S-rankers wouldn't achieve anything. Meanwhile, the media had stepped in, reporting on the war between major guilds that was throwing the entire city into chaos. The identities of the two combatants were confirmed as Guildmaster Zhou Wanqiol and Hunter Kang Juntae, but the third party involved remained an enigma. At the same time, there was no news from the Guildmaster of Titan, Xiao Sang-ho. It turned out that So Sang-ho, the Guildmaster of Titan, was sleeping soundly as if dead in his private room. His eyes slowly opened, waking up from a deep slumber. Xiao Sang-ho stretched, remarking that it had been a long time since he had slept so well. He adjusted his attire, smoothed his hair, and wondered, where is Hyena, anyway? He wondered where his secretary had gone, while an armored vehicle of Pantheon was rolling through the streets. Inside the vehicle, Lee Hyena picked up the ringing phone. She put the phone to her ear and asked, "Hello?" Then was startled to recognize the voice on the other end. "Sang-ho, you're awake?" Sao Sang-ho asked what was happening, and Lee Hyena reported bluntly, "While you were asleep, a war between Titan and Tyrant broke out." Lee Hyena continued to inform him, "Right now, we are in the war zone," which heavily shocked Xiao Sang-ho. "What? A war? Wait. Why are you there?" Lee Hyena calmly reported over the phone. "It's a long story." She explained that Kang Jin-hyuk had established a new guild, and she was one of its first members. On the other end of the line, So Sang-ho was stunned. Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk established a guild? He repeated it in extreme disbelief, unable to trust his own ears. So Sang-ho plopped down onto his seat, muttering, "What the hell is going on?" Then decided he had to call Jin-hyuk directly to get to the bottom of it. Lee Hyena cut him off. "He can't answer the phone right now." As an image of Kang Jin-hyuk, tense as a taut string in the middle of the battlefield, appeared, because Jin-hyuk's opponent, Zhou Wanqiol, the Guildmaster of Tyrant, was charging in with a furious expression. Not just one, but also Kang Juntae, the S-rank assassin, was joining the battle with a bloodthirsty smile. Lee Hyena dropped a bombshell. He's taking on both Kang Juntae and Zhou Wanqiol by himself at the same time, as Jin-hyuk easily blocked the pincer attack from the two enemies. Seo Sang-ho sprang up, too shocked to speak after hearing the astonishing news. He muttered, "I know Kang Jin-hyuk is strong, but soloing both of them is absurd," then declared, "No, I have to go there immediately." Lee Hyena received the request for the location and showed concern. "Sang-ho, you just woke up, don't overexert yourself." But Seo Sang-ho brushed her off. "This happened because of me. I can't just sit by and watch them handle everything." Lee Hyena sighed, accepting her boss nature. "Yes, that's just like you," then agreed to send the location. She quickly sent the coordinates, then looked up with an expression of relief mixed with worry. "Anyway, I'm glad you woke up safely, Sang-ho." Inside the moving armored vehicle, she told herself to trust Seo Sang-ho and focus on her own mission. Lee Hyena clenched her fist, determined. This is no time for hesitation. I must act, because the task at hand was something only she could accomplish. Back on the battlefield, Kang Juntae swung his weapon, charging in with terrifying speed. Kang Jin-hyuk stood firm as a rock, blocking Juntae's attack with one hand while dealing with Zhou Wanqiol with the other. The one-on-two situation remained extremely tense. Kang Juntae was heavily shocked, grudgingly realizing, "No way, can he read all of my attacks?" Kang Jin-hyuk, with a stone-cold face, effortlessly parried his opponent's attack. The force of the impact caused the ground to crack open, sending dust flying everywhere. Outmatched, Kang Juntae furiously roared, "Die, you bastard!" as he poured all his strength into the attack. The assassin was pushed back, snarling bitterly, "You dog, you're underestimating us too much." Kang Juntae smirked sinisterly, declaring, "For our goal, we will use any means necessary." While Zhou Wanqiol charged from behind like a beast, Zhou Wanqiol roared a command. "Kang Juntae, get out of the way." The old man yelled, "Switch," and unleashed an energy-infused punch directly at Jin-hyuk's position. But Kang Jin-hyuk leaped up, deftly dodging, causing Zhou Wanqiol's punch to almost strike his own comrade, Kang Juntae. Kang Juntae turned and cursed him directly. "You almost hit me, you idiot. Do you even know what coordination is?" Zhou Wanqiol snapped back nonchalantly. Shut up," the old man ordered. "If you have the energy to complain, go drink a mana potion. Just let me hold this bastard back." Kang Juntae muttered, admitting, "Damn it. Has really annoying, but he's right." He let out a huff, clearly unwilling. He thought bitterly, "I never thought there'd be a day. It'd have to rely on Zhou Wanqiol's help." Then pulled out a mana potion. Kang Juntae chugged the mana potion, determined. "But if both of us pour all our mana into a combined attack, we can take this guy down," he thought confidently. his face full of sinister intent. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanqiu's wrist was firmly gripped by Kang Jinhyuk, completely restrained and unable to move. Kang Jinhyuk looked at Zhou Wanqiu with contempt, taunting. "What's wrong, Zhou Wanqiu? Hurry up and kill me. Then claim Alraunis elixir all for yourself." Then concluded, "Try a little harder, or else." Wham! Kang Jinhyuk landed a hook straight to Zhou Wanqiu's jaw, sending the old man flying in an instant. Jinhyuk gripped his baseball bat, his voice as cold as ice. "You're the one who's going to die." Cornered, Zhou Wanqiu let out a furious roar, a blazing red aura erupting around him. But Jinhyuk was even faster. He charged forward with the blazing red bat in hand, ready to deliver a finishing blow. Crack! The bat smashed straight into Zhou Wanqiu's face, a brutal blow that left the old man no time to react. Amidst the devastated streetscape, Jinhyuk stood there, with the bat slung over his shoulder, the shadow of the Arbiter stretching long across the ground. Kang Juntae, who had just arrived, was frozen stiff, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell is this? What kind of situation is this? Zhou Wanqiu's battered body lay sprawled on the road, looking no different from a rag. Kang Juntae cautiously approached, staring at the motionless corpse, muttering, "Are you still breathing?" Jinhyuk smirked, his sharp gaze delivering a verdict. "Zhou Wanqiu, with the crimes you've committed, I cannot let you live." Jinhyuk's flashback began with the image of the smooth-talking broker luring innocent women. Next was the sight of kidnapped and imprisoned victims, huddling together in extreme fear. Their crimes culminated in throwing innocent people directly to the Alrauni monster as food. Those who dared to defy orders, like Jung Dae-yoon, were chained and thrown into dark dungeons. As for the loyal members, they were drugged, turned into berserk puppets, immersed in hallucinations. Jinhyuk looked down at the defeated foe, his voice full of contempt. "This is why you must die." Zhou Wanqiu lay slumped at his feet, his face a bloody mess, muttering in disbelief that he had lost so miserably. Jinhyuk raised his bat high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, and asked coldly, "Any last words?" Zhou Wanqiu gasped in a pool of blood, trying to ask one last question. "Are you really going to kill me for such a trivial reason?" The old man began to bargain, willing to give up his position to spare his life. But Jinhyuk only replied coldly, "It seems you're mistaken." Jinhyuk recalled the scene of the imprisoned women, asserting that upon seeing that scene, he had decided against any nonsense negotiations and would instead leave a will for the old man. In a dominant position, Jinhyuk declared that Zhou Wanqiu's crimes were not limited to that, and he had more than enough reason to send this old man on his way. Wham! Jinhyuk swung his baseball bat straight into Zhou Wanqiu's face, making the old man scream miserably. A blue electrical aura erupted around Jinhyuk. He growled Zhou Wanqiu's name, while the old man stubbornly thought he couldn't die so miserably. Zhou Wanqiu's eyes flashed with a final spark. He still believed he had a chance to turn the tables, that it wasn't over yet. But it was useless. Zhou Wanqiu lay motionless on the ground amidst the lingering electrical aura, without an ounce of strength left to resist. Jinhyuk coldly bid farewell to the trash, telling him to apologize to those he had killed when he reached hell. He put all his strength into it, bringing the baseball bat down, completely crushing Zhou Wanqiu's head. Kang Juntae, the pursuer, was struck dumb upon seeing Zhou Wanqiu's corpse, wondering if he should ambush Jinhyuk. He broke out in a cold sweat, his intuition clearly telling him one thing. But he immediately realized, even if he tried, he had no chance of winning. Realizing the disparity in skill, Kang Juntae decided he had to flee immediately if he didn't want to suffer the same fate. Jinhyuk sensed the lurking presence, and shot an annoyed glance. He turned back with a smirk, the bat slung over his shoulder, and asked, "Planning to run?" Without another word, Jinhyuk hurled the baseball bat like a missile towards Kang Juntae. Kang Juntae frantically raised his staff to block the blow, letting out a desperate cry. He yelled, running away, as he tried to deflect the incoming bat with his staff. Whoosh! The bat grazed past his face, embedding itself into a container behind him, the force of the throw strong enough to pierce through the steel. Kang Juntae froze, sweat pouring down him as Jinhyuk warned, "I'm letting you off this time." He could only stare silently at the bat deeply embedded in the container, realizing he had just narrowly escaped death. Kang Juntae, trying to escape, confidently boasted, "You fool! My speed is greater than yours." Little did he know, Kang Jinhyuk was already right beside him, taunting, "Do you seriously think I'm slower than you?" Kang Juntae was utterly shocked, his face pale, unable to believe his opponent's terrifying speed. Jinhyuk smirked, declaring there was no need to hold back anymore. His eyes blazed, determined to end this battle once and for all. Elsewhere, an armored vehicle screeched to a halt. A voice called out, "We've arrived, Sang-ho." Seo Sang-ho and Lee Hyena stepped out, looking towards the devastated city before them, informed that it was a combat zone. Seo Sang-ho replied curtly, "I know," and declared he would go alone. Lee Hyena anxiously tried to dissuade him, asking if her boss truly had to go. Sang-ho asserted, "I cannot leave everything to Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk." The secretary still tried to persuade him, suggesting he should rest and recover more. Brushing aside the advice, Sang-ho strode forward, affirming this was a battle he had to finish himself. Lee Hyena could only sigh helplessly at her boss's stubbornness. Finally, she conceded, "All right, don't overexert yourself." Sang-ho turned back to reassure her with a confident expression. "Don't worry," he thought to himself, "wait for me, Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk. I'll come to assist you soon." On a tall building, a mysterious figure was observing everything. The silver-haired strategist of the Titan Guild frowned, muttering that the situation had become complicated. He looked down at the ruined landscape, annoyed that the duel between two S-rank hunters had been interrupted. His gaze was fixed on the battle, wondering, but who is that bastard? As he saw Jin-hyuk overpowering Jun-tae. Kang Jun-tae flew like a broken kite, his mind reeling. How the hell is he strong enough to overwhelm even an S-rank like this? Meanwhile, Kang Jin-hyuk still charged forward like a locomotive, giving his opponent no time to breathe. From afar, Titan strategist Han Young-suk decided to cut his losses. "There's no other way. We have to abandon Kang Jun-tae." He reminisced about the past, when his ambition burned brightly. "I want to create the greatest guild, and the guild master has always been a thorn in my side." With a sinister smile, he recalled his plan. "That's why I dealt with him." The scene of him secretly stabbing a man who looked exactly like Seo Sang-ho flashed back. Finally, he was able to build the Titan Guild as he wished, standing atop the skyscraper. Back in the present, Han Young-suk clicked his tongue. "A C rank. I'll spare you this time. Now I need to go manipulate public opinion." Elsewhere, Lee Hyena called Seo Sang-ho over. "Guildmaster, before you go help Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk, I have something to do." Seo Sang-ho asked in surprise, and the secretary revealed, "While checking with the drone earlier, I discovered something." She announced a shocking piece of news. On the rooftop of the Titan building, Han Young-suk is still there. Seo Sang-ho immediately rushed off. Han Young-suk was still leisurely standing on the rooftop, completely unaware of the impending disaster. Suddenly, he sensed killing intent, spun around, and was utterly shocked to see Seo Sang-ho standing right behind him. Sweat poured down, Han Young-suk's eyes widened, his voice trembling. "Why are you here?" Seo Sang-ho roared with indignation. "Han Young-suk." He raised his hand, shouting, "You bastard!" Wham! A devastating punch landed squarely on the strategist's face, making him cry out in pain. Seo Sang-ho grabbed the traitor by the collar, his eyes burning with disappointment and fury. "Why? Why did you do this?" Han Young-suk looked up, his voice cold and defiant. "Do you even need to ask, because Titan doesn't need you anymore?" Even with his collar grabbed, Han Young-suk stubbornly argued. "A guild master who hinders the guild's development." The white-haired man glared, his voice full of challenge. "Then what do we need such a guild master for?" Seo Sang-ho growled, veins bulging. "Nonsense. Are you trying to justify your greed?" Han Young-suk pushed his boss's hand away, yelling, "I saved this guild before your trashy ideals ruined it." Seo Sang-ho coldly retorted, "No, you're wrong. Because of this incident, the Titan Guild will surely collapse." Han Young-suk was speechless, listening to his boss condemn him. "Your mistaken judgment has brought about the guild's demise." With no way to deny it, the white-haired man pulled out a knife, intending to fight dirty, and yelled, "Shut up!" He lunged, intending to stab Seo Sang-ho secretly, but was caught. "Stop spouting nonsense." Seo Sang-ho slammed the traitor to the ground, his eyes filled with disappointment. "You've disappointed me to the very end." Han Young-suk scrambled to his feet, still stubbornly blaming. "I just wanted to create the greatest guild. If it weren't for that damned F rank, everything would have gone according to plan." He ran while screaming in despair, activating the energy in his hand. "Just you wait. It'll prove I'm right." The white-haired man jumped off the building, determined to escape. "Once I get out of here, I definitely will." But Seo Sang-ho summoned his battle axe, roaring from behind. "Where do you think you're going, Han Young-suk?" The guildmaster pursued him, his eyes sharp as knives. "It's time for you to take responsibility for the disaster you've caused." With a devastating chop, the axe struck Han Young-suk directly, making him scream miserably. The silhouettes of the two cut across the sky, one finishing off the other in mid-air. Seo Sang-ho landed lightly, the concrete beneath his feet cracking from the impact. The traitor's body thumped onto the rooftop, lying motionless. Seo Sang-ho stood over his enemy's corpse, declaring succinctly, With this, my responsibility is fulfilled. He rushed off, not wasting another second. Too much time has been spent dealing with a traitor. Straight to Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk. Kang Jin-hyuk swung his red bat, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. A crushing strike. Kang Jun-tae took the full impact, sent flying like a broken puppet. The S-rank staggered, clutching his chest and gasping for breath, unable to believe the disparity in skill. Jin-hyuk looked at his dying opponent with ice-cold eyes. Is this truly the end for you? Jun-tae struggled to get up, his entire body bruised, telling himself in despair, "It's over. I can't move anymore." Jin-hyuk raised his weapon, declaring curtly, "Just die." Jun-tae frantically pleaded. The attack stopped just inches away. Jin-hyuk paused at his enemy's plea. Jun-tae, his face pale, stammered, "Can you spare me just this once?" With no other option, the S-rank knelt on the ground, promising to offer the entire Titan Guild in exchange for his life. Jin-hyuk ignored the offer, only asking coldly, "Do you remember that time?" Memories returned to the past, when Jun-tae delivered a kick straight to Jin-hyuk's face. In the past, Jin-hyuk was knocked down, and Jun-tae's staff pinned him to the ground. Despite being battered, the past Jin-hyuk still held his head high, and now he retorted, "Did I beg you for my life back then?" Jun-tae froze as he recalled, while Jin-hyuk affirmed, "That day, I fought until my last breath." Back in the present, Jun-tae tremblingly admitted he was exhausted, with no strength left to resist. Jin-hyuk's eyes flared with holy aura, and he roared, "Then if you want to live, fight to the very end." Thwack! A deafening sound echoed, and blood and fragments splattered everywhere. Jin-hyuk decisively swung his bat, smashing his enemy without a hint of hesitation. He stood there, coldly looking down at Kang Jun-tae's corpse, which he had just neatly dispatched. Amidst the desolate street, only Jin-hyuk remained standing, his revenge complete. Kang Jin-hyuk looked up, his eyes filled with satisfaction. "It's done. I've personally cleaned up that trash." A voice rang out from behind him, calling his name. Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk. He turned around, surprised to see Guildmaster Seo Sang-ho walking towards him amidst the rubble, asking, "Are you injured anywhere?" The face of Titan Guildmaster Seo Sang-ho appeared, full of authority. Kang Jin-hyuk shrugged with a smirk, indicating he was fine. "Oh, you're awake?" "I've been awake for a while, don't worry." Seo Sang-ho looked around and got straight to the point. "What exactly happened?" Kang Jin-hyuk gave a wry smile, answering vaguely, "Well, it's a long story. I just got lucky with an opportunity to grow stronger recently." He continued to explain that this was how he managed to deal with a few S-rank guys, leaving Seo Sang-ho astonished by his astonishing rate of growth. Kang Jin-hyuk put off the explanation. "I'll tell you the details later. For now, the urgent matter is..." He looked down at the devastated street, asserting, "We need to address the damage caused by the Hunter's battle." Seo Sang-ho reassured him that he and his secretary, Lee Hyena, would take care of it, then changed the subject. More importantly, Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk is actually. He revealed that the association had just sent a message through Secretary Hyena, specifically summoning Kang Jin-hyuk, leaving him dumbfounded. "Huh? Me?" The scene shifted to the Hunter Association's headquarters, a high-tech complex with numerous satellite dishes. Kang Jin-hyuk stood alone in a massive hangar, a voice from the announcement system stating, "We will now begin the assessment." A series of combat drones emerged from the floor, and the system commanded, "Destroy the drones while dodging their attacks." Kang Jin-hyuk had no idea what was happening as a volley of blazing red laser beams shot towards him from the drones. He instantly dodged, his mind still hazy. An assessment? Wait, what the hell is going on? Kang Jin-hyuk narrowly dodged a laser beam, deciding to act first. "I'll think while I dodge." Dozens, hundreds of drones fired simultaneously, creating a dense barrage of fire, forcing him to move constantly and mutter, "But there are so many damn drones." He glanced at the drones attacking from all directions, his eyes sharpening with annoyance. "Damn, this is truly annoying." Kang Jin-hyuk smirked, a faint aura emanating from his hand, thinking to himself, "But, compared to the recent battle, these are nothing." He recalled the scene of himself using a baseball bat to block the drone's laser beams. Memories flooded back, of Kang Jin-hyuk facing two S-rank hunters, Kang Jun-tae and Jo Won-chol, alone amidst the ruins. In that past battle, he used a wooden bat to block Kang Jun-tae's powerful slash, and then, he mercilessly slammed the bat straight into Jo Won-chol's forehead, finishing off the tyrant guildmaster. Back in reality, a blue holy aura erupted around Kang Jin-hyuk, his eyes sharp, his smile full of confidence. He declared disdainfully, "This isn't even enough for a warm-up." Whoosh! He shot forward like lightning, the bat in his hand swinging. sweeping away the drones in his path. A drone was smashed to smithereens, exploding into a fireball. With every swing of his bat and every burst of holy aura, the scrap metal drones stood no chance. The entire vast arena floor was left with only shattered debris and hazy smoke after Kang Jin-hyuk's rampage. Amidst the pile of wreckage, a voice announced from the loudspeaker, "Assessment complete." Excellent. A new record. Kang Jin-hyuk stood in the center of the arena, holding his bat, and growled, "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Arbitrarily summoning people here. I'm starting to get annoyed." A female voice rang out from the screen, a pink-haired girl appearing. "This is the association's official procedure to accurately determine Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk's rank." The pink-haired girl stood in the control room, looking at the large screen displaying Jin-hyuk, and affirmed, "That's right." She continued, showing a replay of the scene where Jin-hyuk was preparing to finish off Jo Won-chul. "Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk, you have twice defeated S-rank hunters. The association believes you can no longer be considered a C-rank hunter." Kang Jin-hyuk listened, then coldly replied, "So what?" He snapped, showing his annoyance. "What does that have to do with this idiotic assessment?" The pink-haired girl silently stared at him. Jin-hyuk looked directly into the camera, challenging, "I don't know what kind of tricks you're trying to pull here." His image displayed on a large screen before a meeting room full of high-ranking association officials. The pink-haired girl tried to defuse the situation, but Kang Jin-hyuk had run out of patience. "I'm leaving." "Open the door," while Im still being polite. Jin-hyuk turned his back and walked away, ignoring the explanation about the next assessment. "I don't care." Suddenly attacking without a single word of explanation? "I'm not playing these idiotic tests anymore." He cursed directly at those behind the screen and continued walking while the girl yelled for him to stop. "Ha! Screw off. Freeze to death with your damn assessment." The pink-haired supervisor, in utter panic, yelled through the loudspeaker system, "Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk, where do you think you're going?" She warned him that he couldn't leave without completing the procedures, but Jin-hyuk casually grabbed the doorknob. "Oh, really?" He turned back with a challenging expression, his baseball bat slung over his shoulder. "Is that what you're saying?" Jin-hyuk's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint as he took a stance. "Well, this assessment..." Whoosh! Jin-hyuk swung his bat with wind-splitting speed, smashing a surveillance camera on the wall to pieces. "Is over," he coldly declared in the hallway, sending a final message. "You bastards." Turning his back and walking away decisively, Jin-hyuk muttered disdainfully, "What a waste of time." Just as he stepped through the door, he stopped abruptly, sensing another presence. "Huh?" Before him were three men in black suits blocking his way, and Jin-hyuk frowned. "Again? Now what? I didn't ask for an escort." Jin-hyuk's eyes became sharp as blades, and he growled a warning. "Hey, old men, get out of my way," while I'm still being polite. "Don't die over something pointless." The bodyguards sweat profusely, one of them tremblingly reporting to his captain, "This guy is on a completely different level. We can't handle him. If we just stand here, we'll all die." The captain, expressionless, remained motionless, while his subordinate pleaded for orders. Jin-hyuk smirked, ready to engage in combat. "So, not moving means you want to die, right? Okay, got it." A shout rang out, signaling the imminent battle. "You're all dead." But another powerful voice suddenly rang out, overpowering everything else. "Don't move." Jin-hyuk stopped, slightly surprised to see another figure appear at the end of the hallway. The three bodyguards immediately bowed respectfully, one of them joyfully exclaiming, "You've arrived, Chairman." Jin-hyuk was dumbfounded. "Chairman?" Jin-hyuk glanced, realizing the newcomer was no small fry. A dapper old man in a white suit stepped out, introducing himself as No Taegu, chairman of the Hunter Association. Jin-hyuk quipped, asking what a big shot like the chairman wanted with a mere C-rank hunter like him, while the old man simply remarked, "You seem annoyed, don't you?" Chairman No apologized and explained that someone wanted to meet Jin-hyuk, then pointed towards a figure that had just appeared. The long-haired man with sharp eyes revealed himself, introduced as Korea's strongest hunter, Cheon Sang-ho. Jin-hyuk froze. The name Cheon Sang-ho made him think twice. Cheon Sang-ho politely thanked Chairman No for arranging this meeting. Korea's strongest hunter stepped forward with an overwhelming aura, making Jin-hyuk wonder what purpose a living legend had in seeking him out. Cheon Sang-ho extended his hand, greeting him directly. "You are Kang Jin-hyuk, Guildmaster of Pantheon, correct?" Jin-hyuk thought to himself. It was unbelievable that in this lifetime, he would shake hands with a legend like Cheon Sang-ho. The two shook hands, and Jin-hyuk got straight to the point. "I heard you wanted to meet me?" Cheon Sang-ho smiled in confirmation. He explained he had reviewed the recorded footage of the great battle between the Titan and Tyrant guilds, with images of Jin-hyuk fighting fiercely appearing. A flashback showed Jin-hyuk fighting like a monster, and Cheon Sang-ho openly praised him. Your performance was truly outstanding. Cheon Sang-ho affirmed that was the reason he wanted to meet Jin-hyuk in person. Jin-hyuk admitted that being praised by such a prominent figure was indeed an honor. Cheon Sang-ho no longer beat around the bush, his serious gaze fixed on Jin-hyuk. Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk, I have a favor to ask of you. The scene shifted to a hand holding a coffee cup in a luxurious office. Lee Hyena was reporting to Sao Sang-ho that the remnants of the Titan and Tyrant guilds had officially been merged into Pantheon with the association's approval. Lee Hyena bowed her head, her voice full of regret. I apologize. I wanted to protect the Titan Guild, but So Sang-ho coldly dismissed her apology, asserting that disbanding the Titan Guild was the right decision. He recalled the battle with the silver-haired man, telling himself that he had been too stubborn on his own path. Seo Sang-ho looked up, admitting that while he didn't think he was wrong, he still felt a hint of regret. In the past, he had directly confronted the silver-haired man, and now he realized that if he had listened more, he might have avoided the sight of the traitor being sent to his demise by a fatal blow. Back in the present, Seo Sang-ho took a sip of tea, taking all the blame upon himself, while Lee Hyena could only remain silent. He placed the teacup down, uttering a bitter remark. It seems my days as a hunter are over. Lee Hyena surprisingly called his name, Sang-ho, making the former guildmaster look up. She held out a stack of documents, directly asking if retiring now wouldn't be a waste, and suggested he look at this. It was an exclusive hunter contract, and Lee Hyena affirmed that the Pantheon Guild desperately needed someone like him. She even quoted the guildmaster himself, Kang Jin-hyuk, with a meaningful smile. Seo Sang-ho asked back in surprise, Wait a minute, does that mean you? Lee Hyena winked confidently, officially introducing herself. That's right. I am Lee Hyena of the Pantheon Guild. The scene shifted, and Jin-hyuk thought bitterly to himself. So, this is the favor he asked for? Jin-hyuk and Cheon Sang-ho stood facing each other in a large training room, one holding a baseball bat, the other a sword, the atmosphere as tense as a taut string. Jin-hyuk muttered, unable to comprehend the situation. What the hell is going on? First, I'm dragged into a strange test. Cheon Sang-ho was also deep in thought, while Jin-hyuk was still trying to process the fact that a living legend had challenged him to a solo duel. In the control room, the pink-haired assessor asked the chairman in astonishment. Chairman, am I seeing things? She couldn't believe seeing Cheon Sang-ho himself come to headquarters, a rare occurrence that also left her deeply shocked. Chairman No Tae-gu explained that after watching Jin-hyuk's performance, Cheon Sang-ho had decided he had to meet him in person. Cheon Sang-ho smirked with satisfaction, a thought echoing in his mind. I've found him. The strongest hunter had finally found a worthy comrade to fight alongside, or an opponent skilled enough to contend with. Jin-hyuk took a stance with his baseball bat, declaring bluntly, I don't know why you want to fight, but if you're challenging me, I'm not backing down. In the control room, the pink-haired assessor asked worriedly, Chairman, are we really letting this match happen? That's Cheon Sang-ho. Chairman No Tae-gu calmly adjusted his glasses, reassuring her. Haha, don't worry. It's just a practice match. They probably won't kill each other, right? Back on the arena floor, Cheon Sang-ho drew his sword from its sheath, his aura beginning to surge, ready for battle. He pointed the tip of his sword directly at Jin-hyuk, a green aura beginning to envelop his body, and growled. Then, let's begin. Jin-hyuk was no pushover. A golden aura erupted around his bat, as he retorted defiantly. Bring it on. Jin-hyuk roared with battle lust, his blue eyes flashing with a deadly glint. Let's go all out. He gritted his teeth, a crazed smile clearly visible. I don't care if you're rank 1 or whatever rank. You thrashed me, so now it's time to pay. The scene shifted to So Sang-ho's office, where a phone was vibrating intensely on the desk. Lee Hyena was on the phone, reporting to Seo Sang-ho. Yes, this is Lee Hyena of the Pantheon Guild. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror at the information she had just heard, and she stammered back. What did you just say? Seeing his subordinate's stunned expression, So Sang-ho immediately turned and asked, What's wrong? Did something happen? Lee Hyena tried to remain calm, replying, Yes, understood. Thank you for letting me know. She turned to report the shocking news to her former boss, which also made So Sang-ho freeze. Sang-ho, Guildmaster Kang Jin-hyuk seems to be about to solo against Hunter Cheon Sang-ho. Seo Sang-ho shot up from his seat, unable to believe his ears. Is that true? Why would those two suddenly? Seo Sang-ho didn't hesitate, deciding immediately. We're going to the association immediately. If it's true, Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk could be in danger. Back on the arena floor, a narration voice echoed, stating that both warriors had entered the probing phase. Jin Hyuk and Cheon Sang-ho stood facing each other, weapons ready, glaring at each other, waiting for the slightest opening from their opponent. Cheon Sang-ho took a stance, his eyes sharp, calculating the perfect moment to strike. In the control room, the pink-haired female assessor turned to President No and asked, "President, what do you think of this match?" Whoosh! Both charged at each other like two flashes of lightning, without a moment's hesitation. From above, two streams of energy clashed, sparking, and President No made a firm declaration. "I believe Cheon Sang-ho will win." Clang! The baseball bat blocked the sharp blade, and Kang Jin-hyuk clicked his tongue, feeling the force of his opponent's arm. Cheon Sang-ho glided with terrifying speed, each step exuding the caliber of the strongest. He stopped, exhaled sharply, and muttered, "As expected, the skill of a top ranker is on a completely different level." Kang Jin-hyuk realized the cat-and-mouse game was over. He decided, the testing period is done. He tensed his body and roared, "I intended to fight to the death from the very beginning." A brilliant golden holy aura erupted from Kang Jin-hyuk, surging straight towards Cheon Sang-ho. Cheon Sang-ho paused, the atmosphere suddenly changing. He realized, "Wait, Kang Jin-hyuk, are you finally getting serious?" He smirked, his eyes gleaming with extreme delight. "In that case, I'll get serious too," Cheon Sang-ho retorted with a sword strike enveloped in a deep purple aura, tearing through the air. Kang Jin-hyuk was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. "What? He cut through my aura?" Cheon Sang-ho was already right in front of him, his voice chilling. "You..." He looked directly into Jin-hyuk's eyes, his voice full of sarcasm. "Don't tell me that's all your power, is it? Show me." Cheon Sang-ho easily blocked Jin-hyuk's bat swing with his bare hand, continuing to provoke. "That power you're still hiding. Your true strength." He pushed Jin-hyuk back, shouting excitedly, "Show me more." In the control room, both President No and the pink-haired woman were speechless, completely shocked by Cheon Sang-ho's display of power. Kang Jin-hyuk gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, Jo Won-chol and Kang Jun-tae were indeed very strong, but Kang Jin-hyuk silently admitted to himself, "This guy is on a completely different level. The real deal." Both charged at each other, bat and sword clashing with sparks, and Jin-hyuk realized this was a completely different dimension. Jin-hyuk stepped back, but instead of fear, he smirked. "That's right." With eyes full of confidence, he thought, "This is what a true battle feels like." Cheon Sang-ho thought similarly, his eyes shining brightly. "If it's him, perhaps I can test my own limits." But then Cheon Sang-ho suddenly declared, "Unfortunately, this is as far as it goes." Jin-hyuk froze, not understanding what was happening. "What? What do you mean this is as far as it goes?" Jin-hyuk began to suspect. Could it be that he hasn't used his full strength until now? But then Cheon Sang-ho coldly stated a shocking truth. "I lost." Jin-hyuk was dumbfounded, completely bewildered. "Huh? What happened all of a sudden?" President No Tae-gu spoke from the observation room, his voice full of surprise. "Ho-ho? Cheon Sang-ho, this is the first time I've seen you admit defeat. Why stop so suddenly?" Cheon Sang-ho raised his sword and explained, "If we continue, my sword won't be able to withstand it anymore." A clear crack has appeared on the blade. President No smiled and announced the result. Indeed, an unexpected ending. But now everything is clear. He looked directly at Jin-hyuk and solemnly declared, "Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk, from this moment on, you are officially an S-rank hunter." Breaking news spread everywhere. Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk, from C-rank, has been promoted to S-rank. After his incredible performance in the battle between the Titan and Tyrant guilds, his name quickly became the center of attention. Images of Jin-hyuk defeating enemies in the past were replayed, highlighting the public's astonishment. News reports unanimously headlined, "He defeated Korea's No. 1 hunter, Cheon Sang-ho, in a one-on-one duel, and the public is buzzing with excitement." In an interview, Cheon Sang-ho frankly admitted defeat and firmly declared, "Without a doubt, he will become the new face of the Korean hunter world." Jin-hyuk thought with regret, "Tsk, ending it like this? I still want to fight more." Cheon Sang-ho raised 2 fingers, nonchalantly congratulating Hunter Kang Jin-hyuk. "Congratulations, you are officially an S-rank hunter." Jin-hyuk thanked him, then cut straight to the chase. "Why did you?" The S-rank man explained concisely that he simply wanted a comrade to fight alongside. And now the association could no longer deny Jin-hyuk's strength. Just as Cheon Sang-ho turned to leave, Jin-hyuk called him back. "Wait." Jin-hyuk looked straight at his opponent and growled, "Next time, don't go easy on me. Let's have a serious fight." "That sword isn't your real one, is it?" Cheon Sang-ho merely smirked, replying simply, "If there's a chance, let's do that. The two strong individuals went their separate ways, Jin-hyuk secretly thinking that the other man had gone easy on him, even using a cheap sword. Could it be that he intentionally helped me to be recognized by the association? Regardless, thanks to Cheon Sang-ho, Jin-hyuk gained clarity. He walked through the parking lot, realizing a harsh truth. I'm still not strong enough. Screech! A luxurious car braked sharply right in front of him, interrupting his train of thought. The car door swung open, and Lee Hyena hastily stepped out, her face flustered as she called out, Guildmaster. Jin-hyuk was surprised to see his former secretary appear, Lee Hyena. Seo Sang-ho was also present, running over with Lee Hyena to ask if Jin-hyuk was injured. Lee Hyena expressed frustration that the association had turned it into a real fight instead of a test, but Jin-hyuk waved it off, saying there was no need to report anything. He affirmed that he had truly learned a lot, recalling the moment Cheon Sang-ho held his sword with a terrifying purple aura. The pressure Cheon Sang-ho emitted was exactly like the feeling he had once faced in the Dragon Temple. Jin-hyuk suggested that the group return to the guild before discussing the details. A brilliant sunset enveloped the building, signaling the end of an eventful day. Arriving home, Kang Jin-hyuk dried his hair and sighed in relief. Phew, finally, some peace and quiet. He wondered how long it had been since he had a proper vacation. Plopping down onto the sofa, Jin-hyuk leaned back, enjoying the comfortable feeling. There's truly no place like home. He tilted his head back, feeling the peace. Suddenly, the phone on the table vibrated, breaking the silence. Jin-hyuk answered the phone. On the other end was Lee Jun-chul, his voice full of worry. I heard what happened. Are you all right? Lee Jun-chul continued to grumble, advising Jin-hyuk not to risk his life anymore as the guildmaster's safety was paramount, but he merely brushed it off and asked directly about the guild situation. Sitting in his luxurious office, Lee Jun-chul reported smoothly. No problems. We've completely absorbed the assets of the Tyrant and Titan guilds. He explained the strategy. Opening the hunting grounds to other hunters not only made the area more vibrant, but also served as a fortress wall against encroachment from other guilds. Lee Jun-chul reassured him. There are no major issues right now. Just rest. You can drop by when you're free. Jin-hyuk replied firmly. Understood. I'll be there soon to discuss further. Hanging up, Jin-hyuk sighed in relief. Knowing the guild was operating smoothly and everything was under control, he leaned back, stretching refreshingly, truly wanting to rest to his heart's content, but his try-hard spirit wouldn't allow it. Jin-hyuk rubbed his eyes, mumbling, Rest is rest, but there's still work to do. First, I need to go to a dungeon. Full of determination, Jin-hyuk stood up and headed towards the door, his mind focused on one name, Cheon Sang-ho. Just you wait, I'll catch up to you soon, he mumbled, then decisively left the apartment. The scene shifted to a secluded forge in a cave. Jin-hyuk called out loudly, Uncle, I need a favor. Inside the forge, Jin-hyuk faced the old dwarven blacksmith, who held a baseball bat. The old man frowned and asked, A favor? What is it? The blacksmith grumbled, showing annoyance. You disappeared for ages, and now you show your face asking for a favor? Jin-hyuk bowed in apology, but his gaze remained firm. I'm sorry, sir, but this is very important. Can you enhance my weapon? The old dwarven blacksmith crossed his arms and grumbled. Enhance? Why should I help a guy who disappears every time he's sent on an errand? Kang Jin-hyuk bowed his head, sincerely apologizing. I'm truly sorry. I had my reasons. The old man paused, then roared angrily. Wait a minute. You said you lost your weapon while using it? As soon as he finished speaking, the blacksmith snatched the baseball bat from Jin-hyuk's hand, yelling, Give it here! Jin-hyuk was startled but still tried to explain. I couldn't just let that happen. The old man gritted his teeth, but then smirked. Consider yourself lucky. I actually have something I want to test. Leaving the forge, Jin-hyuk thought to himself. By the way, he suddenly realized, it's been a while since I last saw Lucia, hasn't it? Jin-hyuk stopped, pondering. Wait. If it's Lucia, she might know some way. He nodded, reassuring himself. That's right. Why am I worrying unnecessarily when Lucia might already have a solution? Jin-hyuk continued walking, but a nagging feeling emerged. He mumbled to himself. It feels like I've forgotten something. What could it be? Suddenly, Lucia appeared out of nowhere right behind him, making Jin-hyuk jump and scream. Lucia questioned, Hey, why did you come back empty-handed? Where are your things? But Jin-hyuk simply replied, Lucia, there you are. I was looking for you. Jin-hyuk asked directly. More importantly, have you been here all this time? And Lucia confirmed, Yes, almost. Standing amidst a pile of books and a magic circle, Lucia explained. This magic circle is my only hope of returning to my world. Lucia confidently reported. Fortunately, I've made some progress. Jinhyuk joyfully asked if she could return soon, but the answer was a scene of an empty apartment with a denial. Not exactly. Lucia explained through a flashback that the refrigerator in the apartment suddenly sparked with magical electricity. As magical lightning bolts spread throughout the room, Lucia concluded in confusion. I'm sure the magic succeeded, but I don't know where it went wrong. In the middle of the street, a payment complete notification appeared, leaving Kang Jin-hyuk stunned. He suddenly remembered Lucia, hastily stuffing a bag of snacks into his backpack. Zipping up his backpack, he muttered to himself, recalling her question. Last time, you asked why I came back empty-handed, right? This time, I definitely have to bring a gift, Jin-hyuk told himself as he stepped out of the convenience store. Suddenly, a female cashier called out to him, Excuse me, are you Guildmaster Kang Jin-hyuk? Jin-hyuk blankly confirmed, and the girl immediately turned into a fangirl, exclaiming, Oh my god, I'm your die-hard fan. Praised for being even cooler in person, our S-rank young man could only scratch his head and give an awkward laugh, looking visibly embarrassed. The employee offered to take a photo together, while other customers also started rapidly raising their phones. Put in a difficult spot, Jin-hyuk hastily waved his hand in refusal. Sorry, I'm in a real hurry. With that, he bolted away, not forgetting to wave a perfunctory goodbye. Have a good day. As he ran, Jin-hyuk muttered, Damn it, looks like I'm more famous than I thought. What a hassle. Finally, he arrived at his destination, a secluded forge nestled deep within a rocky canyon. Old master, I'm back, Jin-hyuk called out, but was met with the blacksmith's grumbling voice. Wandering around again, were you? Jin-hyuk held out the red baseball bat and flattered. Here it is. I knew nothing would be too difficult for the old master. The dwarven blacksmith took the bat, his eyes sharpening, and remarked, This weapon is on a completely different level compared to the previous ones. As Jin-hyuk took the bat back, a blazing golden aura immediately erupted and enveloped it, surprising him. He was stunned, feeling his mana being drawn into the weapon. What is this? Is the bat absorbing mana? Jin-hyuk shouted at the blacksmith. Are you sure you did it correctly? At this rate, I'll run out of mana before I even fight. He was immediately hit on the head by the old man. Rubbing his bruised head, Jin-hyuk annoyedly asked, Ouch. So what is this? The blacksmith smirked and explained. Remember the Alrauni ore you purified last time? This time, I used it to enhance this. Kang Jin-hyuk froze when he heard the words Alrauna ori. The blacksmith explained. Normally, ore from monsters carries their properties, so the original Alraun ore specializes in draining life force. But thanks to you purifying it last time, its property flipped, switching to absorbing mana. The dwarf asserted that the bat absorbing mana was a sign of successful enhancement, and reassured Jin-hyuk that it would stop once it was full. Jin-hyuk felt the mana flow had stopped, confirming the bat was fully charged. The blacksmith revealed, Now you can draw out the stored mana from the bat and use it any time. Go test it out. Both went to the backyard. Kang Jin-hyuk took a stance, the blazing red baseball bat in his hand, ready for the test. Jin-hyuk's eyes were sharp as he muttered, Let's see how this thing performs. He channeled his energy, and the bat immediately erupted with a blazing golden aura, power surging. Jin-hyuk swung the bat, releasing all the accumulated energy towards a stone pedestal serving as a target. He let out a powerful roar, unleashing a heaven-shattering blow. The dazzling golden energy beam shot straight towards the target with terrifying speed. Boom! The stone pedestal exploded into 100 pieces, leaving no trace behind. The blacksmith stood watching with his arms crossed, secretly acknowledging, This kid, it's his first time with a new item, yet he wields it like a natural. Jin-hyuk looked at the bat with an incredulous expression, while the dwarf thought, He's become much stronger. Awesome. Jin-hyuk thanked profusely, but the blacksmith merely grumbled. If you're grateful, bring more wine here. Jin-hyuk smirked slyly, snapping his fingers. Wine? Of course I have some. Shall we get started, old master? The blacksmith changed the subject, asking where Jin-hyuk was going again, to which he vaguely mumbled that he was going out for a bit. Jin-hyuk honestly declared he wanted to meet Lucia, which immediately made the blacksmith's face fall. Ch! That pointy-eared brat again? Jin-hyuk was bewildered, recalling Lucia and the blacksmith fighting like cats and dogs, then asked directly, Why do you two dislike each other so much? Kang Jin-hyuk stood between them, helplessly watching Lucia and the dwarven blacksmith glare at each other, then asked directly, Why do you two always argue whenever you meet? The blacksmith sighed, his gaze distant. It's a long story, kid. His expression hardened, filled with resentment. Right now, we're just temporarily tolerating each other. But dwarves and elves are eternal enemies. He gritted his teeth, recalling a colossal black dragon roaring amidst a sea of flames. Those pointy-eared ones sold our kin to the dragons. Kang Jinhyuk was stunned, unable to believe his ears. What? The elves sold dwarves to dragons? After hearing the shocking story, Kang Jinhyuk quietly left the forge. He walked away, finally understanding the profound enmity between these two races. No wonder they cannot coexist under the same sky. Just as he arrived, a familiar voice rang out, calling his name, causing Kang Jinhyuk to rush over. Lucia. Lucia stood with her back to him on a glowing magic circle, saying with relief, "Good thing I left a message, I thought you wouldn't come." Lucia turned around, her expression serious. Kang Jinhyuk, look around you. He looked at her blankly, not understanding what was happening. Is something strange? Lucia pointed out the harsh truth. The temple that was originally here has suddenly disappeared. Kang Jinhyuk's eyes were wide and his mouth agape as he stared at the empty space. What? It really vanished. Where did it go? Lucia explained, recalling the moment Jinhyuk completed the trial. I think the temple disappeared after you completed the dragon's trial, she continued, recounting her investigation process when she discovered a strange energy source. Lucia pointed down at the magic circle beneath her feet. And during my investigation, I found this, a spatial teleportation magic circle. Lucia recalled the old mage's magic circle, asserting, "This is on a completely different level compared to the one that Quack Mage used." A glimmer of hope suddenly flashed in Kang Jinhyuk's eyes, as he realized a golden opportunity. Wait, if we study this magic circle, I can return to my old world? Lucia smiled and confirmed, "That's right, but even if it's completed, you alone won't be able to activate it." She looked him straight in the eyes, making an offer he couldn't refuse. So, Kang Jinhyuk, would you like to learn magic from me? Kang Jinhyuk muttered, trying to process the information about another world floating in space. Jinhyuk confirmed, "So, you want me to learn magic to lend a hand, right?" And Lucia asserted that this magic couldn't be used alone. Jinhyuk asked in surprise why it couldn't be used alone, and Lucia prepared to explain. Lucia revealed that this magic circle consumed an enormous amount of mana. She alone wasn't skilled enough, and even with Jinhyuk's help, it might not be enough. Jinhyuk pondered deeply, realizing the core problem was the need for an extremely large amount of mana. Suddenly, his eyes widened, as if a brilliant idea had just struck him. He asked Lucia, "The problem is mana, right?" Then pulled something out of his inventory. Jinhyuk held out a baseball bat in front of Lucia and suggested, "How about trying this?" Lucia asked blankly if that was his bat, and Jinhyuk simply told her to look closely. Lucia gaped when she saw a brilliant yellow stream of mana pouring out from the bat. Jinhyuk explained that thanks to the dwarven blacksmith's upgrade, the bat could now store and use mana. Lucia gleefully snatched the bat, intending to test if the stored mana was enough to activate the magic circle. The moment she touched it, an extremely powerful surge of energy from the bat threw both of them back. Lucia frowned in annoyance, not understanding why she couldn't touch it. Jinhyuk was also stunned for a moment, then suddenly remembered something important. He recalled being with the dwarven blacksmith, holding the newly upgraded bat. In the flashback, Jinhyuk had asked about its self-recovery feature, wondering if it was a bound item to its owner. The blacksmith chuckled, confirming that no one else but Jinhyuk could use it. Back in the present, Jinhyuk explained that the dwarf had engraved a binding effect onto the bat, which was why Lucia couldn't use it. Lucia held her head, speechless, muttering, "No wonder things seemed too smooth." Lucia concluded the matter. "There's no choice. It seems there's only one way. If the mana is in the bat, and only you can use it." The elf girl smirked, her eyes full of hidden meaning. "Then you, Kang Jinhyuk, will have to learn magic, won't you?" Jinhyuk was not one to back down. He immediately accepted, "Let me make it clear. Starting today, I will learn magic from you." And so, the crash course began in an ordinary house in a residential area. Jinhyuk buried himself in studying, frantically taking notes on the complicated magic theories from Lucia. The learning process was truly grueling. While Jinhyuk buried his head in books, his teacher Lucia sat beside him leisurely snacking. His head felt like it would explode as he had to cram an enormous amount of magical knowledge. Next was the practice of controlling mana flow. Jinhyuk meditated, circulating energy around his body. After grasping the theory, he had to practice activating the magic circle under Lucia's supervision. Finally, energy began to gather in Jinhyuk's palm, the first sign of success. He channeled mana, and a brilliant yellow surge of energy erupted from both hands, looking quite impressive. A complete magic circle appeared, and the system immediately announced, "Skill acquired, magic theory mastered." Jinhyuk turned to show off his achievement with a smug expression. "Lucia, see? I activated it." Lucia merely nodded in casual confirmation, stating concisely, Yes, you did it. That's the end of the basics. Her eyes sharpened, signaling a new challenge. Now then, shall we move on to the next stage? Jinhyuk, full of vigor and fearing no one, replied, Okay, let's do this. Lucia began her new lecture seriously. All right, Kang Jinhyuk, listen carefully. I'm going to talk about what we're about to research. She held out a drawing of an extremely complex and ancient magic circle. Lucia explained, These are my research notes on the magic circle in the boss room. I've been looking into why it failed. An image of the old mage casting spatial teleportation magic appeared as Lucia analyzed. Multi-dimensional teleportation requires an insane amount of mana, and I think the caster modified the circle to bear all that energy alone. Lucia continued to explain about the teleportation magic circle. As a result, the teleportation itself was successful. But something went wrong, and that's why your room connected directly to the dungeon. Jinhyuk scratched his head. So, it was a defective product, right? Then why are we studying that failed circle? And was immediately scolded by Lucia with a "you idiot." Lucia pointed to a more complex magic circle, explaining, Of course, just studying that failed circle won't achieve anything, but, she reiterated an important piece of information. We have a perfect magic circle engraved in the Dragon Temple, remember? Lucia outlined the plan. If we compare and analyze both, we can find out why the first one failed and prepare a better one. Lucia concluded, her eyes full of challenge. Understood? Now, it's time to start preparing. And so, the days of intense study began. Jinhyuk buried himself in books, and the system announced, You have acquired the skill, Magic Comprehension. Lucia taught like a true teacher, analyzing the structure of the magic circle on the whiteboard. Jinhyuk continued to study diligently, and the notification board reappeared. You have acquired the skill, Seeker of Knowledge. After much effort, he finally had an epiphany, creating a small magic circle right in his hand, as the system confirmed. You have completely mastered the principles of multi-dimensional magic circles. Time flew by, and finally, their work was complete in a place that looked like a ruined grand hall. A gigantic, complex magic circle had been drawn on the stone floor. Thud! Jinhyuk plunged the red baseball bat straight into the center of the magic circle, began channeling mana, and the ground trembled. Lucia stood opposite him, confirming, Good, the bat's mana has connected to the magic circle. You know what to do next, right? Jinhyuk smirked confidently, replying concisely. Of course, he reaffirmed his task. Now I just need to pour mana into it to activate it, right? Lucia nodded, her eyes highly focused. Yes, it'll give the signal when it's enough. She shouted loudly, giving a decisive command. Then let's begin, Kang Jinhyuk. Jinhyuk immediately poured all his energy into the bat, while Lucia also took her stance, preparing for her part. Under Kang Jinhyuk and Lucia's feet, the colossal magic circle began to glow brightly, its intricate lines flaring with a warm orange light. Energy surged, the magic circle vibrated and announced, It's working, Lucia observed, her sharp eyes confirming. The magic circle is reacting to the mana. She shouted loudly, cheering on Jinhyuk, who was channeling mana from the opposite side. Kang Jinhyuk, you're doing great. Keep it up. Jinhyuk smirked confidently, thinking to himself, Perfect. Now I just need to pump mana into the staff and it'll be done. No sooner had he finished speaking, Jinhyuk's eyes widened in astonishment as the staff in his hand suddenly erupted with a completely different kind of energy. Jinhyuk struggled to hold the violently glowing staff, frantically wondering, Why is this happening? Why is the aura leaking out on its own? Lucia, from a distance, shrieked, questioning, What in the world are you doing? I told you to pump mana. Why are you using aura? Lucia sensed the instability. The ground beneath her feet began to shake and crack. Crack. The stone floor couldn't withstand the chaotic energy pressure, and cracks spread everywhere. Lucia looked up, her crimson eyes revealing sheer horror as she realized the floor was shattering. She yelled a warning. Kang Jinhyuk, retreat quickly. But it was too late. A blue light erupted from the center. Boom! A colossal blue pillar of energy shot straight into the sky, engulfing the entire area. Jinhyuk was thrown back by the force of the explosion, staggering as he tried to regain his footing. As the smoke and dust cleared, the magnificent magic circle from before had completely vanished, leaving only an empty crater. Jinhyuk was stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief at the sight before him, stammering, No way! Lucia, her hair disheveled after the explosion, glared at Jinhyuk with a death stare. She roared in utter fury. Kang Jinhyuk, what in the world did you do? In a modern kitchen somewhere, the magic circle that had just vanished suddenly reappeared, glowing faintly on the refrigerator door. The light from the magic circle illuminated the entire room, signaling a disastrously failed teleportation. It turned out, the faulty teleportation magic circle had brought them both to a quiet, modern, residential area. Lucia was stuffing her face with an ice cream bar, seemingly finding the snacks of this world not bad at all. At Jinhyuk's apartment, the protagonist was sulking with his head in his hands while Lucia sat on the floor, continuing her eating spree, ignoring his mumbled apologies. Jinhyuk tried to explain away the situation. "I didn't expect the mana stored in the staff to flow out as aura." Lucia exploded, growling. "You call that an excuse? Don't you know that mana used for magic and aura are two completely different things?" She continued to vent her anger, throwing an entire box of food at Jinhyuk while he dodged, and argued that every time he held the staff, he instinctively converted energy for combat. After a long outburst, Lucia also sighed helplessly, admitting that part of the fault was hers for not checking thoroughly. "We're screwed. How do we get back now?" Jinhyuk hung his head, a wave of guilt washing over him as he thought. "It's my fault." He was tormented by remorse, knowing full well that his mistake had cost Lucia the chance to return to her world. Regaining his composure, Jinhyuk resolutely promised to find a way to fix everything and help her, asking if she needed anything. Lucia looked up, a glint in her eyes. "What I need, you ask?" The elf girl suddenly shrieked, making Jinhyuk jump. "Go get more food, the tastiest and sweetest things here." Jinhyuk quickly sprang up, hastily agreed, and immediately ran off to fulfill the task. He opened the refrigerator, suggesting the pastries inside. But Lucia ordered bluntly, "Of course. Bring everything out of there." Lucia declared grandly, "Today, we'll eat until we burst." And Jinhyuk awkwardly replied while opening the refrigerator door. As soon as he opened the door, an unusual blast of cold air emanated, making Jinhyuk pause, wondering if his refrigerator had ever been this cold. Suddenly, a deadly chilling aura poured out from the refrigerator, knocking Jinhyuk backward with a startled cry. Lucia remained calmly seated, turning to ask innocently, "What's wrong? Why are you screaming?" Jinhyuk's eyes were wide as he stared into the refrigerator, his voice urgent. "Lucia, come look at this." Still chewing her food, Lucia turned with a curious expression, completely unaware that a new problem had just emerged. Jinhyuk's jaw dropped as he stared at a majestic snow-capped mountain range appearing from the refrigerator. What in the world is this? The refrigerator door now reflected both of them, standing dumbfounded before the unbelievable sight. Lucia, in contrast, was extremely calm, her crimson eyes gleaming with recognition. This feeling, could it be? She smirked, delivering a chilling statement. Perhaps the magic circle didn't fail at all. Jinhyuk froze. Jinhyuk still couldn't believe it. "You mean that magic circle opened up another world right inside my refrigerator?" Lucia confirmed firmly, sensing the familiar mana. "That's right, and it's highly likely this is my home dimension." Snowy winds howled from within the anomalous gate. A completely new world awaited. Lucia commanded without hesitation, "I don't know why the teleportation gate opened here, but we need to go through and investigate." Jinhyuk immediately agreed, his eyes sharp. "Okay, got it. I'll prepare right away. But first, there's something I need to take care of." He pulled out his phone and called Lee Junchul directly, who answered promptly, "Yes, Guildmaster, what can I do for you?" Jinhyuk gave a concise order, making Lee Junchul freeze. "Mr. Lee Junchul, can you come to my place right now?" At the apartment, Lee Junchul and Lee Hyena were already present, both standing up to greet Jinhyuk as he entered. "Guildmaster." Lee Junchul held his phone, his expression puzzled. "I came because you called, but what's with this announcement?" He got straight to the point. "Is it true that you'll be temporarily leaving the guild for a while?" Jinhyuk admitted, his gaze firm. "Actually, I plan to train intensely for a while. After the battle with Chon Sango, I realized I'm still too weak." Lee Junchul looked directly at his boss, probing. "So, have you found a way to become stronger?" Jinhyuk replied vaguely. Jinhyuk sent a file via phone for his subordinates to view. Lee Hyena, the diligent secretary, warned, "As you can see, the current schedule has no issues, but if you're gone for too long, things will become difficult." Lee Junchul brushed it off, showing absolute loyalty. No need to worry, Guildmaster." He firmly asserted that he would handle everything, then asked Jinhyuk with a worried expression, "Will you be all right?" Lee Junchul raised his head, declaring firmly, "Just leave the guild to us and return even stronger." On a street, Deputy Cho received a call. "Brother, you're here. What does the Guildmaster want from us?" In the car, Lee Junchul announced over the phone. He said he'd be training for a while, so he'll temporarily take on the guild's extra work. Deputy Cho looked worried. "Hez leaving the guild right now?" Lee Junchul reassured him. Yes, but don't worry. Li Junchol's eyes sharpened as he affirmed. When the boss returns stronger, the guild's influence will increase even further, and then Pantheon will become the #1 guild in Korea. Back at the apartment, Lucia stood before the wide-open refrigerator portal, impatiently calling out, Kang Jin-hyuk, how much longer will you take? Hurry up and come out. Jin-hyuk slowly walked out in a thick winter outfit, holding a spiked club. Sorry, there was more stuff than I thought, so I'm a bit late. Jin-hyuk handed Lucia a quiver of arrows, and she was surprised. Here, take these. I've never seen these arrows before, he explained. The dwarven uncle told me to give them to you. He said you definitely need them. Lucia picked up an arrow to examine it, muttering, that old man may seem gruff, but he actually cares a lot about you. Jin-hyuk scratched his head, feigning indifference. Geez, you're acting as if giving a few arrows is a big deal. But Lucia suddenly paused, as she looked closely at the arrowhead. Wait, this arrowhead? Jin-hyuk asked curiously. What's wrong? Are they high quality? Lucia smirked, her eyes full of meaning. More than high quality. These are top-tier items. Jin-hyuk's jaw dropped in surprise. He still couldn't believe it. Whoa, they're that good? Lucia reiterated. I told you he cared about you, didn't I? Lucia looked at the arrow and smiled. But if you accept his things, you'll definitely have to pay him back later. Jin-hyuk nodded decisively. All right, let's go. Both advanced towards the spatial portal. As they stepped through the refrigerator portal, a majestic world of white snow appeared before their eyes. Wow, it truly feels like another dimension. The vast, endless landscape made Jin-hyuk exclaim, it's much wider than I imagined. Where should we start investigating now? Amidst the white snow, Kang Jin-hyuk pointed to a glowing ice cave and suggested, let's check that cave over there first. Lucia seemed a bit puzzled. The female elf thought it looked like there was something inside, and Jin-hyuk also pondered deeply. All right, let's head there first, Jin-hyuk decided, and both began to advance towards the cave. As they stepped inside, both were overwhelmed by the vast space of the ice cave. Jin-hyuk blurted out, what the hell? He was surprised because it was much deeper than he had imagined. Suddenly, a giant white shadow darted past their vision. Lucia's senses immediately went on alert, and she raised her hand to signal. Wait. Before Jin-hyuk could understand what was happening, she warned. Something is rushing towards us. Lucia's eyes sharpened, and she growled, get ready, Kang Jin-hyuk. It's about to charge in. Immediately, two white-furred, red-eyed ape monsters let out a terrifying roar and charged out. The snow apes frantically charged straight towards the two, creating a small snowstorm with every step. Lucia drew her bow, asking softly, knew it was a monster. Can you handle it, Kang Jin-hyuk? The main character smirked. Of course. Blue energy gathered in Jin-hyuk's hand, and he summoned his familiar baseball bat. Jin-hyuk confidently declared, I could handle these small fry with my eyes closed. Lucia glanced over, a challenging smirk on her face. You talk big, don't you? Without further ado, Lucia knocked a high-quality arrow onto her bowstring and fired a decisive shot. Both charged forward, Lucia shouting, I'll take care of the one charging straight at us. Lucia's arrow struck the snow ape, and a stream of magical blue energy erupted at the point of impact. The monster roared in pain before its body was torn apart by the arrow's energy, vanishing into thin air. Lucia smirked with satisfaction, silently acknowledging, damn, that dwarven uncle is quite something, giving me real top-tier stuff like this. Jin-hyuk growled confidently as he charged. All right, I'll finish this in one blow too. In a distant place, a hooded entity seated on a throne received a report. Your Eminence, we have just confirmed that the apostle has crossed dimensions. The hooded figure replied with a terrifyingly calm voice. I understand. Then, we shall meet again soon. A giant dragon, its eyes blazing, questioned. My lord, I still don't understand. Why did you bestow the title of apostle upon an inferior race, instead of the noble dragon race? The dragon continued, as a vision appeared of the hooded entity bestowing power upon a young Jin-hyuk. The hooded figure's blue eyes flashed. That is its destiny. That child was born to bring destruction to that other world. Back in reality, Jin-hyuk was already right above the snow ape, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Jin-hyuk smirked arrogantly. Excellent. Then I'll also finish it in one blow, he declared, his eyes glowing with holy aura. Whoosh! The baseball bat, enveloped in blazing red energy, struck the monster's head directly. Thwack! The snow ape's head exploded like a watermelon, its body sent flying helplessly. Jin-hyuk landed lightly, coldly calling up the system panel. Inventory. The information panel appeared, identifying the monster as a yeti, making Jin-hyuk ponder. Its name is Yeti? Was there this type of monster before? Lucia ran over, her expression serious. Kang Jinhyuk, did you just say Yeti? Which made Jinhyuk ask in surprise if she knew anything. Lucia confirmed that they live in herds on snow mountains, and then warned. In short, if they are truly Yetis, we must flee from here immediately. Jinhyuk still didn't grasp the seriousness, asking again with a confident look. Flee? Why so suddenly? The elf girl explained the Yeti's rules of engagement. Just provoke one, and the entire pack will come hunting you down. Before Jinhyuk could process the information, an entire pack of red-eyed Yetis slowly appeared, making him shout, "What?" While Lucia flustered, "I just remembered too." "No time for boasting," Lucia yelled as both ran headlong. "No time to argue, run fast." The Yetis let out an earth-shattering roar, and the entire pack frantically chased after the two who had disturbed them. As he ran headlong, Jinhyuk glanced back at the Yeti pack and thought to himself, "They don't seem that strong, so why are we running?" The man looked confident, believing that defeating them solo would be a piece of cake. Lucia admitted, "It's true that we can win," then brought up the main issue. "But this ice cave is the real problem." She explained that the cave was fragile and easily broken. A strong battle could cause it to collapse, burying them all alive. Suddenly, Jinhyuk stopped, startling Lucia. "Huh? Why did you stop?" he yelled. "Didn't you just say fighting here would cause a collapse?" Lucia suddenly had an idea, her face lighting up. "Ah, I remember now. There's a way to stop them." Jinhyuk pulled a flashbang from his inventory, declaring, "Here, a flashbang. This will freeze the Yetis in place." Both stood waiting, but strangely, the Yeti pack stopped on its own, leaving Jinhyuk bewildered. "Wait, why did they stop?" Lucia couldn't believe her eyes either, gesturing for Jinhyuk to wait. "No way?" The Yetis were truly turning back and retreating. Jinhyuk exclaimed in astonishment. "Huh? Lucia, they're running away." Jinhyuk turned to ask Lucia, remarking that the monsters seemed to be afraid and dared not advance further, which also left her puzzled. Lucia focused her senses, her eyes sharpening. "From this point onward, I feel a strange mana flow," she concluded. "Whatever the Yetis are afraid of must be ahead." Jinhyuk pondered, his mind full of questions. What on earth could be ahead? Jinhyuk muttered, "What could be strong enough to scare the Yetis away?" Lucia could only shake her head. "I don't know, whether it's a monster or something else." Lucia asserted that they would find out by going to the end of the path, and Jinhyuk agreed. "All right, let's go see then." Both were determined to venture deeper inside to uncover the mystery at the end of the cave. After moving for a while, both finally escaped the narrow passage, breathing a sigh of relief. Standing on a high rock overlooking the majestic snowy mountains, Jinhyuk asked for directions, and Lucia pointed towards a faint structure in the distance. She confirmed that the strange mana flow emanated from that very place, and her intuition told her they would find an important clue. Jinhyuk was full of vigor. "Great. Then it's simple. Let's go investigate there right away." He then jumped straight down the cliff, rushing forward. Kang Jinhyuk shot forward like an arrow, his eyes sharp and full of determination. Lucia stood in the middle of the icy cave, feeling that something was amiss. How strange. The elf frowned. This dark mana was something she had never felt before. What on earth was inside? Lucia shouted from behind, urging her hasty companion to catch up quickly. Both arrived before a magnificent structure. Jinhyuk wondered, "Is the mana coming from this building?" Lucia confirmed. "Yes. You can feel it now too, can't you?" As soon as he stepped onto the bridge, Jinhyuk suddenly stopped, clearly sensing the abnormal energy flow. Lucia called out, stopping him. "Kang Jinhyuk, wait." Jinhyuk turned back, asking what was wrong. She pointed towards the building, warning, "The mana flow emanating from there is definitely problematic." With a serious expression, Lucia instructed, "It gives off an ominous feeling, so you must be careful." Jinhyuk was surprised by her attitude. "You're that serious?" Lucia affirmed firmly, saying that even if it was just a hunch, it was better to be careful. Jinhyuk thought to himself that this was the first time he had seen Lucia so tense, recalling how she had single-handedly dealt with hordes of monsters. In his recollection, Lucia had never faltered before any enemy, always a cold and formidable warrior. Jinhyuk realized the problem. Now that she's this worried, this situation might truly be dangerous. A mysterious voice echoed from the depths of the universe. "I have found you. My child has finally arrived at the sanctuary." The entity declared that the game of hide-and-seek was over, and it would soon meet the Chosen One, identifying itself as the god of the otherworld, Ordo. Back in reality, Lucia announced, "We've arrived, Kang Jinhyuk. I can feel the dark mana from that man." A bald man with no eyebrows stood waiting with his arms crossed. He was the source of the deadly energy. Luxia suggested trying to talk first because he looked human, but Jinhyuk immediately dismissed it. No, that man is not human. Jinhyuk explained that, although he wasn't certain, he had felt this type of mana before, causing the bald man to silently observe. The bald man spoke, his voice full of hidden meaning. I didn't expect anyone to come here. Were you sent by him? This left Jinhyuk bewildered. Kang Jinhyuk bluntly asked the bald man. We're just here to investigate the dark mana flow. Who are you? The bald man took a stance, declaring coldly, Intruders? Now that you've seen this place, don't expect to leave alive. Lucia's eyes shone brightly, sensing a change. And she shouted, Kang Jinhyuk, step back. She rushed forward and shoved Kang Jinhyuk backward, leaving him bewildered and unsure of what was happening. Jinhyuk was sent flying backward in astonishment, yelling, What is this? He staggered to his feet, realizing the surrounding mana had completely changed, and suddenly remembered feeling it somewhere before. The bald man soared into the sky, transforming into a colossal fiery dragon, prompting Lucia to draw her bow and warn, If you want to live, prepare to fight, Kang Jinhyuk. The dragon roared, its voice full of menace. You insects dare to trespass on this sacred ground. Pay for your sins with your lives. Lucia smirked, blue aura exploding around her bow, utterly confident. Humph, I've fought plenty of dragons. Lucia's aura arrow shot straight into the colossal fireball the dragon spewed, but it declared, It won't go your way. Jinhyuk gritted his teeth, completely overwhelmed by the god-tier combat. Damn it, what the hell is going on? While Jinhyuk was still bewildered by the man's sudden transformation into a dragon, the dragon also froze mid-fire breath, leaving him stunned. Jinhyuk shouted, urging Lucia to seize the opportunity. Lucia, something's wrong with him. Attack now. But Lucia was also stunned. The bow in her hand was still accumulating energy, but couldn't fire. She realized that not only the dragon but also her own energy flow was frozen in the air. The entire battlefield was still, time seemed to stop, and a voice echoed from the direction of the dragon. You arrived sooner than I expected. A long-haired man, wearing glasses and a dapper suit, floated in the air, declaring, I have stopped time to have a little chat. I didn't expect you to find your way here. Jinhyuk took a stance, growling as he asked the stranger who had just appeared from thin air. Who are you? The long-haired man replied with a condescending air, looking down on Jinhyuk as an inferior being. Is that what you're curious about? A foolish question from a trivial existence. The long-haired man looked directly at Jinhyuk, his gaze unwavering, and declared coldly, But since you have been designated as my apostle, the long-haired man declared coldly, I will overlook this matter. My name is Ordo, the creator of that dragon, Tiamut. He looked straight ahead, arrogantly proclaiming himself, and the god of the world you live in. Kang Jinhyuk froze, his mind struggling to process. He created that dragon? Jinhyuk frowned, unable to believe his ears. What else? He's the god of this world? Why should I believe you? Ordo replied nonchalantly, dismissing Jinhyuk's doubt. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. The truth of my godhood remains unchanged. He began to recount, as images of the vast universe appeared. I have observed all of you for a very long time. From the dawn of time, when planets were still forming, he was already there. From the moment your human race came into existence, every moment of your lives, I have watched. Initially, he was fascinated by how humans loved and coexisted with each other. But then humanity began to divide, slaughtering one another, causing devastating wars. A nuclear bomb exploded, proving that humanity had nearly destroyed their own world with their own hands. Ordo walked through the suspended space, declaring that if left unchecked, humanity would surely self-destruct. He approached Jinhyuk, his voice filled with condescension. I do not wish for that to happen. So, as the new god, I decided to protect the humanity I cherish. He explained his twisted logic. I thought if there was a common enemy, humanity would no longer harm themselves. And so, he created monsters, enemies of all humanity, unleashing them upon the cities. He bestowed power upon humanity to fight them, giving birth to a system called hunters. Initially, the plan seemed promising, as humans united to fight against the giant monsters. But that unity did not last long. Humans once again began to use the hunters' power to slaughter each other, even worse than before. Ordo pointed directly at Jinhyuk, conjuring a past scene of him finishing off Jo Won-chul. And you too, once you gained power, you wielded it just like those you hated. Ordo sneered, showing a scene where Jinhyuk in the past was just as brutal as the ones he despised. The god revealed a shocking truth. Kang Jinhyuk, do you know? You were never meant to become this strong. Ordo's original plan, to send a weaker version of Jinhyuk into a gate, had completely fallen apart. Jinhyuk was stunned, his mind unable to keep up as he heard about an anomaly from another dimension. Ordo coldly declared, "That dungeon ruined everything." Amidst the snowy landscape, Ordo faced Jinhyuk and Lucia, reiterating that an anomaly had thwarted his plans. Ordo emphasized once more, his eyes filled with annoyance that his plan had gone off track. He explained, "The old mage used spatial transfer magic, accidentally throwing Jinhyuk into a more powerful dungeon than intended, making him grow too strong too quickly. And worse, inside that dungeon was the Temple of the Dragon God, an existence Ordo had not foreseen. Ordo confessed he tried to destroy that place the moment Jinhyuk entered, but the Dragon God's power stopped him. Furthermore, due to the dungeon's influence, Ordo even lost track of Jinhyuk for a long time until recently. He revealed Jinhyuk's true destiny, to become his apostle, standing at the top of the food chain to bring order to humanity. A vision of an overwhelmingly powerful Jinhyuk, the absolute guardian of peace, was painted as a temptation. Ordo made an offer. "Become my apostle. That is your rightful place. Of course you can refuse, but the price will be your life." Jinhyuk smirked, feigning consideration. "Doesn't sound bad. So if I obey, I'll become the overlord of this world?" But then, while Lucia maintained her combat stance, ready to fight, Jinhyuk bluntly stated, "I refuse." Jinhyuk exploded, pointing directly at Ordo. "You know I suffered without being able to do anything? Now you want me to be your apostle? Get rid of that nonsense." He roared, his rage overflowing. "What you want is a puppet. I'd rather die here than be your dog." Ordo sneered, despising Jinhyuk's foolishness, while the protagonist cursed his hidden intentions directly. "Very well then," Ordo said, hovering in the air. "I will have to use a different method." Ordo revealed he hated the dungeon in Jinhyuk's house, but it was the perfect tool to open a spatial gate. And from there, he showcased the formidable creation he had made, a dragon with eyes blazing with deadly fire. Ordo declared this dragon, Tiamut, an invincible masterpiece that would wipe out all hunters and monsters. In his vision, only the new humanity he chose would exist on a purged earth, and Jinhyuk, the one who dared to refuse his invitation, would be the first sacrifice for the dragon Tiamut. Jinhyuk smirked, his voice full of defiance. "Who allowed that?" He tossed aside his backpack and jacket, ready to fight to the death. "Just try it." But Jinhyuk stood up straight, his eyes devoid of fear. "It won't be as easy as you think." Without a moment's hesitation, Jinhyuk charged straight towards the giant fire-breathing dragon. Ordo watched the scene with a condescending look, sneering, courageous, to dare face death. Jinhyuk only scoffed in response, while Ordo decreed, "You are indeed the one I chose, but you will be discarded here." The scene shifts to a forge, where the old dwarven blacksmith had just completed the final step. He flexed his biceps, proudly showing off his achievement. "Phew, it's done. It took longer than I thought to forge his new armor," he grumbled to himself, hoping that after this, Jinhyuk would treat him to some good liquor. The blacksmith gazed thoughtfully out of the forge, recalling the early days. It's been a while since that kid visited. The flashback began. He remembered first meeting Jinhyuk, a clueless rookie so naive that he had to give him weapons so he wouldn't die uselessly. But gradually, that kid grew stronger, becoming one of the strongest on the continent. He recalled the noisy days, with the constantly complaining elf girl and him constantly arguing, while Jinhyuk kept a poker face. The two constantly dragged each other to the forge, loud and boisterous, like a scene of Lucia teaching Jinhyuk how to use a bow. Returning to reality, the blacksmith sighed and then chuckled. "I wonder what they'll bring back this time. Surely not a dragon, right?" Haha. Snap. Ordo snapped his fingers, commanding his dragon. In one scene, a massive blue energy stream collided fiercely with the breath of another dragon. Lucia looked up, sensing something ominous. "That guy?" she cried out in despair. "Kang Jinhyuk, be careful." Boom! Kang Jinhyuk was sent flying by a destructive attack. Jinhyuk realized the situation was dire. "Damn it, I can't dodge." The dragon Tiamut lunged forward, opening its massive jaws wide. Lucia could only scream his name in horror. The dragon snapped its jaws around Jinhyuk, while Ordo hovered above with a look of disdain. Ordo smirked. Big talk for such a pathetic end. From inside the dragon's jaws, a defiant voice rang out. "Who gave you the right to call this the end?" Crack! Jinhyuk used his bare hands to pry open the monster's jaws, growling. "Damn it, what a powerful bite." Lucia cried out in joyous relief. "Kang Jinhyuk, you're alive." Jinhyuk smirked from between the dragon's teeth. "Of course, no matter the cost, I'll stop it here." Ordo looked at the unbelievable sight below, uttering, "How interesting." The god spoke condescendingly. "Very well, Let's see how much you can struggle. He concluded with a chilling smile. In the end, the only thing you'll feel is utter despair. Meanwhile, at the Pantheon Guild office, Lee Hyena's phone rang while she was in a meeting with So Sung-ho. On the other end was Lee Jun-chul, who got straight to the point. The reason I'm calling is that the association has issued a mandatory summons. Lee Hyena was stunned, her eyes wide behind her glasses. What? A mandatory summons? What does that mean? At his office, Lee Jun-chul lounged in his chair, announcing over the phone, I'm not sure, but it seems anomalous gates are erupting all over Seoul, especially in District 9. They're requesting cooperation. On the other end, Lee Hyena calmly received the information. Anomalous gates? Understood. I'll inform the guild members immediately. Seo Sung-ho, sitting opposite her, questioned as soon as Lee Hyena hung up. What's so urgent that the association called? She replied concisely. They said the gate in District 9 is out of control. So Sung-ho froze, his mind racing. District 9? Isn't that near Guildmaster Kang Jin-hyuk's home? What the hell is going on? The scene shifts back to the snowy battlefield. Lucia looked up at the soaring dragon Tiamat, her heart burning with anxiety. What is Kang Jin-hyuk doing? If he doesn't get out soon, hell be burned to death. Inside the dragon's jaws, Kang Jin-hyuk gritted his teeth, straining to resist. Damn it. I have to get out. This bastard is too strong. I can't move. Lucia, without a word, raised her bow, her eyes sharp. Who are you planning to burn to death? The elf growled, drawing her bowstring taut. As long as I'm here, that won't happen. The archer aimed directly at the dragon Tiamut in the sky. An arrow charged with blue aura, ready to be fired. The arrow tore through the wind and struck the monster's head, making it roar in piercing pain, forcing its jaws to open. Kang Jin-hyuk seized the golden opportunity in an instant. Perfect. Thanks to Lucia, its mouth is open. Without wasting a second, Jin-hyuk unleashed a fire attack directly into the dragon's throat, surprising it. What? This guy took that hit and is still fine? The dragon Tiamut flew into a rage, its eyes bulging furiously. You wretched insects are struggling, are you? It roared in anger, flailing wildly in the air. How dare you injure me? You won't die peacefully. Having just escaped and landed, Kang Jin-hyuk immediately took a defensive stance, his mind racing. Damn it, it won't let me breathe for a second. How the hell do I deal with this guy? Lucia shouted from afar, her voice filled with worry. Kang Jin-hyuk, be careful. The dragon Tiamat gave no quarter, swinging its massive tail down like a divine hammer, roaring. You disgusting trash, I'll crush you right here. Lucia screamed a horrified no, desperately reaching out as if to stop it. The dragon Tiamut glanced towards Lucia, its voice full of malice. Put that bow down right now. You've been too noisy. It growled, its claws emitting an eerie blue light, aiming directly at the archer. Come to think of it, you're the one who shot an arrow into my neck, aren't you? You dared to injure me? For that offense, I'll deal with you first. The dragon Tiamat swung its massive claw, lunging straight at Lucia. Lucia swung her bow up to block the attack in the nick of time, but the impact force was too tremendous. She was stunned by the monster's terrifying speed. Are you insane? What kind of speed is this? The archer screamed, and was sent flying like a ragged doll. Kang Jin-hyuk roared in fury. Lucia! Thud! Lucia slammed hard into the ground, unconscious, while the dragon gloated. Finally quiet. Jin-hyuk couldn't believe his eyes. Absurd. I know it's strong, but Lucia taken out with just one hit? The dragon turned, its voice full of killing intent. One down. Now. Shall I finish you? Jin-hyuk could only brace himself against the terrifying pressure. Jin-hyuk realized he could no longer hold back, his eyes flashing with determination. There's no other choice, I have to risk it all. Ordo appeared in midair, looking down with disappointment. I had some expectations, but it seems this is all you amount to. He coldly commanded the dragon, there's nothing left to see. End it, Tiamat. The dragon Tiamut froze as a surge of power blocked it, roaring in astonishment. What is this? I'm clearly using my full power to suppress you, but Jin-hyuk's feet dug firmly into the ground, stopping the attack. Tiamut roared. How can you resist my power? Kang Jin-hyuk's entire body erupted with a brilliant golden holy aura, and he realized, that's right. With this power, I can do it. He gritted his teeth, deciding to pour everything into this final gamble. Jin-hyuk roared, unleashing the full divine dragon power he had comprehended from the dragon temple. A dazzling golden energy burst forth, sending the massive dragon flying backward amidst its horrified shriek. Tiamat was utterly terrified, unable to believe what was happening. Impossible. How can you control that power? Ordo, who stood above all, was also stunned, his voice faltering. What is this? This cannot be happening. He stared intently at Jinhyuk, sweat pouring down his face. He shouldn't be here. Ordo froze, unable to comprehend. Why does that guy possess the power of a dragon? In a distant sanctuary, a voice echoed, wondering if its apostle had finally awakened their power. A mysterious hooded figure sat on a throne, its blue eyes glowing brightly in the darkness, declaring, "The time has come." He clenched his fist, his voice filled with resentment. "I will settle this age-old grudge." Rising from the throne, the hooded figure called out his opponent's name directly. "I have waited for this day for a very long time, Ordo." Spatial energy erupted around him as he prepared to teleport. "Soon, I will go meet him." A full view of a magnificent, pristine white palace, likely the abode of this mysterious deity. Ordo broke out in a cold sweat, sensing a terrifying pressure. Is this feeling real? This is bad, the dragon god is coming. Kang Jinhyuk also felt strange, wondering, is the dragon god's power always this overwhelming? Then he noticed a glowing golden dragon tattoo had just appeared on his wrist. Why did this cursed thing appear here? Ordo looked down from above, saw the symbol, and paled. No way. The dragon god has turned Kang Jinhyuk into his apostle? The god roared, ordering the dragon Tiamat. Tiamat, kill him immediately. Eliminate him before the dragon god arrives. Tiamat let out a sky-shattering roar, obeying. Understood, supreme being. The colossal dragon erupted in flames, charging straight at Jinhyuk. Wretched human, I will end you here. Take this. Tiamat opened its maw and spewed forth a colossal torrent of flames, determined to incinerate everything. Facing the destructive attack, Jinhyuk found it surprisingly mundane. What is this? The flames look clearly dangerous, yet I feel no fear at all. Jinhyuk smirked confidently, swinging his bat. No. With this level, I might even be able to bash it right now? A majestic voice echoed in his mind. Wait, my apostle. And Jinhyuk's pupils transformed into dragon eyes. Jinhyuk was stunned as time abruptly froze, Tiamat's stream of fire suspended right before him. Believing it was Ordo's doing, Jinhyuk yelled into the silent space. What now? What else do you want to tell me, Ordo? Why did you stop time again? Ordo flinched, vehemently denying. What? I didn't stop time. Why is it so hard to see your face like this, Ordo? The god paled as he sensed a familiar yet incredibly overwhelming surge of energy. This energy. In the sky, a colossal black dragon soared, carrying a hooded figure on its back, who spoke with an imposing voice. Long time no see. Ordo. It was quite a struggle to find you. Ordo muttered in panic as he realized his ancient foe had arrived. Just as I thought, it's the dragon god. Why is that old man here? The dragon god stood on the dragon's back, looking down at Ordo with judging eyes. You know very well why I sought you out. How dare you? The dragon god's blue eyes flared with fury. Kidnap one of my children? The dragon god pointed towards the frozen dragon. Tiamat. Tiamat, is it? So this is the result of stealing my child and creating this thing. The deity continued to question in a cold tone, leaving Ordo no room for denial. Why would you do such a thing? You know this is wrong, don't you? Ordo tried to save face, justifying, it was something I had to do for my world. As a god, surely you can understand me? The dragon god's contempt was evident. I see. Is that how you justify your actions? Using a monster created from my stolen child to destroy your world? Ridiculous, that is merely your arrogance. The dragon god pointed towards the hovering Kang Jinhyuk. Just look at the boy right now. You intend to kill my apostle simply because you dislike him? Do you think that's right? Struck at his core, Ordo flew into a rage. Don't talk nonsense. What the hell do you know? Ordo screamed, losing all semblance of superiority. I only wanted to bring peace to my world. All of this was just a small sacrifice for that peace. The dragon god paid him no mind, turning to ask Jinhyuk, while Tiamat was still spewing frozen flames. My apostle, do you hear him? Do you find his words convincing? Jinhyuk sneered, reaching out to grab the frozen flames. No, of course not. It's all just garbage excuses. Ordo stared wide-eyed at Jinhyuk, who had just spoken in the frozen space. You insolent brat. Don't you realize what situation you're in? The god roared, unable to accept a mere human daring to interrupt a conversation between deities. This is a dialogue between gods. How dare a lowly human like you interfere? Whoosh! Without a word, Jinhyuk swung his baseball bat straight at Ordo's face, leaving the god in shock. What? Time should have stopped. Why isn't it working? Ordo was in utter panic as he realized his powers were completely ineffective. My power isn't working. Don't tell me? The dragon god smirked mockingly, his voice echoing like thunder. Are you misunderstanding something, Ordo? The dragon god declared coolly. That boy is my apostle, one who can wield the power of dragons. In other words, he possesses power equivalent to a god. He sneered, putting Ordo in his place. Why don't you try being defeated by the very human you look down upon? Without further ado, Kang Jinhyuk swung his baseball bat straight at Ordo's face, making the god cry out in agony. Ordo was utterly shocked, unable to believe his eyes. Impossible. How can a mere human overpower an omnipotent entity like me? Jinhyuk scoffed, his voice filled with challenge. Ha! Still don't get it? Your petty tricks are useless against me now. Jinhyuk unleashed a colossal surge of blue energy, completely overwhelming Ordo. He roared decisively. This world doesn't need a god who wants to destroy it. Get lost, Ordo. The blue energy swept through, blowing Ordo away like a toy. The dragon Tiamut also couldn't escape its fate, struck by Jinhyuk's energy surge and exploding into smithereens. Ordo was sent flying, his body beginning to disintegrate into dark fragments. Jinhyuk was bewildered as the surrounding scenery vanished, leaving only pitch blackness. His eyes gleamed with vigilance, wondering what the hell was happening. Suddenly, both found themselves standing amidst a vast cosmic space, and Ordo explained that he had merely shifted dimensions to talk. Ordo looked at Jinhyuk with completely different eyes, admitting, "A human who can blow away a god. You truly have overturned all my expectations." The god bowed his head, admitting defeat wholeheartedly. "I've lost, Kang Jinhyuk," Ordo explained. "After taking your punch, my mind cleared. I realized that being a god doesn't mean knowing everything." Jinhyuk narrowed his eyes cautiously as Ordo declared, "Therefore, I've decided to halt my plans." Instead, Ordo spread his arms wide, his body beginning to dissolve into light, and declared, "I will bestow upon you the power to manage this world in my stead." He looked directly at Jinhyuk, his voice filled with hope as his body slowly faded. "From now on, you will govern the world you live in. Prove to me that I was wrong." Amidst the vast cosmos, Kang Jinhyuk still harbored doubts about his new responsibility, but Ordo's voice echoed with firm conviction. "I believe you can do it." Ordo officially handed over all authority. "Then, I entrust humanity to you, the new manager of this world." The space changed again. Kang Jinhyuk returned to the snowy mountains where the divine dragon and its brood were waiting, and immediately asked, "Elder, what just happened?" The hooded entity replied concisely, "You heard it all. Ordo has handed over his authority to you." The divine dragon further explained that Ordo had given up everything, placed his trust in humanity once more, and even entrusted the destruction dragon to him to watch over the new world. He assigned a task to Jinhyuk. "Now, your mission is to bring peace to the world you live in. I will always watch over and cheer for you." The divine dragon and its brood soared away, leaving a final message. Become a manager, acknowledged by both gods. Kang Jinhyuk clenched his fist, still unable to believe he had become the manager of this entire world. A loud call of Kang Jinhyuk rang out from behind him, making him turn around in surprise. Lucia appeared completely unharmed, making Kang Jinhyuk sigh in relief. "Lucia, are you safe?" She admitted she almost perished, but fortunately, the divine dragon had healed her, allowing her to recover. Jinhyuk was overjoyed, praising Lucia for doing very well in the recent battle. He invited her to go home because everything was over, but Lucia unexpectedly refused outright. Lucia smiled, explaining that she believed this was the world she truly belonged to. She declared her decision, "I think I need to stay here." Jinhyuk was a little taken aback, but then smiled in acceptance, asking if this was the last time they would meet. Lucia confirmed it was a farewell, asking Jinhyuk to send her regards to the dwarven race, while he calmly wished her a safe journey. Kang Jinhyuk stood alone in space, recalling his journey from a low-rank hunter to the world's manager, still not understanding why Ordo had bestowed this power upon him. Hovering in Earth's orbit, he swung his baseball bat, his eyes filled with determination, ready for his new role, leading humanity down the right path.